Chapter 1, Is This Our Child? Yi Xian, let's break up. Not far from Tianhai University, Wang Manli, with a gorgeous smile, looked at her boyfriend of 3 years with pity in her eyes. After Wang Manli finished speaking, the small, delicate hands of a young man next to her took her hand. You can't give me what I want, but Zhang Xiao is good to me, buying me designer handbags, clothes, rings, and even a house. At the time, I was blind and fell for a poor guy like you, but fortunately, Zhang Xiao woke me up. Zhang Xiao is the one who can give me happiness, do you understand? To put it bluntly, apart from being good-looking, you are useless. The sarcastic Wang Manli looked at her boyfriend in front of her with great disgust, while Zhang Zhe, the young man beside her, pulled a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian, right? You've been in love for 3 years, but Manli is still a virgin. While speaking, Zhang Xiao hooked Wang Manli's clean chin in front of Yi Xian's face, so from now on, Manli is my Zhang Zhe's woman, do you understand? Watching the performance of the two in front of her, Yi Xian did not change at all from beginning to end, and Wang Manli's contempt in her eyes grew even stronger. Oh, by the way, I think I still have the clothes on my body that you bought with your money. If you want them, I'll give them back to you. At this moment, Wang Manli felt that she and Yi Xian were destined to be from two different worlds in the future, so she had no regrets at all about breaking up, at least for now. Fine. I agree to break up. Ha? Seeing Yi Xian's indifferent reaction, Wang Manli's brows furrowed slightly, and she felt inexplicably upset. Shouldn't this poor guy be begging to keep her and not care if she had a relationship with Zhang Xiao, being a lickspittle? In fact, I have wanted to break up with you many times over the past year. Today is as good a day as any, just as you wished. Ignoring Wang Manli, her thoughts drifted, and she couldn't help but think of the night a year ago. A year ago, I had sex with a girl, and she was at least 10 times more beautiful than you. You. Wang Manli's eyes widened upon hearing this, and she stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. Bastard, you actually cheated on me while we were dating. Cheat? Upon hearing Wang Manli's words, Yi Xian looked at her like an idiot. Cheat is not an issue, at most I cheated on you. Our relationship should have ended a year ago. You, asshole. Wang Manli's pretty face turned pale with anger. Originally, she wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian to feel superior, but who would have thought that Yi Xian would reveal such a shocking secret? No wonder he has been indifferent to her for the past year. Manli, it's not worth getting angry over this scum. Zhang Zhe glanced at Yi Xian at this time. Although this kid is the school's grass, he is just a pretty face. In the future, my husband will help you fix him. Ha? Well, my husband, Zhang Xiao, is still better. Wang Manli's squeaky voice echoed in Zhang Xiao's ears, almost making Zhang Xiao lose control and execute her on the spot. Scum? As he watched the back of the pair of dogs and women leave, Yi Xian gave a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he slept with a girl who was 10 times more beautiful than Wang Manli the night before last year, no one knows that it was actually the girl who slept with him. Squeak. Just then, an extended Lincoln stopped not far from Yi Xian. Then the car door opened, and there were 3 little pink guys in the back seat, identical. For some reason, when Yi Xian saw these 3 little guys, he instinctively wanted to go up and touch them. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the 3 little guys, a cold voice came over. What the hell? Stay away from my babies. In the driver's seat, a girl who was incredibly beautiful stood in front of the 3 little guys like a protective parent. The girl had black hair like a waterfall, a delicate face, and crystal clear skin that shimmered with an ivory glow in the sunlight. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian warily. However, when they locked eyes. It's you! It's you! That night a year ago, as if a floodgate had been released, memories flooded into the minds of the two. Luo Tianyi's face flushed, and her eyes were filled with panic, which she had never experienced before. The nanny, who was about 40 years old, looked at Yi Xian and then her eyes fell on the 3 little ones. There was a slight resemblance between them. Could it be that this young man was the father of the 3 little ones? Luo Tianyi's heart was in turmoil, and Yi Xian was even more confused. The two had sex a year ago, and now there were 3 babies who were almost 2 months old. Time, cough cough, just happened to match up. Yi Xian's voice was so soft that it made Luo Tianyi involuntarily think of that night. This voice was even softer than that night, as if he was afraid of being rejected. Luo Tianyi's slender hands clenched tightly. Thinking about her current situation, she could. Since discovering that she was pregnant, Luo Tianyi had not told anyone, including her parents and friends. Moreover, her parents were currently developing a branch company abroad and simply did not have time to pay attention to her. In their eyes, there was only work. Ding! The host has made first contact with the three little cotton padded jackets, activating the perfect life system. This system is the perfect life system, designed to help the host achieve a perfect life. The system will trigger random or optional tasks at any time. Completing a task will earn the host a corresponding reward, and the same goes for task failure. In addition, the host is reminded that the system also has a system mall, where the host can exchange any item for enough money. Yi Xian just touched the soft, plump little face, and before he could experience it further, a voice came from his ear. 3 little cotton padded jackets? What the hell? These really are my daughters. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Little cotton padded jackets, doesn't that mean daughters? Damn it, that night. It really was soul stirring, and, cough cough, I got 3 pregnancies. The probability of that, damn it. No, I have a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the perfect life system. The host need not doubt that these 3 little cotton padded vests are your and Luo Tianyi's biological daughters. System detection: the probability of genetic similarity between you and the 3 little cotton padded vests is 99.9999%. If the host does not believe this, they can collect the hair of the 3 little cotton padded vests and take it to a paternity testing center for verification. Yi Xian! You idiot! Yi Xian looked at the 3 little ones again, his eyes completely changed, and he asked Luo Tianyi incredulously, "Are these our children?" Well. Biting her lower lip, Luo Tianyi tightly clenched her delicate hands and did not hide it. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't even have enough money to buy formula milk nowadays, she swore that she would never let the 3 little cotton padded jackets recognize this person. Although she drove the car, she had no source of income at all for a year. Boom! Luo Tianyi's words directly caused Yi Xian to explode in place, and feelings of guilt and self-reproach welled up in his heart. Luo Tianyi knew a year ago that Yi Xian was at Tianda University. The reason why she came here today was also because the 3 little ones couldn't stay at home, crying non-stop, and she hadn't been to school for a long time. Of course, there was also some hesitation as to whether she should tell Yi Xian about the 3 little ones. After all, the daily expenses of the 3 little ones, as well as the salary of the nanny, are very high. She can make do with a little, but how can the 3 babies? Ding! Since the host has activated the system for the first time, they will give a special bonus of a novice gift pack. Will the host please activate? Upon hearing the voice in his ear, Yi Xian paused for a moment. It had been 3 years since he had traveled to this parallel world, and finally the system had awakened? Open! Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly recited it silently, because he knew very well that this was the golden finger that would lead him to the pinnacle of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate music ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a charm value of max, and the host will receive 100,000 shares of profit as a bonus. Chapter 2 Cough Cough. What was that, daughter-in-law? Your name is Luo Tianyi. Ultimate music? Full charm value? And 100,000 bonus points. This system. Although it's 3 years late, it's quite generous. At this time, Luo Tianyi glanced at Yi Xian in the corner of her eye, her beautiful eyes twinkling. It seemed that jerk was even more handsome than a year ago. She couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, thinking about the encounter a year ago that night, and her heart was pounding violently. The nanny also had a crush on Yi Xian, and she was obviously also attracted by his charm. She thought to herself, what a handsome young man. If he were my son-in-law, he would definitely be a catch. The 3 little kids waved their small hands and feet at Yi Xian and smiled happily, as if to say, "Hello, Dad." "Miss, look, the 3 little ones really like their father," the nanny said in surprise, as she also had a slight understanding of Luo Tianyi's situation. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes also looked over at this time, obviously seeing the rare happy appearance of the 3 little ones. Yi Xian was directly warmed by the smiles of the 3 little ones, and the smile of paternal love directly overflowed on his face. Seeing that Yi Xian was not the heartless man of legend, Auntie Wang, the nanny, sighed slightly. "Sir, Miss has suffered untold hardships to give birth to the 3 little ones. I have been taking care of them since Miss became pregnant. Moreover, Miss's parents and friends still don't know that Miss has 3 children, and they don't even have the money to buy formula for the children. I don't have anything." Luo Tianyi glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Why are you telling him this?" "Meng Meng, Nano, and Hanin are the children I want to give birth to, and it has nothing to do with him. It's just that I haven't paid you for 2 months. I'm sorry, Auntie Wang, I will pay you when I start working again. Miss, you're wrong. The nanny fee you pay is twice that of an ordinary family, and I always feel that I'm getting too much. Auntie Wang said simply, as someone who has been there, she knows too well how difficult it is for a woman to raise children, not to mention 3 of them. Overall, half of it is for the money, and half for the person. Yi Xian heard what the nanny said, and of course he knew that she was talking to him intentionally or unintentionally. After all, from the time Luo Tianyi got pregnant until now, he has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband and father. Right, Auntie Wang. Yi Xian coughed dryly. How much is your monthly salary? I'll pay for it, she'll pay for it. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Xian realized that he didn't even know Luo Tianyi's name. Luo Tianyi obviously sensed Yi Xian's embarrassment and snorted lightly. The salary that Miss gives me is 8,000 yuan per month, but, mister, I'll forget about the money. If you're interested, buy formula for the 3 little ones. We're running out of formula at home. Luo Tianyi didn't say a word from beginning to end, because she knew that what Auntie Wang said was the truth. The family's milk powder money would only be enough for the 3 little ones to eat for 2 days. How could that work? Yi Xian heard this and took out his phone. Here, Auntie Wang, I'll transfer the money to you. This. Auntie Wang hesitated upon hearing this. After all, if her family had money, they wouldn't be helping Luo Tianyi take care of the children. Auntie Wang, just take it. Luo Tianyi knew that Auntie Wang had 2 children to send to school, and her husband wasn't in the best of health. Then, sir, I thank you. Auntie Wang couldn't argue with Luo Tianyi, and indeed she needed the money, so she proceeded to WeChat and transferred 16,000 yuan to Auntie Wang. Seeing all this, Luo Tianyi's heart felt slightly less resentful towards Yi Xian, and even Auntie Wang's impression of Yi Xian had improved quite a bit. With Auntie Wang's salary issue resolved, Yi Xian did not forget about the 3 milk powder cases. Yi Xian looked awkwardly at Luo Tianyi, and Auntie Wang shook her head slightly at this scene. The young people nowadays really know how to have fun. The baby is more than 2 months old, and they still don't know the girl's name. If I didn't know the reason, Auntie Wang would really think Yi Xian is a scumbag. My name is Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi also blushed slightly when she heard this. If it was just her and Yi Xian, it would be better, but there was also Aunt Wang in front of them, so she was embarrassed after all. Yi Xian. Luo cough, what, daughter-in-law, your name is Luo Tianyi. Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian was like seeing a ghost. My goodness, isn't that Tianhai University's student who took a year off and was the goddess of countless boys' dreams and the school flower? Holy shit, the goddess and school flower Luo Tianyi took a year off from school to have 3 little cotton padded jackets for him? Oof. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Luo Tianyi could tell what he was thinking just by the tip of her toes. She knew exactly how popular she was at Tianhai University. Ever since the moment she entered Tianhai University, she had been the #1 beauty of Tianhai University. It was just that a year ago, life played a big joke on her. Sigh. Let's go buy some milk formula for the little ones. After saying this, Yi Xian still felt an endless wave of emotions rising up in his heart. What the hell did I do a year ago? The object of my affections turned out to be the goddess and school flower of Tianhai University, and I even had a child with her. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, as if I were dreaming, I carefully helped Auntie Wang put the 3 little ones into the car, and then put the 3 side-by-side strollers in the trunk. 20 minutes later. Tianhai, in front of the door of the top mother and child chain store Angel Baby. Squeak. As the Lincoln commercial vehicle stopped in front of the baby store, the sharp-eyed store guides recognized the person coming. This is a big customer. Miss Luo, you are here. Several sales assistants, who were about 85 points in terms of appearance, surrounded her, and soon their attention was focused on the handsome Yi Xian. For some reason, they felt Yi Xian's charm, and their hearts began to beat faster. So handsome. This was the first impression of several pretty sales assistants. Miss Luo, no wonder the 3 babies are so beautiful, it turns out that the baby's father is so handsome. Yes, I've never seen such a handsome guy before. That's right. If my future husband is half as handsome as Miss Luo's husband, I'll be satisfied. Hearing the words of the maternity store salesperson, Luo Tianyi's face flushed slightly, especially when they said it was her husband, although the little bastard was indeed very handsome. Miss Luo, are you here to order milk powder this time? Previously, Luo Tianyi had ordered 500 yuan per can of milk powder from them, and she had ordered 10 cans at once. They rarely saw such generous parents, and coupled with Luo Tianyi's outstanding appearance and the three super cute little ones, it was hard for people not to remember. Seeing the enthusiastic appearance of the maternity and baby store guide, Auntie Wang whispered to Yi Xian, "Sir, Miss previously ordered the most expensive formula milk here, 500 yuan per can." At the time, Miss only had a few thousand yuan on her, but for the sake of the three little ones, she was not at all stingy. Listening to what Auntie Wang said, Yi Xian looked at the goddess school flower that made countless boys at Tianhai University rush to her, and wondered what he had done to make her care so much about his three little cotton padded jackets. "I wonder, Miss Luo, how many cans would you like to order?" After a few polite exchanges, the saleswomen finally got down to business. They were very natural at what they were doing, and it didn't feel at all awkward. Luo Tianyi hesitated for a moment, and just as she was about to speak, she heard a voice come out. 100 cans. The sound entered the ears of several sales assistants, and their eyes glowed green. What did they hear? 100 cans. Auntie Wang was stunned, looking at the three little guys for the first time. "Miss, you've picked a generous husband." 100 cans, sir, are you sure? The manager of the maternity store was really shocked by this sentence, as were several sales assistants. 100 cans is a full 50,000 renminbi. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes flashed, and it was impossible for her emotions not to ripple. However, before she could think about it in detail, Yi Xian's voice came out again. Of course. How could Yi Xian have the slightest hesitation? That's his own little lover, not to mention 100 cans, even if it's 10,000 cans, he won't bat an eyelid. Oh yeah, I think there are still diapers, so get 100 packs of those too. Air. At this point, the manager of the maternity store's eyes glowed even more with green light. He swallowed and said, 88 yuan per pack of diapers, so 100 packs is 8,800 yuan. If we add 50,000 yuan for 100 cans of milk powder, that's 58,800 yuan in total. The way the several sales assistants looked at Yi Xian changed completely. What a generous young man! They had never received such a large order before, which was almost equivalent to their weekly turnover. Do you need anything else, sir? The manager of the maternity store was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. By the way, we seem to have a postpartum recovery package for pregnant women. I wonder if you need it, sir. We have the most complete recovery here, and postpartum recovery will not only restore the body to its original state, but also facilitate normal life between husband and wife. We also provide a free milk-through package that allows the three little ones to drink as much of their mother's nutrient solution as possible. Luo Tianyi's face turned red, as if she had been seen naked by everyone in the store, but... Ding! The host triggered a random task, postpartum repair for Luo Tianyi, reward 1 million RMB. Punishment for task failure, physical fitness +1. Oh! Hearing the voice in his ear, Yi Xian's heart leaped for joy. This task triggered quite in time. The random task triggered by the system made Yi Xian's eyes shine with a ray of brilliance. The manager thought he was interested and smiled even more brightly. It's like this, our postpartum repair packages are divided into three grades, the 18,888 renminbi normal package, the 28,888 renminbi deluxe package, and the 38,888 renminbi supreme package. The higher the grade, the better the results. Hiss. Hearing the words of the manager of the maternity store, Aunt Wang gasped. My goodness, no wonder people say that the maternity industry is just as profitable as the pharmaceutical industry. Just one regular package is as high as 18,888, and the supreme package is directly 38,888, which is simply robbing money. Yi Xian, I think I'd better not. Luo Tianyi directly refused without even thinking. Joking, where does she have that much money? As long as the three little ones can grow up healthy, it doesn't really matter how she does it. Then, let's order the supreme package. Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi, who had not finished speaking, looked at the man next to her with disbelief. What did she hear? Yi Xian had actually ordered the supreme package for himself. Swish. Yi Xian's voice fell, and everyone in the store gathered their attention on Yi Tian, including Luo Tianyi, whose eyes flashed. Is he crazy? He actually wants to order the supreme package for himself to restore after childbirth. The manager and several salespersons looked at Yi Tianyi with admiration. If their future husbands could do the same, they wouldn't bat an eyelid even if they were to give birth to 300 children. Why? Good husbands belong to other families. Chapter 3 I just don't believe that with my charm, I can't get you. Purchase complete. Boss Yi, you have ordered 100 cans of milk powder, 100 packs of diapers, and a postpartum recovery package worth 38,888, totaling 97,688 renminbi. After rounding down, the boss only needs to pay 97,000 renminbi. Auntie Wang. Hearing the words of the manager of the maternity store, Auntie Wang's eyes widened. 97,000 yuan is more than their annual household income. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ordering the postpartum repair supreme package for Luo Tianyi. Extraordinary, complete the task and be rewarded 1 million RMB, plus a body type plus 1. As the system voice faded, Yi Xian could clearly feel changes in his body. He felt stronger, and even his abs were much more defined than before. His body felt indescribably comfortable. Then, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 11. Normal people have 10 charm, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability. Items, none. Wealth, 108.856 million. The site retracted from the attribute panel, and a card was taken out and given to the manager of the maternity and child care store. Good boss. With a drop, the card was swiped. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly, looking at Yi Xian. She was not without a little understanding. He came from an ordinary family, and now he has spent almost more than 100,000 yuan in total. This is something that ordinary children from ordinary families cannot have. Miss, the father of the 3 little ones is not bad. Auntie Wang saw that Yi Xian had spent nearly 100,000 yuan on the 3 little ones without even blinking an eye. This is not something most people can do, so it can be seen that Yi Xian's character is definitely not bad. This is what he should do. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian, who stubbornly grunted with a dead duck mouth, but the touch in her heart became more and more intense. Auntie Wang saw that Luo Tianyi's hostility had dissipated a lot, and she smiled. Boss Yi, you are welcome to come again next time. The manager of the maternity store and several salespersons said enthusiastically, looking in the direction the extended Lincoln disappeared. They all pursed their lips, thinking that rich people are really willful. The money they spent in their store in one go is equivalent to 2 or 3 years' salary. Ding dong. On the way back to the high-end residential area of Yudu Xingxing, Auntie Wang received a message, and when she opened it, it was a shocking big red envelope. Her eyes flashed. Mr. Yi, you. Looking at the 10,000 red envelope sent by WeChat, Auntie Wang couldn't help but look at Yi Xian, and quickly refused. 10,000 red envelope, Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Luo Tianyi also frowned slightly when she heard this, while Yi Xian gave a faint smile. I've troubled you for a while, Auntie Wang, so this 10,000 yuan is my thanks to you. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come anymore. Tianyi and the 3 little ones have already troubled you enough. Luo Tianyi pursed her lips when she heard this, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After all, what Yi Xian said was the truth, and it seemed that Auntie Wang's husband wasn't in good health either and also needed someone to take care of him. But, this is too much. I already spent a lot buying milk powder and having the lady do postpartum recovery today. It's fine, Auntie Wang. I won a small prize before and got a lot of money. You can just take this. Yi Xian said so, joking. Now that he knows he has 3 little cotton padded jackets and such a beautiful goddess school flower wife, how could he possibly keep a nanny as a third wheel? Auntie Wang vaguely sensed this, and without saying anything, after a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll take the money. If you have any questions about taking care of the children in the future, you can ask me. After pausing for a moment, she continued, My husband is having surgery tonight, so after I drop the 3 babies off at home today, I'll be leaving. Luo Tianyi, who was driving, nodded, but when she thought about having to take care of the 3 babies with Yi Xian for a long time, she couldn't help but blush. Even though their 3 babies were already more than 2 months old. Back in Yudu Star City, a high-end residential area. I'll go take a shower first, you, take care of the 3 babies. After Auntie Wang left, Luo Tianyi said with a flushed face, but now there was no other way except to take care of the babies with that guy. Okay. Yi Xian put down the 3 strollers in his hands, washed his hands, and you go. The room was very tidy. The 3 babies, who were about to cry, stopped crying when they saw Yi Xian, and instead happily stretched out their little hands and feet. Luo Tianyi was relieved to see the 3 little ones being so well behaved, but she was curious as to why that guy didn't cry when he appeared in front of the 3 little ones. But she didn't think much of it, grabbed the laundry and went into the bathroom. After making sure to close the door several times, she took off her clothes and admired her perfect figure. but when she felt the pain in her stomach, her beautiful eyes filled with bitterness. Knock, knock. While Luo Tianyi was taking a shower, a knock came from outside. Yi Xian, who had furrowed her brow slightly, opened the door and was surprised to see a young woman in her 30s in front of her. She had a stunning figure and still had her charm. 30 is like a wolf, and 40 is like a tiger. This landlord is in the prime of life, and when the landlord saw Yi Xian, his whole body glowed with green light, as if he wanted to devour Yi Xian alive. The influence of his charisma was now unmistakable. Handsome guy, you must be the man of that little beauty, 3 treasures in 1 pregnancy is amazing. The landlord is 87 points in appearance, especially her snake-like, graceful figure is very alluring. You owe me 2 months' rent, but if you don't pay, that's fine. Why don't you go sit in my sister's room? Yi Xian felt a bit uncomfortable at the landlord's predatory gaze. Damn, she's definitely a demon. Pop. A wad of money appeared in his hand and was pressed directly into the landlord's hand. This is for the 2 months' rent you owe and next month's rent. Goodbye. The door slammed shut, leaving the landlord dumbfounded. What the hell? Could it be that my charm is wearing off? No, that's impossible. The deadbeat at home is infatuated with him every day, but he's just too weak in bed to satisfy her. Such a handsome guy, but he already has 3 kids. What a waste. The landlord muttered to himself, his eyes shining. But I just don't believe that I can't seduce you with my charm. The door closed, and the bathroom door opened. Luo Tianyi was drying her wet hair with a towel, and a nice fragrance came at him. Just a whiff of it made him feel like he could live for 3 more days. What are you looking at? Luo Tianyi was wearing slippers, and her little feet were as translucent as jade, especially her toes, which were very pretty. A small section of her pale, straight lower leg was exposed in the air. Daughter-in-law, you are so beautiful. Gulo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His own daughter-in-law here is more than 10 times more beautiful than the landlord just now. He must have been brainwashed before he was seduced by the landlord. Spit. Luo Tianyi's face turned red like the evening sky, thinking about the scene she experienced today. If she hadn't met Yi Xian, she really wouldn't know what her current state would be like. She glared at Yi Xian, who is your daughter-in-law, you think you're so beautiful. Chapter 4. What is the idiot talking about? You've done a great job. Who is your wife? You're dreaming. The beautiful schoolgirl wife was blushing, and the atmosphere became strange and beautiful. Before, Auntie Wang was still around, but now that she was gone, it was like there was no longer a layer of window screen paper between the two of them. Right, who was it that just knocked on the door? The slightly awkward Luo Tianyi changed the subject to break the beautiful atmosphere, thinking about the knocking sound she heard in the shower. Oh, it's nothing, the landlord came to collect the rent. After listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi opened her mouth to say something, but in the end her mouth was full of bitterness. Of course she knew that the rent had been owed for 2 months. Am I useless? Thinking about the current situation, Luo Tianyi pursed her red lips, her eyes dull, her delicate hands clenched tightly. I can't even pay the rent. And there's the formula for Meng Meng and the other 2, Luo Tianyi hadn't finished speaking before she was embraced in a warm embrace, a large hand encircling the slender waist that could be hugged from either side. Fool, what are you talking about? You've done a great job. If there is anything useless, it is me. I was not even there when you were pregnant for 10 months and when you were in the postpartum period and taking care of the 3 babies. A gentle and magnetic voice sounded in her ears. At this moment, Luo Tianyi really felt very secure. Such things will never happen again in the future. You and the 3 babies have me. A reply as soft as a mosquito's chirp. Is this the feeling of having someone to rely on? This feeling is amazing, something I've never had before. She's been really tired this past year, and she doesn't dare to relax for even a moment. Sigh. Luo Tianyi, who had just tried to break free from Yi Xian's embrace, frowned slightly and subconsciously grabbed Yi Xian's arm hard with her delicate hands. What's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing Luo Tianyi's sudden pain, he asked with concern on his face. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, Luo Tianyi's face flushed. The painful swelling in her breasts was torturous, but did she have to let the milk out as the doctor had instructed? But, if she didn't let the milk out, the 3 little ones would have to drink formula milk, which was expensive and not good for the babies. Although she could let someone else assist with letting the milk out, the best way was still to let her own man stimulate her, so as to achieve the best results. No. It's fine. Luo Tianyi blushed. Of course she wouldn't say it. The doctor and Auntie Wang both said that the father of the three little ones should help her let out milk, but she really couldn't say it. Are you really fine? Seeing Luo Tianyi's expression, her face was so red that it didn't look fine. If you really need my help, don't be embarrassed, I'd be happy to. Luo Tianyi. Oh, I said it's fine, I'll let you know when I need your help. Luo Tianyi wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it, blaming herself for being incompetent. Everyone else was able to produce milk on their own, but why was it so difficult for her? Ding dong. Yi Xian was about to say something when his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was the call from Xiao Ming, the second in command of the dormitory, he answered it. Hey, boss, where are you? The orientation party is about to start. As soon as he answered the phone, Xiao Ming's voice came from the other end. Yi Xian was taken aback. He almost forgot that there seemed to be a program for him at the welcome party today. But, damn it, I just became a dad, how can I go to some welcome party? Damn it, the welcome party is important, but where is the importance of the school beauty's wife and little cotton padded jacket? Ding. The host triggers the selection task, attend the welcome party. Task selection 1, participate in the welcome party and receive a 10x cashback on your spending, capped at 1 million. Task selection 2, refuse to participate, and Asserting will shorten by 10 centimeters. Wah! Yi Xian directly exploded when he heard the voice of the system in his ear. Damn it, the dog system is too ruthless, asking me to make a choice? Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian angrily when she heard the foul language. Cough, okay, I'll go back to school right away. Yi Xian came back to his senses. Damn it, he didn't choose the second option, he just simply likes a million. Right, second brother, I want to change the song, I'll send you the accompaniment later, you go pass it to the vocal teacher at the party. Yi Xian saw Luo Tianyi playing with the three little guys, a heartwarming scene that made him change his mind. Maybe he would do something for this welcome party. Xiao Ming. Boss, what the hell are you doing, making me sell my charms again? Xiao Ming's eyes widened on the other side of the screen. Boss is pushing himself into the fire pit. Who let the president of the literary association at the party like him? Of course, it's fine to like him, but the two of them are still childhood sweethearts who have a betrothal agreement. Get out. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. Although he was separated by the screen, he could still imagine the expression of his younger brother Xiao Ming, who had nothing to live for. Cough, what? Yi Xian gave a slightly embarrassed smile. I have to go to the welcome party at school tonight, and I might have to go out for a while. He had just met the three little cotton padded jackets, and now he was asking Luo Tianyi to take care of the three babies by himself. It was really not convincing. But damn it, he didn't dare not go. If Ding Ding grew by 10 centimeters, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. You go. Luo Tianyi nodded, and he went out. He could squeeze himself without any worries and see if he could get some nutrient solution for the baby. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't go, but came to the three babies, Meng Meng, Nano, and Hanin. You must listen to your mother, okay? Daddy is going out for a little while. He pinched the cheeks of the three babies, nodded to Luo Tianyi, and left. But just as he was about to leave the door, he thought of something. Yes, daughter-in-law, there is some money in the drawer of the coffee table. If you need money, just take it. Yi Xian, who does not have Luo Tianyi's WeChat, can only realize his wealth and put it in the drawer. Luo Tianyi just wanted to speak when she heard the sound of the door slamming shut. Thinking about the daughter-in-law who just called very smoothly, her face flushed slightly. She went to the coffee table and opened the drawer, and was shocked to see a stack of neatly arranged RMB bills, 5 stacks on each layer, a total of 4 layers. This is 200,000 yuan. Seeing 200,000 yuan in one drawer, Luo Tianyi's heart couldn't help but tremble again. She thought about what Yi Xian had just said, that in the future, if she had him, her heart would be full of a sense of security, and she would finally no longer have to worry about money. It's just that, what kind of prize did he win? Previously, it was over 100,000 yuan, and now it's 200,000 yuan. That's already over 300,000 yuan. In less than a day, he spent 300,000 yuan on her and their 3 babies. Even if he won the lottery, he was able to take out 300,000 yuan without batting an eye, which at least shows that Yi Xian is really a very good and responsible man. He took Luo Tianyi's car keys, got into the extended Lincoln, and drove towards Tianhai University. He kept the accelerator pressed all the way, singing as fast as he could, and then returned to spend time with his goddess schoolmate wife and their 3 little angels. During this time, Yi Xian sent the song he wanted to express his feelings to Xiaoming. Along the way, Yi Xian thought a lot, feeling like he was dreaming. Goddess and school flower Luo Tianyi had actually become his woman, and the two of them had even given birth to a child? Chapter 5. This car isn't mine, it's my wife's. Tianhai University, entrance to the auditorium. Hey, Xiaoming, you have to keep your word. A girl with a 90-point appearance, a slender figure, and 3,000 strands of hair falling over her shoulders. This girl is Xiaoming's fiancée Lin Yuxi. Xiaoming. Of course I keep my word. Xiaoming glanced at Lin Yuxi next to him and his mouth twitched. Yuxi, what is it? What do you like about me? Can't I change? Xiaoming was extremely distressed. He had been looking forward to a life of happiness, not just hanging on to one tree. Xiaoming, you don't need to change. I, Lin Yuxi, will love you no matter what you become. You are destined to be my man for life. The students around looked at the two of them talking, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Xiaoming. Damn it, this son of a bitch is unwilling to have such a good-looking fiancé. No, we know each other too well. We grew up naked together, so there's nothing to talk about in a relationship. Xiaoming's eyelids twitched furiously. He understood Lin Yuxi even better than Lin Yuxi himself, and Lin Yuxi understood him just as well. That's what made it interesting. My parents, my uncles, and aunts don't object, so it's useless for you to object, haha. Xiaoming. Give up resisting. Xiaoming, since we were young, we have slept together countless times, kissing me, hugging me, and doing that with me. Lin Yuxi's words were not finished before Xiaoming covered her mouth. Lin Yuxi, are you crazy, saying everything out loud? The students around. What the hell? Slept together countless times? Kissing? Hugging? And that? The two of them chattered like a pair of clowns. Just then, an extended Lincoln stopped at the entrance to the auditorium. The car alone was extraordinary. Lin Yuxi saw that someone important was coming and didn't dare be presumptuous. She told the two from the student union to go greet them, and she herself lifted her foot to go over as well. She was suspicious in her heart that the school should not have invited anyone. He pushed open the door and got out of the car, and a figure appeared in the field. When Lin Yuxi and Xiaoming saw the person coming, their gazes paused, and the old boss. The people around the entrance to the auditorium also exploded. Holy shit, the person getting out of the extended Lincoln was Yi Xian. Lin Yuxi knew that Xiaoming would listen most to Yi Xian's words, so this boss was called with a heart of conviction. She was also counting on Yi Xian to help her win Xiaoming. Xiaoming also came to the front of the car and looked at the extended Lincoln, which looked like a new car. Boss, this car is worth at least a few million, you can't be a hidden rich kid. This car looks familiar in some way. Lin Yuxin tilted her head and thought, just not sure where she had seen it before. Xiaoming was even more rude, pulling open the car door, but then he saw the baby bottles and diapers in the car. Seeing Xiaoming's actions, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. This car is not mine, it belongs to my wife. Wow! Upon hearing this, everyone around them was in an uproar. Lin Yuxi's beautiful eyes widened. Boss, you and Wang Monli have gotten married, but that's not right. Wang Monli can't afford a car like this? My wife is 10 times prettier than Wang Monli. Thinking of his beautiful wife, Tianhai University's goddess and school flower Luo Tianyi, and the fact that Wang Monli and I had already broken up. Xiaoming, I'm going, boss, you're not being taken care of by a rich woman, are you? With a thud, Yi Xian directly gave him a brain cracker, and Xiaoming gritted his teeth in pain. You're dreaming. You think I'm you, letting a beautiful woman like Lin Yuxi go and thinking about a forest full of women? How dare he? Xiaoming had not yet spoken when he was interrupted directly by Lin Yuxi, who fixed him with a threatening gaze that made Xiaoming's backside suddenly go cold. Lin Yuxi had previously threatened him that if he dared to mess with other women, she would definitely make sure he had no descendants. And Xiaoming knew that the vicious woman could do what she said. Hey, but boss, now that you have such a rich wife, that Wang Monli must be regretting it to death. Xiaoming originally didn't like Wang Monli, and he spit out words of discontent. It's only right that woman regrets it. I knew that woman wasn't a good bird the first time I saw her. By the way, boss, hurry up and go in. At this time, it's almost time for you to sing. Lin Yuxi thought about the song that the boss sang, and the song that the boss changed. I'm afraid it's not for your sister-in-law. That's fine too. He nodded at Lin Yushi and then looked at Xiao Ming. What a good girl, pay attention. Yushi, keep an eye on this guy in the future, I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine. Lin Yushi's pretty face lit up when she heard this. Haha, I got you, boss, but you've become even more handsome and charming than before. Boss, you're turning your back on your friends. 10 minutes later. School, auditorium. Wow, Monli, you've got a new bag again. I'm so jealous of you, Monli, but isn't your family's situation ordinary schoolboy Yixian? How can he afford such a good bag? Wang Monli listened to the envy of her classmates around her, and the corners of her mouth curved up. In the future, I will have no more relationship with Yixian at all. Now my boyfriend is Zhang Zhe. Wow! Many girls around her let out an exclamation of surprise. Senior Zhang Zhe, Monli, you're amazing. Yes, you've won over Senior Zhang Zhe. Wang Monli held her head high with pride. It had been a long time since she had been the subject of so much envy. Just then, the beautiful hostess with a face score of 89 came onto the stage. Her red lips moved as she said, "Next, please welcome sophomore Yixian as he brings us a song called Dimple." Clap, 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 seal. I'll see what good song you can sing. Just then, the lights focused, and a figure appeared in the field. Handsome appearance, perfect body, and the effect of the price plus the charm value max. At this moment, all the students in the auditorium were shocked. Wang Monli, who was waiting to see Yixian make a fool of himself, suddenly had her pupils shrink and she was directly dumbfounded. Seeing Yixian, who was even more attractive than Prince Charming, how was that possible? He couldn't possibly be this charming. Chapter 6, I'm a woman and I'll definitely marry the boss. How is that possible? He can't be that attractive. Wang Monli's eyes widened. Before, Yixian was handsome, but he was nothing like this in front of her. Yixian's temperament and appearance in front of her were higher than before by an unknown number of notches, at least 10 streets ahead of Zhang Zhe. To be honest, if it wasn't for the breakup, even if she knew that Yixian had cheated on her, she probably wouldn't have broken up with him. After all, her face was much more important than being cheated on. No. That poor kid, even if he becomes handsome, so what? Can he love himself more than Zhang Xiao? Wang Monli struggled to say. She didn't want to admit that she regretted breaking up with Yixian. In this room, Yixian on stage knows that at this moment, Luo Tianyi is probably watching the live broadcast of the party on the school network, so he wants to make tonight special. This song is called Dimple and is dedicated to the girl who brought me together with her a year ago through a beautiful misunderstanding. She has dimples, long eyelashes, and a smile that makes me intoxicated. She is like a ray of sunshine pouring into my life. Over the past year, I have owed her so much. With this song, I represent my love for her. Wow! When these words were uttered, the scene was in an uproar. What the hell? A year ago? A beautiful misunderstanding? Dimples, long eyelashes, and a bewitching smile? The girl Yixian was talking about. Damn it, it wasn't Wang Monli. You have to understand that Wang Monli and Yixian had been in love for 3 years, envied by many students, and this was something everyone knew. They had even been voted the top campus couple for a while. Now to tell them that the school grass Yixian met a girl a year ago, which made him obsessed, this news is too ridiculous. Swish. At this moment, all of Dao Dao's gazes gathered on Wang Monli. After all, she has a 90-point appearance, but no one is paying attention to that at the moment, because the school grass has unexpectedly fallen for Wang Monli. Bastard! Wang Monli felt the stares from all around her, her face burning with pain, as if there was a green blade of grass on her head. This scene was completely different from when Yixian had slapped her in front of everyone, and she would become the laughingstock of the entire school. Holy shit! Boss, this move is slick. Xiaoming watched his boss's actions and felt an intense sense of excitement and exhilaration. It was as if the person who had slapped her in the face was not the boss, but him, Xiaoming. Boss, you're awesome. Damn, I've long said that Wang Monli has a thing with Senior Zhang Zhe, hehe, but this twist by the boss is really diabolical. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian smacked their lips, looking at the boss on the stage. The admiration in their eyes was like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. He's using his status to intimidate people. I've learned my lesson. Boss, wow, an idol. Lin Yushi saw Yi Xian's actions and her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Damn, that Wang Monli is no match for the boss at all. Hee hee, I'll definitely try it out when I have time. While talking, Lin Yushi's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Ming. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked sympathetically at their younger brother Xiao Ming. They could already imagine the scene of Xiao Ming being destroyed by their second sister Lin Yushi. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And someone to hug. Someone to pray for me, worry for me. Get angry for me, make trouble for me. There are signs of happiness beginning. Our fate has brought us slowly closer. A voice full of magnetic sweetness came out. At this moment, the ultimate musical ability rewarded by the novice gift pack was brought to the extreme by Yi Xian, and all the little partners in the audience were stunned. Lin Yushi, Xiao Ming, and everyone else found their seats. Yi Xian's voice seemed to be like a magic sound that seeped into everyone's hearts, causing an unprecedented shock in their hearts. Wang Monli's eyes even directly shattered all over the ground, and it was another merciless slap in the face. The more outstanding Yi Xian is, the more it proves her brain dead in stupidity. At this moment, Yi Xian thought about the first encounter with Luo Tianyi a year ago, and about their re-encounter after a year, when they already had a child with 3 treasures. He thought about Luo Tianyi's dimples, long eyelashes, and the smile that made him intoxicated. Yudo Star City, inside a room. As Luo Tianyi listened to Yi Xian singing, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. If someone were here, they would be able to see the dimples, the long eyelashes, and the charming smile. Don't think that just because you sang a song, I'll forgive you. Luo Tianyi pouted, but there was no trace of blame in her eyes, just sweetness and joy. Her heart was even sweeter than if she had eaten honey, and at the same time, her resentment had dissipated even more. The 3 babies who had originally wanted to cry saw Yi Xian in the video, their mouths wide open, and they were smiling happily. The school network's traffic also skyrocketed at this time. The song's melody filled the room, and it sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone thought of the goddess in their dreams, the beauty of their first love, the taste of unrequited love, and it was really super sweet. Although it hurt, there was no regret, because it was the most beautiful memory in life. Of course, some young lovers who were in love held hands, feeling the warmth of each other's hands, quiet and beautiful. It was also here that the song reached its first climax. Dimples, long eyelashes, they are the marks of your beauty. I can't sleep every night, missing your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, life is complete just right. Dimples, long eyelashes, charming beyond repair. I've slowed down, feeling like I'm drunk. Ooh. Xiao Ming's eyes widened, and a gleam appeared in them. Holy cow, boss, this is crazy. Yes, who would have thought that boss would have such a warm side? Mom, I really want to know who the lucky girl is that gets to be our sister-in-law. Hey, damn it, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry boss. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian sucked their lips, full of emotion. Even Lin Yushi, who was standing nearby, had stars in her eyes. Amazing, I'm moved too. Hey, really? Upon hearing Lin Yushi's words, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten the forest of great times. Otherwise, I'll matchmake you with the eldest brother. And get you rolling. Lin Yushi's pretty face turned cold, and she glared at Xiao Ming. If you bug me again, I'll sleep with you tonight. Lu Tong. Zhang Zitian. Second sister is awesome. You are so powerful and domineering. Second brother, have a good trip, by the way, tell me the password to your bank card first, hee hee hee. Xiao Ming. Third brother, fourth brother, you motherfucker. Xiao Ming's face turned pale, looking at Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, who owed a beating, his teeth clenched, really wanting to hammer them to death with one punch. These 2 unruly people actually coveted his little treasure trove. Chapter 7. I want to say that your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi. Do you believe it? The end of the song, the silence of the people. Yi Xian's mouth curved into an arc, as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the orientation party and receiving a 10-fold rebate on your purchases. In view of the host's success in slapping the gold-worshipping woman in the face, the rebate will be increased by 10 times, resulting in a 100-fold rebate on your purchases, capped at 10 million. Yi Xian, ooh. This is good, very meaningful. After the song ended, ignoring the boiling crowd, he turned directly and prepared to run away. Are you kidding? What's so good about singing? Isn't it more enjoyable to stay at home and cuddle with the goddess like school beauty wife and spoil the 3 little babies? Holy shit! Hurry up, the boss is running away. Xiaoming and the other two were curious about the big sister-in-law the boss had mentioned, and they couldn't let the boss leave so easily. A few minutes later, at the back door of the auditorium, Yi Xian left the auditorium with a slight sigh of relief. Mad, if it weren't for the system's son of a bitch forcing me, I would never have come to this place. Obviously, since learning that he had become the father of triplets, Yi Xian's state of mind had undergone a complete change, and he hated to take the whole heart out and give it to the 3 babies. Hey! Stop right there! Boss, where are you going? Yi Xian was about to go around the extended Lincoln when he was startled by 3 voices, and then he was surrounded by Xiaoming and the other two, cutting off all escape routes. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Yi Xian glared at the 3 of them. These 3 have grown up. Hey, boss, fess up. Are you in such a hurry to leave because? To go keep our sister-in-law company? Xiaoming winked and said, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian also had evil smiles on their faces. The more the boss acted like this, the more they looked forward to it. Just what kind of beautiful and stunning sister-in-law could make the usually calm boss act like this? Bah! Yi Xian heard the unspoken meaning in the 3 of them's words, and thought, what really dirty minds they have, accompanying your sister. I'm going back to take care of my daughter, your sister-in-law can't take care of her alone. Boom! Yi Xian's words directly dumbfounded Xiaoming and the other 2. Holy shit, boss, what did you say? Taking care of your daughter? You have a daughter? When did this happen? No way. Xiaoming and the other 2 were obviously shocked. Holy shit, boss, not only do you have a wife, but you also have a daughter? Seeing the 3 of them surrounding him, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time explaining and simply showed them the evidence. Look, that's my daughter in the photo, he said, placing his phone in front of the 3 of them. As Xiaoming and the others looked at the photo and then at their boss, they could see that they obviously had a lot in common. Wow, it's true. Boss, you're awesome. Just from the photo of your niece, I can tell that your wife is absolutely a beautiful woman. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Not to brag, but your sister-in-law is definitely 10 times more beautiful than Wang Manli. Cut it out. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoming and the other 2 gave him a dirty look. Do you believe me when I say that your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi? Yi Xian smiled at the 3 of them, faintly blushing. Xiaoming and the other 2, Boss, you're the worst, don't sully my goddess. Xiaoming was furious at this time, because Luo Tianyi was the first person he wanted to swear to pursue after he got rid of Lin Yushi. That is, I believe you if my goddess can look at you. Humph, the toad wants to eat the swan's flesh. The 3 of them chattered, while Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. There was nothing he could do. If they didn't believe him after he told them, then it wasn't his fault. Okay, I'm unlucky to have been caught by you today. After a pause, thinking about his cap 10 million rebate spending, he said, let's go, I'll take you to the school supermarket, give you 5 minutes to shop, buy whatever you like, I'll pay. Damn, hey, this is good. Grandma, you're bleeding, let's go. Boss, you're awesome. What are we waiting for? Yi Xian drove the 3 of them to the school supermarket. The 3 of them dashed straight over at the speed of a 100-meter race, vowing that it was the fastest they had ever been in their lives. Boss, give me 3 boxes of soft-packed wazi. Xiaoming, with his skilled hands, whispered to the boss, who brightened up at the sound of his voice. Wait a second. Hey, Lao San and Lao Si, what are we waiting for? Let's do it. At a certain moment, Yi Xian gave a slight smile and said, time's up. Clatter. The 3 shopping carts, which looked like small mountains, were pushed directly to the cashier's counter. Xiaoming and the others were already sweating profusely. Phew, that was close, I finally got my remote-controlled plane. Lu Tong was holding a large remote-controlled plane, and the price on it was a whopping 210 renminbi. Seeing the price, Xiaoming and Zhang Zitian's eyelids twitched. Damn, I was careless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and the rebate was 100 times, which was quite a lot of money. Boss, pay up. The boss looked at Yi Xian in surprise. My goodness, he had never seen such a generous classmate before. After scanning, the final price was displayed. This student, it's a total of 1,050 renminbi. You're buying so much, just pay 1,000. 1,000? Yi Xian was taken aback when he heard the owner's words. That won't do, it's not easy for the owner to run a shop. 1050, just 1050, I'll pay. Saying this, he scanned the QR code, and with a beep, the payment was successful. Ding! The host has spent 1,050 renminbi, and received a rebate of 105,000 renminbi. In front of the dormitory. Take care, boss. Xiao Ming and the other two saw the boss off, and they didn't take their eyes off Yi Xian until he was out of sight. Second brother, do you think that big sister-in-law is really the goddess and school flower, Tianyi? She's a ghost. Xiao Ming glanced in the direction Yi Xian had disappeared to. If Tianyi were our big sister-in-law, I'd gouge out my eyes and give them to you to stop the ball kicking. But damn, the boss is awesome, he got straight into the soul, and had triplets, it's amazing. Not really, if I had the boss's skills, I could definitely brag for at least 10 years. Chapter 8 I don't care, from now on I'll call you wife. Yudo Star City, inside a room. Click. The key opens the door, and then Yi Xian enters from the outside. Luo Tianyi is currently feeling frustrated and angrily looks at her own breasts. She is so angry, having squeezed for such a long time, but surprisingly nothing has come out. At the moment, Luo Tianyi is feeding 3 babies with formula milk, and she is so busy that she is flustered. It was better before when she had Auntie Wang to help, but now that she doesn't, she is naturally in trouble. Ding! The host has triggered a random task, help feed the baby and gain the ability to be the ultimate father. Mission failed, Constitution +1. I'll do it. Even without the system's task, Yi Xian would not let Luo Tianyi work alone, and began to feed the 3 babies milk powder. Strangely, when Yi Xian entered the field of view of the 3 little ones, the noisy little ones all quieted down, which made Luo Tianyi breathe a sigh of relief and look at Yi Xian. Could it be because of the blood relationship? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the ultimate fatherly ability. The system's voice sounded, and then Yi Xian's mind was filled with a lot of knowledge about dads taking care of their children, as well as helping their wives with milk and regulating their bodies. Obviously, Yi Xian's posture of holding the baby has become much more relaxed. The cute baby in his arms was smiling happily at his father, as if to say, Daddy, it's super comfortable when you hold me like this. The other 2 babies were also looking at their father with their eyes, as if they were afraid that he would run away. From today onwards, let's bring up the 3 babies together. You have suffered a lot over the past year, I'm sorry, daughter-in-law. Luo Tianyi felt Yi Xian's big hand patting her shoulder, and felt that all the suffering was worthwhile, which comforted her a lot. Okay. Luo Tianyi blushed, but you have to sleep in Aunt Wang's room. Okay, wife. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Luo Tianyi had already treated him very well for being able to say that. Who are you calling your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi's face turned red. Who's talking nonsense? Our child is already more than 2 months old. I don't care. From now on, I'll call you my wife. Luo Tianyi, you. Whatever. Luo Tianyi blushed shyly. When she gave birth to her 3 babies, she had already decided that she would never marry in this life. Wife, from today onwards, I'll court you. Although the 2 of them already had 3 little babies, they had never been in a proper relationship. You're going to chase me? Luo Tianyi was taken aback. Her heart couldn't help but thump violently at this moment. She had never been in a relationship before, and in terms of relationships, Luo Tianyi was still as pure as a piece of white paper. Yes. Yi Xian said solemnly, one day, I will make you accept me willingly, and then I will let you and the 3 babies appear on my family register. Are you sure you want to chase me? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was undoubtedly moved. I'm hard to chase. A year ago, she was the goddess and school flower of Tianhai, and there were many people who pursued her, and the tricks were innumerable. That's right. I have a hunch that you'll fall in love with me soon. Poof. I won't. The 2 of them chatted idly. If an outsider saw them, they would definitely look like a young couple who had just fallen in love. Gurgle. At one point, Luo Tianyi's empty stomach protested with a hungry growl. She hadn't eaten much at noon, and after working hard all afternoon, it was strange that she wasn't hungry. "Honey, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat." Looking at Luo Tianyi, who had a bashful expression on her face, Yi Xian smiled. "I'll just buy cribs for the 3 babies on the way, and buy some clothes and stuff." Luo Tianyi nodded lightly in agreement. Of course she knew that Yi Xian was only saying that because she was hungry. Then they took the 3 babies with them and headed downstairs to the commercial center next to the building, the CBD. Soon, the two arrived at a Western restaurant with high-end decorations. "Yi Xian, let's not go in, it's super expensive in there." Looking at the aesthetically pleasing decorations, Luo Tianyi could tell from the elegant style that it would cost tens of thousands of yuan to set up. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian spoiled her by pinching her fair and delicate face. "Silly girl, have you forgotten that I'm courting you now? Your husband can afford this." After saying that, he pushed the stroller towards the Western restaurant. Luo Tianyi was stunned for a moment, biting her red lips, and then she followed him. She felt like she was dreaming. "Excuse me, what can I get you?" In a private room of the Western restaurant, the waiter looked at the cute triplets and was full of envy. "This lady should still be breastfeeding, so why don't you take a look at our restaurant's latest Mama's package? We have 4 levels of set meals: the 8,888 VLP set meal, the 16,666 SVLP set meal, the 19,999 deluxe set meal, and the 26,666 romantic set meal. Of course, drinks are not included. I'll have the 26,666 romantic set meal." Without hesitation, these are just what he wants. Yi Xian's principle is not that he is afraid of it being expensive, but that it is not expensive. With 100% rebate, he can get a lot of rebates. Luo Tianyi heard this and her eyes twinkled. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. "Help me get 2 glasses of your most expensive milk." "Okay, sir, please hold on." The waiter's voice faded away, the lights in the private room dimmed, and a beautiful picture appeared on the screen in front of him. At this time, the sound of a soothing and melodious violin sounded. Then a girl with a 92-point appearance playing the violin performed a famous violin piece. In no time, a series of dishes appeared on the table: fried potatoes with asparagus, which can be eaten by breastfeeding mothers, fried steak, fruit salad, honey-glazed chicken wings, and oysters with mushrooms. Listening to the beautiful girl playing the violin, with the romantic theme lighting surging, it was a pleasant and wonderful experience. At this moment, Luo Tianyi didn't feel like a mother, but rather like she was on a date with her lover. "Sir, the total bill is 28,000 renminbi. Cash or credit card?" The 2 receptionists, who were both 90 points in appearance, saw Yi Xian's charm in the fact that he had given birth to triplets and was still able to go out with his wife for a romantic Mother's Day meal. This was the first time they had received such a customer. After all, the pressure of raising 3 children was not average. 28,000 renminbi, that's so much money. This was Luo Tianyi's first impression. Of course, before she gave birth to 3 babies, she didn't think like this at all. Ding! Congratulations, the host has spent 28,000 renminbi, rebated 100 times the amount spent, and gained 2.8 million renminbi. Yi Xian was even more excited when he heard the system's voice in his ear, and a beaming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Honey, let's go buy a crib, and buy clothes for you and the babies on the way." The young lady at the front desk was full of stars in her eyes when she heard this. Wow, that handsome guy is really spoiling his wife, having triplets, and still being so carefree. If only their husbands were like that. Chapter 9, Set a small goal and earn 100 billion first. Shopping mall, Hermes flagship store. Yi Xian, you. I really don't think we should go in here. Luo Tianyi looked at the Hermes flagship store. She had been here many times before, but the things inside were not something they could afford in their current situation. "Don't worry, your husband has a lot of money." Pushing the stroller with one hand, he took Luo Tianyi's shoulders with the other, smelling the nice fragrance, and they arrived at the Hermes flagship store. "How much money did you win exactly?" Luo Tianyi looked suspiciously at Yi Xian. She knew that from buying milk powder to the present, the money she had seen alone was already more than 300,000 yuan. "Not much, just 5 or 6 million. Yi Xian thought for a moment before speaking, while Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened. 5 or 6 million, that's a small prize. Although their family was a celebrity in Tianhai City, even if she had the most money in her card, it was only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and she had never had so much money before. Or Although Yi Xian has a lot of money, Luo Tianyi still feels a little reluctant to spend it. After all, she has been really poor for a year. Let's buy cribs and clothes for the 3 babies first. Okay, you can buy them, but the 3 babies are of course more important to you than you. Without the slightest regard, the staff member from the Hermes flagship store, who had been force-fed dog food, spoilingly scratched Luo Tianyi's delicate nose. Are you kidding? He can't wait for the whole world to know that he has such a good wife. No one believes you. Luo Tianyi's face flushed with shyness. Although she didn't know if what Yi Xian said was true, she was really happy in her heart. The manager and salesperson at the Hermes flagship store almost died from the sweetness. Madam, you are so happy. Yes, you have triplets, and your husband is still buying you designer clothes. If that was my husband, I would be smiling in my sleep. Intentionally or unintentionally, several sales assistants threw amorous glances at Yi Xian, who acted as if he hadn't seen them. Luo Tianyi, on the other hand, felt her heart tighten, as if someone was trying to take something very important from her. The store manager and sales assistants were full of confused envy. Such a handsome and charming hunk, they had absolutely no resistance at all. Biting her silver teeth, she declared her sovereignty by buying a bag and a few clothes, as well as cosmetics and the like. Her attitude was like saying, "This is my Luo Tianyi's man, you don't stand a chance." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 32,000 renminbi, with a 100x rebate of 3.2 million renminbi. Payment complete. A voice from the system came over the earphones. Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. Damn, he had never felt that making money was so easy. If he was going to have a goal, Yi Xian was going to set it to earn 100 billion first. You still need to have dreams, otherwise what's the difference between you and a salted fish? And even if you become a salted fish, Yi Xian will be the most idle one. Yi Xian, shouldn't I not buy it? 32,000 yuan is enough to buy 64 cans of milk formula for the 3 little ones. Luo Tianyi hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian interrupted, saying, "This is just a drop in the bucket for your husband. From now on, you take care of being pretty, and I'll take care of making money to support the family." I don't want that. I want to be financially independent and be a strong woman. Ding! Congratulations, the host has spent 15,000 renminbi, and received a 100x rebate of 1.5 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations, the host has spent 27,000 renminbi, and received a 100x rebate of 2.7 million renminbi. An hour later, the two returned with a full load. Yi Xian got what he wanted, and the 100x rebate cap was directly set at 10 million renminbi. He opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 11. Normal people are 10. Charm, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability. Items, none. Wealth, 10.78568 million. No surprise, Yi Xian has already become a multi-millionaire at this moment, and this is only the first day he got the system and also the first day he met the 3 little cotton padded jackets. Damn, he made over 10 million in one day. Yi Xian is really looking forward to his future life. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the rented house. Sweaty Luo Tianyi once again went into the bathroom and took a hot shower. A voice came from the bathroom, "Ah." Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the bathroom. Ding! The host triggered a random task, save Luo Tianyi. Reward, ultimate massage ability. Mission failed, physical fitness +1. Holy cow! Yi Xian didn't hesitate, and directly pulled open the bathroom door and drilled in. He was just joking, he actually didn't want to go in, he was going in for the ultimate massage ability. When he arrived in the bathroom, he saw Luo Tianyi collapsed on the ground, covering her ankle with her hands. Her pretty face was full of pain, but that wasn't the most important thing, because Luo Tianyi was sitting on the ground, completely naked. "You, how did you get in?" hiss. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly enter, the panicked Luo Tianyi tried to struggle to her feet, but she fell again. However, this time she was embraced by a large hand around her slender waist. "You get out. Don't move." At the moment, Yi Xian wasn't paying much attention to the beautiful view, although he had seen it all, but at the moment, his attention was clearly on Luo Tianyi's delicate little feet like jade. He simply pulled a bath towel over Luo Tianyi and left the bathroom with her in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have rescued Luo Tianyi and obtained the ultimate massage ability. As the system's voice fell, Yi Xian felt subtle changes in his mind and body. Various massage techniques and methods came together, becoming part of Yi Xian's ability to use at will. Luo Tianyi buried her head in her chest, her heart pounding violently. It was over. It seemed like Yi Xian had seen everything, and he had even hugged her waist and ankles. What's more, she was now covered only by a bath towel. He had long since found the location of the first aid kit in Luo Tianyi's room, and after taking it over, he applied essential oil to Luo Tianyi's crystal white ankles and began massaging them with his ultimate massage ability. Hissing and painful, Luo Tianyi gasped, but soon she felt that the place where she sprained her ankle was cool, and not only did it not hurt, but it felt quite comfortable. She wrapped the towel around her, but even so, it still couldn't hide her stunning figure, especially her petite and towering breasts. Yi Xian, you can massage? Luo Tianyi had also been to a health club before to maintain her body, but she felt that Yi Xian's massage techniques were better than those of the professional technicians. Well, I know a little about it. Seeing Luo Tianyi's ankle that had recovered as before, Yi Xian carefully helped Luo Tianyi's white and slender arm, which felt soft and comfortable to the touch. Come on, stand up and take a few steps. Ha! It's really better. With Yi Xian's help, Luo Tianyi took a few steps and moved her ankle around. Her face was full of surprise. Thinking about Yi Xian's massage just now and the scene just now, she had seen it all anyway, and with the three little ones waiting to eat the nutrient solution, Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth, wrapped the towel around her slightly more firmly, as if she had made some kind of decision, her face slightly flushed, and said, Yi Xian, I need your help with something. Chapter 10, A Crazy Mission with a Maximum Reward of 100 million renminbi. Yi Xian, I need your help with something. Luo Tianyi thought about it from all angles, and then said that a year ago Yi Xian should have seen what he shouldn't have seen, and touched what he shouldn't have touched, but he didn't reject it that much. After all, from the experience of the day, she also understood very well that Yi Xian was really good to her and the three babies. Oh? What is it? Seeing Luo Tianyi wanting to say something but stopping, Yi Xian asked suspiciously, Don't worry, wife, I will help you with anything I can. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi became even more embarrassed. Of course you can help, and you will definitely have fun doing it. The two slender hands entwined, and Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth and did not dare to look at Yi Xian. The doctor said that my body is special and I need to be stimulated to help me milk, so that I can feed the three babies. Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes fell on Luo Tianyi's ample breasts wrapped in a towel, his eyes wide. Cough cough, wife, you mean, let me help you with your milk production? Well. Since it had already been said, Luo Tianyi had no choice but to nod with a stiff neck. For the sake of the healthy growth of the three babies, what was this little sacrifice of hers? What's more, it wasn't like she hadn't been eaten by that guy before. When she thought about this, Luo Tianyi's face turned even redder. Okay, is it now? Yi Xian looked at his goddess school flower wife, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, while Luo Tianyi glared at him and said, You go out first, I'll change. Cough. Okay, I'll go see the three babies first. After saying that, he closed the door, leaving Luo Tianyi alone in the bedroom. Luo Tianyi's face flushed uncontrollably. She took off the bath towel, looked at her flawless figure in the mirror, and then saw her ample breasts. She was going to take advantage of this guy later. 10 minutes later. After a while of tender and beautiful breastfeeding, Luo Tianyi suddenly felt much more relaxed and plump, while Yi Xian drank an unknown amount of nutrient solution. Wife, I didn't realize you had such a slender figure, but you have quite a lot of milk in stock. After saying that, Yi Xian couldn't help but burp, which made Luo Tianyi hate to find a crack to dive into. You still said that. She was shy by nature, so she couldn't stand hearing this, but now it was fine. The milk ducts had been opened up, and she would be able to breastfeed her baby like any other mother. Ding! Host triggered optional quest, help Luo Tianyi get rid of her breast fullness. Quest option 1, help Luo Tianyi get rid of her breast fullness and get a tenfold rebate on your spending, capped at 100 million renminbi. Quest option 2, decline the quest and Asserting will shorten by 10 centimeters. Puff. Your uncle's system. The evil system once again triggered the selection of a task, which made Yi Xian want to strangle it. This is going to kill yourself, rhythm, just step on the horse. The task is completely unacceptable, but Nima, capped at 100 million is really tempting. That, wife, you cough, don't you feel that pressing on your chest hurts more? Don't get me wrong, I read before that medical science says that breastfeeding is only the first step. To make the baby drink more, you have to massage the lumps in your breasts to make them melt away. Do you want me to help you, or do you want someone from the maternity store to help you? When Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words, she of course knew that there were a lot of lumps inside her abundance. So that's it, the doctor didn't tell me either, no wonder it hurts like crazy when I touch it. Then, you help me. Luo Tianyi clenched her delicate hands, worried that Yi Xian could not handle 3 babies alone, and secondly, Yi Xian's technique might be better than the people at the maternity store. Well, let's start while it's still hot, and the effect of just passing milk will be even better. In this way, Luo Tianyi lay down, closing her beautiful eyes of Wangquan. She didn't dare to open them, because she knew very well what the next operation would be like. During this time, it was impossible for Luo Tianyi not to feel anything at all. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully helped Luo Tianyi remove the seal lump, and have received a tenfold rebate on your consumption, capped at 100 million renminbi. In light of the fact that the host has completed the task at a perfect level, the host's constitution has been increased by +2. After everything was done, Luo Tianyi obviously felt a lot more comfortable, and the pain had also subsided. If she didn't know Yi Xian, she would really think that he was a doctor. Okay, honey, next you can wash it and give it to the 3 babies. The nutrition at the beginning is the best, but unfortunately I wasted a lot of it. Luo Tianyi whispered in agreement, then picked up the clothes and went to the bathroom to wash them. What was floating in her head was the scene just now. Luo Tianyi, Yi Xian was helping you to eliminate lumps in your milk. What were you thinking? Ugh. The next morning, the 3 little ones seemed to have eaten the nutrient original liquid, and they were sleeping very soundly. The rosy little faces still had a look of contentment remaining on them. Compared to formula milk, it was clear that the 3 little babies preferred their mother's nutrient original liquid. Luo Tianyi made breakfast early, and put on the Hermes underwear and shorts and clothes that Yi Xian had bought her yesterday. After some dressing up, she looked even better than a movie star. By the way, Yi Xian, are you going to school today? Luo Tianyi thought about how Yi Xian had missed a lot of classes and asked with concern. No. Yi Xian smiled slightly, I plan to stop going to school in the future, I want to invest in some projects. In the future, the source of his money must have an explanation, otherwise it will definitely arouse suspicion, so investment is the best choice. After all, Meng and the others will definitely spend a lot of money in the future. Well, I support you. Luo Tianyi nodded in agreement, as if she had thought of something. By the way, Yi Xian, my cousin works in a hotel. I've learned that their hotel seems to have problems with the capital chain, but the operations are very good. You can go take a look. Don't tell her about our relationship and the 3 babies. Luo Tianyi instructed. Of course she was happy that Yi Xian could think so far ahead. I know what to do, but I'm sorry to put you through this before I confront your family. Seeing Luo Tianyi weighing up the situation, Yi Xian embraced her in his arms. I'm not sorry, as long as the 3 little babies are fine, I don't care how much suffering I have to endure. Luo Tianyi shook her head and said, of course there was something she didn't say, because now she and the 3 little babies had someone to rely on. Silly girl, you're breaking my heart. With these words, Yi Xian tenderly kissed Luo Tianyi's smooth, fair forehead. To have such a beautiful woman by one side is undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. The 3 little babies turned their heads to look at their parents, who were hugging each other, and blinked their eyes, as if to say, look, what are mommy and daddy doing? Chapter 11, Acquiring the Qianjun Hotel and Getting a Rebate of 100 million. Qianjun Hotel. Tianhai City, one of the few high-end hotels, costs tens of thousands of dollars each time, and this price alone puts off more than 90% of the people. Unsurprisingly, this will be the beginning of Yi Xian's rise. Following Luo Tianyi's information, he arrived at the dining floor on the 6th floor of the Qianjun Hotel. Welcome, sir. The hotel service staff, a girl with a 90-point appearance, gave a sweet smile and had a very good attitude. This showed that Luo Tianyi was not wrong, and the service in this hotel definitely far exceeded that of other hotels. I have an appointment. I'm looking for Manager Su. Oh, you must be Mr. Yi. The service staff understood, and their attitude became even more respectful. Manager Su had given instructions, so please follow me. Led by the service staff, I arrived at a booth by the window. The restaurant had a great atmosphere, and there was nothing to fault in terms of the lighting layout and other aspects. After a while, I saw someone in an OL uniform, with white shirt buttons tightly fastened, and a pair of long, white, straight legs exposed. She had a very capable air about her, and a face value of about 95 points. This person is Su Wanqing, Luo Tianyi's cousin, a strong woman with both looks and ability. Coming from a normal family, she has outstanding abilities and has become the manager of the lobby of Qianjun Hotel at a young age. Su Wanqing is also Luo Tiany's best cousin. Previously, when Luo Tiany was pregnant, she borrowed 70,000 yuan from Su Wanqing. Although Su Wanqing's salary was good, 70,000 yuan was still a lot of money for her, but she gave it to Luo Tiany without hesitation. It was also for this reason that Yi Xian chose the Qianjun Hotel. Manager Su, Mr. Yi is here. Go ahead. Su Wanqing put down the magazine in her hands, her gaze falling on Yi Xian, who she examined closely. Tiany didn't have many male friends, but you are the first one who is so handsome. Have a seat. The 90-point beautiful waitress pulled out a chair and provided very attentive service, which made Yi Xian's impression of the Qianjun Hotel even better. I don't know, what do you want with me? Su Wanqing went straight to the point. She was very busy and didn't have time to waste on trivial matters. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. I heard from Tiany that your hotel has encountered a capital chain break, and perhaps I can help. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes paused for a moment. Are you sure you're not joking when you say you can help? Of course you can take me as a joke, but I just hope you won't regret it in the future. Yi Xian quietly watched Su Wanqing's reaction, and he also wanted to see what Su Wanqing would do. After listening, Su Wanqing did not speak immediately. After a few seconds of silence, she dialed the hotel owner's phone. Hello, Mr. Chu, do you have time now? A friend of my cousin said he can solve our hotel's capital chain problem. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian and said, Wait a moment, our boss Chu will be here soon. It wasn't long before they were waiting. Chu Yanghe, the owner of Qianjun Hotel, arrived on the scene. He first nodded to Su Wanqing, then looked at Yi Xian, a hint of surprise in his eyes, obviously not expecting him to be a young man. Knowing the reason for this person's visit, Chu Yanghe smiled and said, I presume Manager Su was referring to this young man as the one who can solve our hotel's capital chain problem. You are the owner of the Qianjun Hotel. Yi Xian looked at Chu Yanghe calmly without the slightest trace of unease. It was this scene that made Chu Yanghe look at Yi Xian meaningfully. Yes, I am Chu Yanghe, the owner of the Qianjun Hotel. I don't know how you are called, brother? Chu Yanghe has a very accurate eye for people. At first glance at Yi Xian, he knew that this young man was no ordinary person, because the confidence that radiated from the core of his being could not be faked. Yi Xian. Chu Yanghe heard this and secretly remembered the name. He went back and made sure that someone looked into it. Then he sat down and said, Mr. Yi, you say you can solve our hotel's capital chain problem. I wonder what your solution is. He was really panicking a little. If the capital chain problem wasn't solved, the hotel would last at most half a month. The hotel he had worked so hard to establish would have to close down. How could he remain calm? So as soon as he received Su Wanqing's phone call, he hurried over. Yi Xian's mouth curved up into a smile as he looked at Chu Yanghe. I want to buy Qianjun. Of course, I'm not buying it all, but I'll only take 51% of the shares, and you'll still own the rest. Yi Xian of course wasn't going to buy the Qianjun Hotel completely, as that would have a very small chance of Chu Yanghe agreeing. He wanted the money for his own future use, and an appropriate excuse, that was all. Oh, is that so? Chu Yanghe was moved when he heard Yi Xian's words. Selling 51% of the shares would bring in a huge sum of money, and the problem of the capital chain would be solved at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. However, Mr. Yi, do you know that although my Qianjun Hotel is not considered the top hotel in the country, its value is still upwards of 100 million. After a moment's thought, Chu Yanghe continued, how about this, if Mr. Yi really wants to acquire the Qianjun Hotel and take control of 51%, Mr. Yi only needs to come up with 50 million in capital. Ha! The little beautiful waitress on the side gasped, her eyes rolling for a moment, my god. 50 million. Even Su Wanqing was a little shocked. 50 million yuan in capital is not something that just anyone can come up with. Good deal. Yi Xian didn't think about it too much and agreed directly. Chu Yanghe, who was originally prepared to bargain, was at a loss for a moment and looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Mr. Yi, you agreed. I will invest 50 million in the Qianjun Hotel in 3 installments, 10 million for the first, 20 million for the second, and 20 million for the third. That's no problem. Chu Yanghe immediately agreed. After all, he understood that 50 million was a huge sum of money that was not easy to come by. Ding! The host has spent 10 million renminbi and received a 100 million renminbi rebate. The transfer is complete, and the system's voice comes through in his ear. This operation directly earned him a rebate of 100 million RMB. At this rate, Yi Xian feels that he could buy the whole world in less than 3 or 5 years. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Wanqing felt as if she were dreaming. This friend of her cousin had now become her boss's direct superior. This change in status made her a little unable to adapt for a while. Who exactly was this friend that her cousin knew, and why had she never heard her mention him before? Chapter 12, If he wasn't a poor kid, how come he's Chairman Qian Jun? Manager Su, do you know anything about this Mr. Yi? While Yi Xian was in the bathroom, Xu Yanghe asked Su Wanqing. At such a young age, he asked himself if he could do the same, without blinking an eye when transferring tens of millions of dollars. I don't know, this is the first time he and I have met. They talked for about 35 minutes. A man and a woman came out of the hotel room to eat, and happened to meet Yi Xian on his way back. The girl sneered. Hey! Zhang Xiao, isn't that my ex-boyfriend? The girl who came to the restaurant was none other than Wang Manli. The first thing she did when she saw Yi Xian was to embarrass him, to avenge the slap in the face at the party. Zhang Zhe also knew that Yi Xian had stolen the show at the welcome party yesterday. He gave a cold smile and said, I didn't expect that anyone from Qianjun Hotel could get in. Baby, let's go over there and I'll vent for you. Hee, thank you, Mr. Zhang, xia. After Wang Manli finished speaking, she even kissed Zhang Zhe on the cheek, which made Zhang Zhe feel doubly important and his vanity swell. Kid, is this the kind of place a poor guy like you can come to? Zhang Zhe's harsh voice came out, followed by blocking in front of Yi Xian, but the surrounding guests looked at Zhang Zhe in disbelief. Fuck! Did this kid get hit in the head by a door? If they heard it correctly, just now this young guy bought 51% of Qianjuan's shares. In other words, the entire Qianjun hotel belongs to this guy, and yet this kid is saying that other people are not qualified to come. They have really never seen anyone so eager to die. Asking someone not to come to someone else's place is completely retarded. Yi Xian, you must have followed us here, right? Wang Manli thought about yesterday's slap in the face, and she hated it so much that her teeth ached. Should I save the battle between Zhang Xiao and me for you? Ding! The host triggered a random task, slap the couple, and the task reward is ultimate martial arts ability. Mission failed, physical fitness +1. Pop. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Yi Xian slapped her without a second thought. At this time, if he didn't act, when would he act? Wang Manli was slapped directly onto the ground, and she was stunned on the ground. Ding! The host successfully slapped the dog couple and obtained the ultimate martial arts ability. With a slap, Yi Xian obtained the ultimate martial arts ability. The surging power surged through his body. With a slightly clenched fist, Yi Xian felt that he could punch through a 1-meter-thick titanium alloy steel plate. Damn it, the kid dares to touch my woman, you're looking for death. Boom! Before Zhang Zhe could finish speaking, he was directly kicked by Yi Xian and flew out, directly scurrying out 7 or 8 meters, smashing a booth table to pieces. In the arena, everyone's gaze on Yi Xian had changed. Damn, that new chairman of Qianjun is so powerful. Zhang Zhe struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Yi Xian, you dare to touch me? I'll kill you. Zhang Zhe stared at Yi Xian with hatred, smashed a bottle of red wine, and stabbed Yi Xian in the face with the sharp bottle. Yes, he wanted to disfigure the kid. Pop. Before Zhang Zhe could get close, Yi Xian smashed the red wine bottle with a slap from the side, and then slammed it hard on Zhang Ze's face. The sound of a bang smashed the nearby table into pieces, and his head opened up on the spot. Kill me? Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Zhe with contempt. What are you? Manager Su. From now on, this person is not allowed to set foot in the Qianjun Hotel. If he does, beat him up. A cold voice came out. Zhang Zhe had wanted to be beaten up for more than a day or two. Yes, Chairman. Su Wanqing respectfully said, and then called the security guard to carry Zhang Zhe away from the restaurant like a dead dog. Wang Manli's entire mind exploded, and she was dumbfounded in place. With a pop, Wang Manli slapped herself hard in the face, and she was even more dumbfounded. What? It's true. Wang Manli couldn't believe what she was experiencing. It couldn't be true. You're not a poor kid, so how could you be the chairman of Qianjun Hotel? Just the chairman of Qianjun Hotel, Yi Xian is worth at least 100 million, and that's still a conservative estimate. In other words, the guy she dumped was a billionaire. This identity is much better than the useless second-generation Zhang Zhe. Yi Xian, I didn't mean it, it was all that Zhang Xiao, oh no, Zhang Zhe who forced me. In fact, I still love you, let's start over, okay? Wang Monli said hopefully, and Su Wanqing looked at the gold-digging Queen Monli, speechless on her face. This girl really has no sense of shame. The people around the restaurant were also extremely dumbfounded. This woman really refreshed their perception of shamelessness. Regret. Yes, at this moment, Wang Monli regretted more than ever. At this moment, she felt that her previous actions were stupid and idiotic. She actually let go of such a good man and instead hung out with Zhang Zhe. Could it be that everything before was a test for herself? Thinking of this, Wang Monli clenched her fists and, with a thud, fell to her knees. Yi Xian, no, Yi Xiao. Give me a chance, just once. Wang Monli's gold-digging face was now unmistakable. This time I swear, I will only love you, I won't even look at another man. Please. Su Wanqing watched the scene unfold, and looked at her new boss in surprise. She never imagined that this new boss was not only domineering, but also ruthless. While everyone was thinking, Yi Xian had already left the restaurant and opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 13 normal person 10 charm, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 100.78 million. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled, and the billionaire was achieved. In the rented house. Luo Tianyi widened her beautiful eyes. Yi Xian, what did you say? You acquired 51% of the shares of Qianjun Hotel. Hey, yeah, honey. Seeing Luo Tianyi's surprised expression, Yi Xian said with a smile, in other words, honey, you are now the boss of Qianjun Hotel. Put. Who is the boss? I won't do it. Luo Tianyi's face flushed with red. Looking at Luo Tianyi, who was wearing pajamas but could not hide her proud figure at all, she smirked and teased, hey, honey, you were so special today. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian staring at her seriously, Luo Tianyi subconsciously touched her face, wondering if there was something on it. You're especially beautiful today. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian when she heard this, blushing. How dare this guy provoke her so openly? It's just that this feeling is so wonderful. If it goes on like this, she won't really fall in love with that guy, will she? Chapter 13, Who are you, husband? I don't know you. What's that smell? Yi Xian, come quickly, your baby is farting. A little moved, Luo Tianyi sniffed the stinky smell and called out to the guy flirting with her. Yi Xian, ahem, okay, I'll get the water. Ya Xian couldn't lose his temper when Debao broke the mood. Who let that be his little lover? He took a few steps and looked at Luo Tianyi, and said, by the way, hold the wet wipes you used to wipe Debao's bottom. Oh. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony. This was not the first time they had wiped the baby's bottom, not to mention the fact that they had triplets. Clatter. She turned on the bathroom faucet, let the cool water run, and on the other hand, she took the basin for washing baby's bottom. The whole series of actions flowed like clouds in water, without any hesitation. By the time she returned to the living room, Luo Tianyi had already taken the wet wipes and paper towels. After all, the baby was still young, so only warm water could be used to wipe its bottom. Oh, it stinks so much. Luo Tianyi opened the diaper stuck to the waist of her baby and saw the stinky smell accompanied by a little milk. Yi Xian, you do it. Okay. Seeing Luo Tianyi's flustered appearance, Yi Xian didn't say anything. He grabbed the two little feet of her baby with his big hand, lifted them slightly upwards, and wiped the stinky smell with the diaper at the same time. Then he took the wet wipes that Luo Tianyi had already put in the basin, wrung out the water stains, and wiped the stinky smell clean. Seeing all these actions, Luo Tianyi, who was watching from the side, was learning carefully. She was also curious. Obviously, Yi Xian was also taking care of Xiaobao for the first time, but why was he so much more skilled than she was? It was as if he had practiced thousands of times in private. Next, he put the soiled diaper in the trash and replaced it with a new one, all very smoothly. Yi Xian, why are you so good at changing diapers for the baby? Am I useless? Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian with envy. Besides, she had taken care of Sanbao for more than 2 months longer than Yi Xian, and Yi Xian had become so skilled in just a few days, which made Luo Tianyi feel inferior. It's probably because I've seen it more before. Yi Xian made up a random excuse. After all, Luo Tianyi probably wouldn't believe him if he told her about the system. It's okay, you'll get it if you keep watching. Okay. I'll definitely work harder. Hearing Yi Xian's reassurance, Luo Tianyi regained her confidence once again. She secretly cheered herself on. Come on, Luo Tianyi, you're Sanbao's mom, you can do it. Yi Xian, starting today, you sleep in my room. Luo Tianyi said with a red face, really because yesterday, she simply couldn't handle it alone, and her movements weren't as quick as Auntie Wang and Yi Xian's. She was fine on her own, but she was afraid of causing Sanbao to suffer. She originally wanted to go and get Yi Xian, but it was inconvenient and she was afraid of waking up Sanbao. Sleep in your room? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian looked up and down at Luo Tianyi, who was wearing pajamas, and said, Wife, are you sure? Don't get me wrong, I can't look after Sanbao by myself. After saying that, he felt that it wasn't enough and added, I'm warning you, don't think that just because you're in my room you can have impure thoughts about me, and besides, you'll be sleeping on the floor. No problem. I'm lucky to be able to enter the room. Yi Xian didn't expect Luo Tianyi to accept him at once, but taking this arrogant wife was considered the first step. I swear I will not have any improper thoughts, and if I violate this, I will work as a slave for your four mothers for the rest of my life. Luo Tianyi gave Yi Xian a blank stare. Like I would believe you. What this guy said sounded like if he didn't violate his oath, he wouldn't work as a slave for their four mothers, as if the oath was meaningless. Then, my dear wife, I will move the bedding to your bedroom. The next day. Well. Luo Tianyi woke up from her sleep, looked at the four people sleeping on the ground and in the stroller, and couldn't help blushing when she thought about last night's scene. Last night, when she was breastfeeding, the guy watched the whole time. Now that she thinks about it, she wishes she could find a crack in the ground and dive into it, because she lost out yesterday. However, she knew very well that it was only a matter of time before Yi Xian watched her breastfeed. After all, he had previously helped her with milk production and eliminate lumps, so it wasn't a big deal to think about it like that. By the way, Yi Xian, today is Sanbao's physical examination day, and we may have to go to the hospital later. Thinking of something, Luo Tianyi spoke out, not realizing that Sanbao was already 3 months old. Okay. Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian was taken aback. Sanbao is already 3 months old? Right, honey. He continued, to commemorate the 3-month anniversary of the three little treasures, I feel like doing something. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi looked over, having clearly grown accustomed to Yi Xian's address of wife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming Strange Scented Rose X1, which cost the host 100 RMB. The system's voice rang in her ears, and a rose was added to her inventory, and it cost 100 renminbi, but that didn't matter. I'll show you a magic trick. After saying that, before Luo Tianyi could say anything, he flipped his right hand over and snapped his fingers, and in Yi Xian's hand was a golden rose with buds about to bloom. The moment the golden rose appeared, a strange and exotic fragrance filled Luo Tianyi's nose, centering on the rose, and then filled every corner of the living room. Even the three little treasures moved their cute little noses to sniff. This rose. Luo Tianyi had just taken a whiff of the rose fragrance, and her spirits improved considerably. Yi Xian, you can also do magic. Looking at the golden rose in his hands, where did you buy this rose? The fragrance is so special. Do you like it? Seeing Luo Tianyi holding the rose and sniffing it at the tip of her nose, she smiled. Luo Tianyi nodded her head and said, Don't mention her, I don't think there is a girl who doesn't like this kind of rose. Yi Xian, why are you so good to me? Looking at the golden rose in the glass, Luo Tianyi looked curiously at Yi Xian. Didn't I say it already? I'm courting you now. Smiling at Luo Tianyi, he asked, What's the matter, wife? Are you a little moved? Why don't you just give in to your husband? Humph. Who, moved? And who are you calling husband? I don't know you. Luo Tianyi said with a huff, but despite her words, her little face was full of pleasure. It was a wonderful feeling to be courted, and she could almost smell the decaying scent of love dog food. If this scene were known to everyone at Tianhai University, I'm afraid that at least tens of thousands of people would be lining up, holding 40-meter-long machetes, to fight to the death with Yi Xian. What the hell, is it really okay to provoke their goddess Tianyi like this? Chapter 14 Yi Xian, are you going to be the first person to be killed by the system? Tianhai City, Hospital. Wife, what did the doctor say? Yi Xian was pushing Sanbao in the corridor, and at the moment Sanbao was tilting his head, looking at his father curiously, as if he was learning to speak with his father. Luo Tianyi looked at the examination sheet and her pretty face became sad. It's okay for the first and third child, but the second child, the doctor said that eating too much formula milk has caused some serious problems, so I have to feed the second child more breast milk and less formula milk, and the third child also needs to drink water while drinking formula milk. Yi Xian, Hey. Luo Tianyi hadn't finished speaking when a surprised voice came from behind her, and then a beautiful figure appeared in front of the two of them. Tianyi, it really is you, I thought I was mistaken. Yi Xiao, why are you here too? The person who came was none other than Su Wanqing, who regularly came to the hospital for checkups. The doctor said that she had recently stayed up late and should pay close attention to rest. As soon as she came out, she saw her cousin Luo Tianyi and their new boss Qian Jun in the corridor. She originally wanted to address Chairman Yi, but she just felt a bit awkward, so she simply called him Yi Xiao. No, that's not right. Then Su Wanqing saw Yi Xian pushing a stroller with 3 babies in it, and Luo Tianyi holding 3 medical reports. Su Wanqing suddenly realized something at a certain moment, her eyes widening. Yi Xiao, Tianyi, this. The 3 babies couldn't be, your children, could they? Su Wanqing was no fool. The facts were right in front of her. Could it be that they were examining someone else's children? Sister Wanqing, if I say it's not you, would you believe me? Luo Tianyi's heart was in her throat. This was bad. How did she run into her cousin? She couldn't help but look sad. After hiding it for over a year, she was finally found out. Manager Su, this is indeed my child with Tianyi. Seeing Luo Tianyi's nervous expression, Yi Xian put a big hand on Luo Tianyi's shoulder. Sanbao is still young, and the hospital is full of germs. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Yes, cousin, let's go somewhere else. Luo Tianyi also just reacted. If it weren't for the examination, the hospital really wasn't a suitable place for Sanbao to be. A few minutes later. Sister Wanqing, things have to start from a year ago. That night, my parents quarreled again because of work. Disappointed with my parents, I went to a bar, and then. Luo Tianyi told the deepest secret buried in her heart, and listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian strangely. Tianyi, you said. You only had sex with Yi Xiao once, and you had Sanbao? Under the table, Su Wanqing's large hand held Luo Tianyi's nervous little hand. Sister Su, please keep this matter confidential. Yi Xiao, you. I don't deserve that. Why don't you just call me Manager Su or Wanqing? Su Wanqing was full of trepidation. She desperately needed this job. She had a younger brother at university and was from a single-parent family. You are Tianyi's cousin, so you should be. Yi Xian didn't care about this, but instead took out a document bag from under the stroller and said, Sister Su, here is the 70,000 that Tianyi borrowed from you before. I'll help her pay you back. That's okay. Su Wanqing had a high emotional quotient and didn't refuse to sign for it, which also meant that she would keep the secret for the two of them. She then understood, no wonder Yi Xian approached them about Qian Jun. Luo Tianyi also let out a sigh of relief when she saw this. By the way, Sister Su, I was wondering if you would be interested in managing the Qian Jun Hotel. Although we haven't had much contact, I know that Su Wanqing is a smart person. I'm not familiar with the situation in Qian Jun, and I want someone I can trust there. As expected, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Wanqing's heart trembled. Managing the Qian Jun Hotel was something she had always striven for. Wanqing, I am willing to manage Qian Jun for Yi Xiao. I will not let Yi Xiao down. Slightly relieved, Su Wanqing was determined. She knew very well that this was a fleeting opportunity that must be seized. However, Tianyi, you really made your cousin suffer. Su Wanqing shook her head bitterly. Before, I thought you had fallen out with your aunt and uncle, but who would have thought that you borrowed the money to have a baby? You really. You girl has a lot of nerve, and you must have suffered a lot. She rolled her eyes at Luo Tianyi. Thanks to Yi Xiao's sense of responsibility, if I hadn't met Yi Xiao, I don't know what you would have done. Okay, Wanqing, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Su Wanqing's expression eased, and then her gaze fell on Sanbao. But don't say that, Sanbao has inherited your fine genes, and when she grows up, she will definitely be 3 beautiful women. After half an hour or so. Seeing Su Wanqing drive away from the restaurant, Luo Tianyi let out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, her cousin promised to keep the secret, or else it would have been bad. Ding! Host triggers selection task, take Luo Tianyi and the 3 little Mobao to school. Task selection 1, take Luo Tianyi and the 3 little Mobao to school, and the reward is a 10x rebate, capped at 300 million renminbi. Task selection 2, refuse the task, and Xiaodingding will grow 50 centimeters. Yi Xian. System, screw you. The evil system's choice task has reappeared, except that this time the punishment for refusing the task makes Yi Xian feel like strangling the system. If he refuses the task, the consequences are simply unimaginable. However, taking Luo Tianyi and the 3 Mengbao to school is going to blow the school sky high. Is the system crazy? This is completely going to kill him. Wife, you haven't been to school in a long time, have you? Thinking about the system's task, Yi Xian said with a stiff upper lip, you'll graduate in a year, and it would be a pity if you don't complete your studies. Besides, if your aunt and uncle find out that you haven't completed your studies, it would be hard to explain. But what about San Bao? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi frowned slightly. She hadn't considered this question. That's easy, just bring them to school. Luo Tianyi. Bring them to school, are you crazy? Luo Tianyi widened her beautiful eyes. She couldn't imagine the sensational scene that would unfold if everyone at school found out about her and the 3 Mengbao. With a thud, Yi Xian gently and lovingly tapped Luo Tianyi's smooth, white forehead. What are you thinking? I said I'd take you and the 3 Mengbao to school, I didn't say we'd go together. At that time, you go first by yourself, and I'll go after you with the 3 Mengbao, so no one will find out about our relationship. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly, wondering if this would work. Okay, honey, how would you know if you haven't tried? After a pause, she continued, besides, I don't want you to stay at home every day watching San Bao, or you'll go stir crazy. After some persuasion, Luo Tianyi finally agreed to go to school with her. The system's task was to take Luo Tianyi and the 3 Mengbaos to school, but it didn't say how. System. Damn it, I was careless. Chapter 15. If only someone else's was half as big as Luo Tianyi's. The next day, a girl with a stunning appearance appeared at the entrance of Tian High School. The girl had deep eyes, soft and full red lips, and a delicate little seductive nose that showed the beauty and purity of the beautiful, quiet, and elegant colors. This girl was no one else but Luo Tianyi, who Yi Xian had dropped off not far from the school. Wow, look, a super hot beauty. Where, let me see. Indeed she is a beautiful woman, the national goddess is no exception, but why does she feel so familiar? This is Tian High School goddess Luo Tianyi, who took a year off from school. My god. The school goddess took a year off from school and came back to school. Where is that beauty? She is our school's #1 goddess and school flower, so pretty. Indeed, if I can marry such a goddess as my wife in the future, I would be willing to shorten my life by 20 years. Sure enough, Luo Tianyi's appearance at the school gate just now triggered an unprecedented heated discussion. Indeed, Luo Tianyi's popularity at Tianhai University is really too high. Baifume is a term completely written for Luo Tianyi, and even these words cannot explain Luo Tianyi's excellence. Soon, the news of Luo Tianyi coming to school was spread to the school exchange group by everyone. No matter how it spread, the major exchange groups at the school immediately boiled over. At the same time, in the school cafeteria, Pa! Xiaoming's eyes widened as he stared at the heated discussion on the school exchange group. His eyes went straight to the top. Holy shit, the goddess is back from suspension and is at school. As Xiaoming's #1 target, how could he remain calm when he learned that the goddess was at school? Eldest brother and fourth brother, help me empty my tray, I need to go see my goddess. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian had not yet reacted when Xiaoming's figure had already left the cafeteria, leaving the two dumbfounded. You motherfucker! Second brother, damn it, that's shameless, who doesn't want to see the goddess, damn it. The two of them were spitting out words, and they were just short of cursing Xiaoming as a dog. That beast. Hey, fourth brother, how about we report this to my sister-in-law? Lu Tong thought of something, his eyes full of a mischievous smile, and conspired with Zhang Zitian. Oh. Hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian's eyes glowed green, this is great. Not only will I get to see the beauty of the school flower Luo Tianyi, but I'll also get to watch the show of my sister-in-law fighting my brother-in-law. As soon as he said it, Lu Tong immediately dialed the phone number of Xiaoming's fiancée, Lin Yuxi, who was also the president of the Literature and Art Association. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Tong dialed the phone without any nonsense and went straight to the point. I need to report to you that my brother-in-law went to see the school flower Luo Tianyi. What? It's so annoying. As soon as Lu Tong put the phone aside, he heard a sound of 120 decibels coming from the other end. Xiaoming, how dare you think about other women behind my back, I'll sleep with you tonight. With a pop, Lin Yushi on the other side hung up the phone directly. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at each other unscrupulously, smiling wickedly. The image of their second sister-in-law reinstating the wife's authority had already appeared in their minds, as well as the expression of their second son, who wanted to cry but couldn't. Damn, just thinking about it made people excited. Third brother, hurry up and go, this is a great show not to be missed. Zhang Zitian shouted out excitedly, unable to wait to see the image of the second brother being reinstated as the wife by the second sister-in-law. That would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, compared to this, if he could also catch a glimpse of the face of the school beauty Luo Tianyi, that would be even more exhilarating. Good. Lu Tong, of course, did not dawdle, and the two of them directly chased after Xiaoming's direction. As they walked, Lu Tong said, "Fourth brother, do you think that my sister-in-law will sleep with my brother tonight?" Hey, if my sister-in-law can sleep with my brother tonight, we should definitely celebrate with a bottle of champagne. Yes, that's settled. The unscrupulous duo became more and more excited as they talked. They had seen the prowess of the second sister before. When the second brother had a hint of interest with a girl, the second sister kissed him directly, almost suffocating him, and it was simply insane. Lin Yushi's way of declaring sovereignty made people both envious and scared. To be honest, it's a complete miracle that Lao Er is still alive. At the moment, Xiaoming has no idea what is about to happen to him. Of course, it would be useless for him to know. After all, Lin Yushi is a ruthless person who has reached the 6th level in Taekwondo. Even the president of the school's Taekwondo club would have to give up in front of her. And this is also the reason why no boy dares to pursue her. Are you kidding? Not just anyone can suppress an existence like this. More than 10 minutes later. In Tianhai campus, Luo Tianyi attracted 100% of the attention wherever she went, both from boys and girls. What they didn't know was that Luo Tianyi had already been taken advantage of by a guy a year ago, and she was no longer a virgin. Not only that, she had also given birth to a child. Of course, they don't know about this, at least not yet. Damn, have you noticed that Luo is even prettier than a year ago? And her temperament and skin have also become super good and more attractive. Especially her bust, which was almost a C before, is now a D+, or even an E. Yes, if only someone else could be half as big as senior Luo Tianyi. Right, it's too bad, oh no. The students were buzzing with excitement. There were at least 200 or 300 people gathered here, including both men and women. The men's eyes were full of admiration, while the women's eyes were full of envy. Such a girl is exactly their dream goddess, and also the way girls most want to be. At this time, Xiaoming finally arrived in the middle of the crowd. Boom! At first, Xiaoming was amazed by Luo Tianyi's angelic face and devilish figure. His face turned red with excitement. Wow, is this Luo Tianyi? She was voted the most beautiful campus flower in the history of Tianhai University. Sure enough. She is so beautiful, with fair skin and a superb figure. Gripping his fists, Xiaoming gathered his courage and stepped forward, because he wanted to confess to the goddess campus flower, Luo Tianyi. Please stay. Xiaoming. Before Xiaoming could finish his sentence, a voice like a roaring lion from the east came from afar, followed by a figure rushing over at a terrifying speed. The surrounding students kept out of the way, because they had already recognized the person coming. Holy shit, why is that girl here? Xiaoming's face turned pale, and he couldn't care about confessing his love. He jumped out directly, and absolutely couldn't let Lin Yushi catch up, otherwise he would definitely be broken 3 legs. Run? I'll see if you can escape from my grasp today. You're finished tonight. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian happened to see at this time that their second sister was crushing them mercilessly with her overwhelming might. Her eyes shone with brilliance. Amazing, my second sister, well done. Chapter 16. The school grass has 3 treasures and 1 baby, so cute that I want to have a daughter. Awesome, my sister-in-law, well done. Lu Tong admired his sister-in-law Lin Yushi for her bravery. Lin Yushi had already caught up with Xiaoming and showed no mercy, cracking and popping as she gave him a thorough beating. Of course, every kick and punch was precisely avoided from the face. When Luo Tianyi saw the two flirting, the corners of her mouth curled up in an enigmatic arc. Now the younger students are so bold, does it seem like I'm falling behind? But... Thinking about this, Luo Tianyi's gaze faintly looked in the direction of the school gate, and she muttered, Yi Xian, can he look at the 3 cute treasures? Boom! Just as Luo Tianyi was thinking, a car drove directly into the school gate. When Lin Yushi saw the car, she walked over with Xiaoming, who was grinning from ear to ear, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian did the same. Obviously, they recognized the car as the one driven by Yi Xian at the welcome party. The car door opened, and Yi Xian got out of the car, skillfully opened the trunk and took down the stroller, then carefully carried down the baby in the baby seat from the extended Lincoln. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Lu Tong's Zhang Zitian's eyes widened, and even Xiao Ming, who had been repaired by Lin Yuxi, also widened his pupils. Holy cow, the boss is here at school with 3 cute baby nieces, crazy, it's going to blow up. The first thing Xiao Ming and the others did was to surround them. Gulob. Xiao Ming was the first to come forward, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Damn, what is the boss doing? Is he blatantly showing off? This is too obvious. Wow. At this time, Lin Yuxi suddenly pushed Xiao Ming away, looking at the 3 cute babies. Her eyes were full of stars, unable to contain her joy. Boss, who are these 3 cute babies? Hey, little sister-in-law, you don't know yet, do you? At this time, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian exchanged glances, and he grinned. In order to help his sister-in-law knock up his brother as soon as possible, he started to act as a divine assistant. These 3 cute treasures are the eldest brother's daughters. How about it, the eldest brother is awesome, right? Do you want to? You and the second child should consider it, and give us a few nieces too. Xiao Ming. Third and fourth child, what are you doing? Shut up. Xiao Ming's words had not even finished when Lin Yuxi gave him a glare and sent him back. Xiao Ming wanted to argue back, but when he thought about the miserable experience of just being scolded, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Really? Lin Yuxi's eyes were full of interest at the moment, especially when she saw the 3 cute treasures of the eldest. Her motherly love was overflowing like the mighty Yangtze River, unstoppable. The 3 cute treasures of the eldest were really too cute. Seeing that his sister-in-law was so full of enthusiasm, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian paid no attention to Xiao Ming, who had nothing to live for. Compared to the mood of the second son, they were more than happy to see their sister-in-law reinstate her position as the wife of the family. Of course, if they could have a few more little nieces along the way, that would be even better. Damn, they hadn't seen the boss's 3 adorable treasures, they were simply adorable. If possible, they really wanted to have one of their own. Of course they really did. Xiao Ming, #%. At this moment, to be honest, Xiao Ming really wanted to rush up and strangle the 2 bitches, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian. However, as soon as this thought arose, he sensed a sharp gaze lock on him, and he couldn't help but feel cold all over his body. Without having to look, he knew that the owner of this unique gaze was none other than the girl Lin Yuxi. My goodness, that look is wrong, very wrong. Oh my god, this girl doesn't really want me to give her a daughter, no way, I'll have to leave school for a few days at night to avoid the storm. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, very good. Lin Yuxi withdrew her crushing gaze, looked at Xiao Ming, and said, when Xiao Ming and I have a baby, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Haha, thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Tong's 2 people were unscrupulous and directly one-sided, which made Xiao Ming want to kill them. What's up, boss? Lin Yuxi came back to her senses, and her gaze finally settled on the baby. She rubbed her hands together in hope, and asked, can I hold my niece? Lin Yuxi's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of being rejected. Of course you can. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and of course he was happy to have free laborers to help with the baby. Boss, we're here too. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian rubbed their freshly washed hands together, as if they were afraid they were not clean. In this way, Lin Yuxi, Lu Tong, and Zhang Zitian each took one of the cute babies, being more careful than if they were holding gold ingots. Xiao Ming, you. Xiao Ming, who had wanted to hold one of the babies, glared at the 3 of them, then went over to Lin Yuxi and said, Yuxi, quickly, let me hold the boss's daughter. Get lost. Lin Yuxi glared at Xiao Ming, who was full of expectation, and said, don't touch Mengbao, or I'll make sure your family is childless. Hearing Lin Yuxi's vicious words, Xiao Ming and the surrounding boys all felt a chill in their crotches. Luo Tianyi also let out a sigh of relief when she saw the 3 Mengbao being snatched up for a hug. She was also very happy that Sanbao was so popular. The students around looked at the departing group's backs, and at this moment, they completely lost their minds. Holy cow, what am I seeing? Yi Xuanxue has 3 daughters, and they were all born at the same time. Oh no, that stinky little brother is mine, and who dares to steal my man? It's over, this little beauty doesn't stand a chance. There was a scene of wailing and gnashing of teeth. Luo Tianyi looked at the scene in a daze. She obviously did not expect Yi Xian's popularity to be so high at Tianhai University. Second brother, do you think Sanbao really looks a bit like goddess Luo Tianyi? Lu Tong looked at the cute baby in his arms and said to the pitiful Xiaoming beside him. Xiaoming glanced at Lu Tong and said, "Where is the resemblance? I don't see any at all." You believe whatever the boss says. If he said he was a billionaire, you'd believe it too. Xiaoming gave Lu Tong a blank look, obviously still not believing it. If she really was Luo Da's school flower, Luo would have reacted just now. In this room, the school exchange group once again stirred up a storm after the goddess school flower Luo Tianyi returned to school. Pop school grass Yi Xian has a baby, and it's even a triplet. Is it real? No way, there were no signs at the welcome party. It's true, the video is going viral right now. The school grass has triplets, they're so cute, I want a daughter too. Yi Xian Appa, I want triplets too, OMG. It's in this room, Wang Monli's dormitory. Monli, come and look, my god, your ex-boyfriend brought 3 cute babies to school. My god, Monli, when were you cheated on? Wang Monli, listening to her roommate, her eyes fell on the screen of her phone, and she suddenly saw Yi Xian carrying the 3 babies in a stroller. Her mind exploded, this, impossible. Chapter 17, I want to buy a villa. Which one is the most expensive here? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi and Sanbao to school. Reward 10 times the rebate consumption, capped at 300 million RMB. Successfully sensationalizing the school, Yi Xian once again activated rebate consumption, but this time it was 300 million. I have to say, the system is fast. The reward was immediately credited. While Xiaoming and the others were in class, Yi Xian was pushing Sanbao for a walk around the school, letting Sanbao breathe some fresh air. As for attending class, he was joking, with the system he had, he didn't even need to go to class. However, soon, Yi Xian was targeted by 3 tattooed young thugs. Seeing that there were no people around, the 3 thugs' eyes flashed with coldness, and they surrounded Yi Xian, who was pushing the stroller. Kid, stop right there. The bald guy, the leader of the 3, appeared with a flick knife in his hand, and said, hand over all the money you have, or else, I can't guarantee what I might do. The bald guy waved the flick knife above Dibao, but Yi Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Stop. Just as Yi Xian was about to make his move, a loud yell came from somewhere, and then a man walked over. Get out of the way, this doesn't concern you. Boom. The man who came directly kicked one of the bald man's henchmen 5 or 6 meters away, or he passed out on the spot. Then he punched the ribs of another henchman, breaking at least 4 ribs with extreme force. As for the bald man, before he could react, the man who appeared took the flicking knife in his hands, slapped him and sent him tumbling to the ground, and then the flicking knife pierced directly less than 3 centimeters in front of the bald man's eyes, staring the bald man's scalp to burst. How dare you learn from others to rob with this strength, get out! The sound of the violent yell spread, and the bald man dared not say a word, knowing that he had kicked against the hardboard and met a ruthless person. Are you okay? The man who appeared looked at Yi Xian and then said, be careful if you bring 3 kids with you alone. Thank you. Yi Xian also didn't expect that the person in front of him was so decisive and neat. Moreover, from the movements just now, Yi Xian could tell that every strike was a killing move, and this person was most likely a mercenary king. You're welcome. Since you're fine, I'll go first. Wait a minute. Wang Taizhu paused when he heard Yi Xian's words, while Yi Xian continued, perhaps I can save your mother. Ha! Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't get me wrong, I heard you talking to the attending doctor at the hospital yesterday, and it seems that your mother needs a lot of money for treatment. After a pause, I'll give you money to let your mother receive treatment, and you will work for me in the future. Of course, I won't let you do anything illegal. Are you sure? Wang Taizhu noticed as soon as he saw Yi Xian for the first time that this person was extraordinary in both his state of mind and his demeanor and temperament. To be honest, thinking about his mother's illness, he hesitated. He had lived with his mother since childhood, and in order to make a living, he went abroad to become a mercenary. However, during one of his missions, most of his comrades died violent deaths, and only 5 or 6 of them escaped. They gave all their savings to the relatives of their comrades. Compared to the deaths of their comrades, what did it matter if they gave away their money? But after he returned home, he discovered that his mother had a lung tumor, and it was in the middle stage. To completely eradicate it, the doctor said that the surgery cost, plus the subsequent recuperation, would require at least 800,000 yuan in medical expenses. If this amount was not available, his mother would not live more than a month at most. Of course, I can see that you are eager to save your mother, so if you don't agree, that's fine. Although I want to recruit Wang Tiezu, he is not indispensable. Okay. I promise you. Wang Taishu is not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have survived as a mercenary for so many years. He knows that this is his fastest opportunity to raise money, so he treats it as if it were a mission. 2 or 3 minutes later. Ding dong. An information sound spreads, and Wang Tieshu's phone receives a message. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 9586 has received 1 million renminbi at 9 hours 32 minutes and 46 seconds. Please check. China Construction Bank. Ding. The host has spent 1 million renminbi and received a tenfold rebate, gaining 10 million renminbi. The money for Wang Tieju's mother's treatment had just arrived, and Yi Xian received a tenfold rebate of 10 million renminbi. However, this was obviously not the end. Then Wang Taizhu received a message that 2 million renminbi had arrived, and Yi Xian once again received a rebate of 20 million renminbi. Yi Xiao, what is this? Wang Taizhu was dumbfounded when he saw the 3 million in funds before and after. Even though he had been a mercenary for many years, this was not a small amount of money. He touched Sanbao's pink face and said with no small amount of concern, of these 3 million, 1 million will be used to treat your mother, and the other 2 million will be used as startup capital. You will be in charge of creating a security company, and you can name it whatever you want. Yi Xiao, what you mean is, to form your own forces? Wang Taizhu pondered for a moment and then understood Yi Xian's intention. Over the years, he of course knew that security companies could actually be seen as overtly dark forces in another way. You can understand it that way too. After a few words, Wang Taizhu left and hurried towards the hospital, while secretly recording this kindness in his heart. His mother was the most important person in his life, even more than his life. Once his mother recovers, he will do his best to help Yi Xiao build his power and repay him for his kindness. Yi Xian smiled slightly as he watched Wang Tiezu leave. The Chenjun Hotel was the first step, and now the security company Wang Tiezu established was the second step. However, only 1/10 of the 300 million cap rebate had been used. After saying this, Yi Xian directly transferred 40 million yuan to make up for the remaining funds of the Chenjun Hotel. Ding! The host spent 40 million renminbi, received a tenfold rebate, and obtained 270 million renminbi. Capped. As expected. After transferring 40 million yuan to Su Wanqing, the system's voice rang in his ears, and then Yi Xian brought up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 13 normal person 10 charm, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 357 million. Looking at the wealth value, Yi Xian's mouth curled slightly. After a while, he saw a real estate sales office called Xingshu next to the school. Now that I have a lot of money, it's time to improve my living environment. He doesn't care, but his wife and children can't make do with it. He pushed his 3 treasures into the real estate center. As soon as he entered the real estate center, a warm-hearted saleswoman came over. She was 90 points in terms of appearance. Hello, sir, may I help you? The other old employees glanced at Yi Xian and didn't pay any attention to him. Are you kidding? What kind of house can someone with 3 kids afford? With the money needed just for formula and daily expenses, I'm afraid the salary would be at the bottom, which is what the new receptionist, Xiaowen, is like. I want to buy a villa, and the price is not a problem. Which is the most expensive villa you have here? Xiaowen heard, sir, you want to buy the most expensive villa we have here. Yes, is there a problem? Yi Xian looked at Xiaowen with a smile, while the surrounding staff looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. They suddenly felt bad. No way, could it be that they had misjudged? Chapter 18. Sanbao's mother is the most beautiful girl in the world, and the stupidest girl I've ever met. No problem? Xiaowen couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. This was the first customer she had received since she had just started here, and she didn't expect to be buying a villa. Xiaowen, who had long known the sales of each property, gathered her thoughts and said to the man, Sir, come with me. We have a newly completed property here called Kowloon Villas, located in the prime area of Tianhai City, with very convenient transportation. The most expensive villa in the complex is the Kowloon 1 Villa, which is worth 150 million yuan. It has good lighting and ventilation, and the interior design was specially created by an internationally renowned designer. I'll take it. After looking at the location of Villa Kowloon 1, Yi Xian didn't think much about it. After all, it was worth 150 million, and these basic conditions were certainly excellent choices, so it didn't make much sense to look at it or not. There were many sales at Qingchu Real Estate, and his heart skipped a beat. Holy shit, what the hell? You're just going to buy it? Sir, this. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at the villa? After all, that's 150 million. No thanks. You've been very helpful, I trust you. The salesman. Believe you? It's the first time we've met, where's the trust? If they really believed Yi Xian's words, they would be retarded. The only explanation is that the man in front of them is not short of money. Xiaowen was flattered to hear this. This, sir, thank you, thank you. Yes, Xiaowen was so excited. You have to know that they get 2 commission points for selling a house, which means that she sold a 150 million villa and got 3 million in commission alone. Xiaowen felt like she was dreaming. She could never earn this much money in her life. Let's sign the contract. Yi Xian smiled and spoke to Xiaowen, who was still in a daze. Of course Yi Xian had seen the reactions of the others. Oh, okay. After signing the contract, Yi Xian took the contract and keys, looked at the envious and jealous other employees around him, took out a business card from his pocket, and it was surprisingly Su Wanqing's phone number. You're a nice person. If you can't get along here anymore, you can call this number and say that Yi Xian told you to go. Well. Okay. Thank you, sir. A little dazed, Wen was a little confused about what Yi Xian meant. Obviously, she didn't know that she had become the public enemy of all her colleagues. Even if she didn't resign, the next few days would definitely be very difficult. It was precisely because he knew this that Yi Xian gave her a business card. As for whether she could seize the opportunity, it depended on her. Ding! The host triggered a random task: take Luo Tianyi to Villa 1 in Kowloon, and the reward is ultimate culinary skills. Task failed, Constitution +1. As she pushed San Bao away from the real estate center, a new system mission rang in her head. However, when she saw the mission, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This ability was practically the same as giving it away for free. Take Luo Tianyi to the villa? Are you kidding? This villa was bought for the 4 of them, so if she didn't take her to the villa, she might as well take a ghost. Ding dong. While she was thinking, a cell phone rang. The caller ID was shockingly Xiaoming. Hey, boss, where are you? Let's have lunch together at noon. I haven't even hugged my nieces yet. After class at noon, Xiaoming couldn't wait to call Yi Xian. In the morning, Lin Yuxi and the other 3 kids had monopolized Sanbao, so he didn't have a chance. 10 minutes later, they were at Yiping Jiangnan. Wow, nieces, your Uncle Xiao is here. From afar, Xiaoming ran over excitedly, followed by Lu Tong, Zhang Zitian, and Lin Yuxi. This time, Xiaoming immediately grabbed the eldest child, Lin Yuxi took the second, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at each other and coughed. Well, boss, you take the third. In this way, the 3 of them each held a baby, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian carried the stroller into Yiping Jiangnan. Boss, order. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian put down the baby stroller in his hands, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to Yi Xian. Lu Tong slurped his lips and said, Boss, this stroller is so heavy, at least 100 pounds. Yes, my back is tired, boss. In the morning, you can lift it with 1 hand. Zhang Zitian was full of emotion. In the morning, the boss looked so relaxed, and there is really no harm in comparison. Hey! Just then, a voice came from the side, Shuimei, you guys are here too, what a coincidence. After the voice fell, a beautiful figure appeared in the field of vision, and next to this beautiful figure was no one else but Luo Tianyi. When Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian, her face flushed. Others did not know their relationship, but she knew it perfectly well. San Bao saw his mother and a happy look filled his little face. Wang Xuejie, you are here for dinner too. Lin Yuxi of course also saw Luo Tianyi, glaring fiercely at Xiaoming. The meaning was very clear: if you dare to think about it again, the consequences will be extremely serious. This is such a cute treasure, oh my god. Wang Shiqi's beautiful eyes were wide open, overflowing with love, her eyes were full of fondness. 3 treasures, this. Could it be that they are Yi Xian's 3 daughters? Wang Shiqi had obviously heard about Yi Xian bringing his 3 cute daughters to school. The reason Wang Shiqi and Lin Yuxi knew each other was because Wang Shiqi was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the two had worked together many times before and were good friends. Can I hug them? Wang Shiqi looked at the cute babies Yi Xian was holding, her eyes full of expectation. Of course you can. Yi Xian also knew Wang Shiqi, but he didn't expect that this senior sister Wang had a good relationship with his daughter-in-law, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with Wang Shiqi. Tianny, let's share a table with Yuxi and the others, and we can introduce you to each other. That's fine. Luo Tianny's face faintly flushed, and if it weren't for her concern for the three Mengbao, she really wouldn't want to share a table. If she revealed her identity later, it would be bad. Tianny, you see, Sanbao really likes you. He smiles whenever he sees you. After a pause, she added, and, well, there are some things about you that are quite similar to him. Really? Tianny gritted her teeth. No way. After some bantering, Wang Shiqi introduced, Tianny, I don't need to introduce you, right? The first beauty in the history of Tianhai University, Xiaoming, and the others have heard of her and they really like her. Xiaoming, how could that be? Wang Shuejie, don't talk nonsense. Under the gaze of death, how dare Xiaoming admit it? Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian saw the extremely threatening eyes of their sister-in-law and laughed. This is Lin Yuxi, a sophomore and the president of the Literature and Art Association. After saying that, Wang Shiqi's gaze fell on Yi Xian. This person is the school flower of our Tianhai University, and I heard that he has also been internally rated as the most handsome school flower in school history. However, Yi Xian, honestly, you are quite amazing with your three treasures in this pregnancy. Looking at the three treasures, Lin Yuxi curiously looked at Yi Xian and said, Boss, the three treasures are so cute, so your wife must be especially pretty. That's right, boss, tell us about it. Xiaoming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly thought of something to say. Luo Tianny, don't make up some story about your sister being the mother of your three cute babies, the person involved is right here. Hey, Tianny, you don't know. Lu Tong chirped about Yi Xian's unscrupulous betrayal, while Luo Tianny listened with her eyes sparkling. That guy actually told these people that Sanbao's mother was her, he really has a big heart. Feeling Luo Tianny's gaze, Yi Xian gave a small smile. Sanbao's mother? She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in the world, with a face kissed by an angel, and she is also the silliest girl I have ever seen. A year ago. As Yi Xian told the story, Luo Tianny's face grew redder and redder. This bastard, he actually told them all the experiences between the two of them. Shiqi and the others won't find out, will they? This guy. How can he be like this? He's so bad. Chapter 19 Boss, you're going to ruin me like this. Sigh. At the dinner table, Xiaoming and the other two let out a sigh. The boss's words made their teeth ache. Holy shit, the boss has such a side, I've really learned something. Lin Yuxi, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes. Seriously? Boss, you used one sentence to describe my sister-in-law's beauty, and you also opened my eyes. Xiaoming. Lutong Zhang Zitian heard what his second sister said and looked at his useless cock with a wicked smile. They were still hoping that their second sister would take their cocks. Wang Shiqi was also listening with all her might at the moment, obviously very concerned about this as well. As for Luo Tianny, she kept her head down, clenching her delicate hands tightly. Although she didn't know what that guy was going to do, she was sure he was going to talk nonsense again. But she still couldn't say anything, not even a single clue could be revealed. However, she didn't dislike this feeling at all, and she quite enjoyed it. The feeling of being in love was really as sweet and wonderful as what they said on TV. It's just... what would that guy say? I'm actually a little looking forward to it. Your sister-in-law is beautiful. What can I say? Yi Xian glanced at his slightly shy wife and said, to be honest, this feeling is quite good, a little exciting and full of anticipation. He paused for a moment. Your sister-in-law is as beautiful as a deep and long-lasting dream, unattainable but willing to follow her forever and never wake up. Xiaoming and the others, who had intended to complain, found that the boss's eyes were full of seriousness and they fell silent for a moment. When Luo Tianny heard this, her heart pounded like a fawn's, flustered. What? Is she that beautiful? A deep and long-lasting dream that is unattainable? Humph, I didn't think that guy had a sweet mouth, but he's confessing to me. Why is my heart beating so fast and my face so hot? Boss, is this for real? Does my sister-in-law really look this beautiful? Wang Shiqi also frowned slightly. Yes, Yi Xuanxue Jr., you look so serious. I really want to meet Sanbao's mother. Gee, could it be? At this point, Wang Shiqi's gaze fell on Luo Tianyi, and she wondered if she was even more beautiful than the most beautiful schoolflower in the history of Tianhai University. Shiqi, what are you talking about? Luo Tianyi's face flushed faintly, which made several people, including Xiao Ming, swallow their saliva. Mom, whoever marries Luo's most beautiful schoolflower will be blessed with good fortune. Although others may not know, Luo Tianyi knows perfectly well. Who is the mother of Yi Xian's three treasures? It's her, of course. She just knows how to talk nonsense seriously. Although she doesn't dislike it, after all, which girl wouldn't want a guy to say that about her? It's just that, in this situation and with this tone of voice, she can't figure out whether the guy is confessing to her or just playing along. Hey. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lu Tong laughed evilly, nervous as if it were the first time he had met on a blind date. Boss, what about the sister-in-law? Does she have any sisters or younger sisters? If not, cousins would be fine. Hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian also perked up. Yes. Boss, we all know each other well, and it would be even better if we became even closer. Zhang Zitian encouraged and agreed, saying that if the sister-in-law was as beautiful as the boss described, then even if the sisters were worse, how bad could they be? The old. Xiao Ming was itching to speak, but before he could say anything, there was a sharp glare from her, and Xiao Ming swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Damn it, if I couldn't beat her, I wouldn't take this kind of shit. Just the fact that she has a 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo makes her insurmountable, and recently I heard that she is learning judo. In the future, when will I be able to topple this mountain that is weighing on my head, a large part of my forest? Awesome, second sister. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at it in the eyes. Not to mention the second child who is the person involved, every time they face second sister, they unconsciously feel intimidated, and only the eldest brother can calm the town. Puff. Wang Shiqi saw Xiao Ming like this and smiled, teasing Lin Yushi, you really know how to deal with people. Xiao Ming. Senior sister Wang, you're going to lose friends this way. Shut up. Lin Yushi glared at Xiao Ming and turned to Wang Shiqi. What are you talking about, senior sister Wang? We're all friends, let's communicate privately in the future. Boss, look at this girl. Xiao Ming, who was at her wit's end, looked to Yi Xian for help. Luo Tianyi looked at Xiao Ming and Lin Yushi. These two really matched well, and it was exactly like a couple arguing. It's okay, Yushi. It's not that I'm saying this to you, but liking someone is not like this. You have to give them some space. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ming, who was looking for help, and continued, you have to know that every time you do this to Xiao Ming, it's like pumping air into a balloon. Although Xiao Ming doesn't say anything, he definitely feels bad about it. Besides, you two are going to have children in the future. Do you want your children to be like you or Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming. Boss, what are you talking about? Who wants to have children with this girl? No, if you can't even get married, how can you have children? I thought you would support me, but why does it feel so strange? How did it get to having children? You are a smart person, you should understand the principle of retreating in order to advance, so... At this point, I glanced at Xiao Ming. The most important thing is not to make Xiao Ming fear you, but to make him fall in love with you. If you change the way you pursue Xiao Ming, you may get a different result. Boss. That's brilliant. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yushi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His words seemed to have opened a new window for her. However, looking at Xiao Ming's eyes, a chill ran down her spine. Boss, you're going to get me into trouble like this. Xiao Ming seemed to have sensed what was going to happen next. At the thought of Lin Yushi, that gentle lady, appearing before him, his whole body shuddered. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian secretly gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Awesome, the boss is the boss, one outshines two. He, the second younger brother's face is turning green. It seems that there will be more drama to watch in the coming days. The gentle lady of the violent second sister-in-law, Grandma, just thinking about it is so exciting. He, the second younger brother, have a good trip. If Xiao Ming knew the thoughts of Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian at this moment, I wonder if he would fight them with a machete for 300 rounds. Chapter 20. That guy is so annoying. It's okay, second brother. After glancing at Xiao Ming, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. To be honest, don't you know how many people at Tianhai University envy you? Including me. If your sister-in-law had been as good to me as Yushi was to you a year ago, I would have been able to smile in my sleep. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi clenched her fists. That guy is so annoying. Is this blaming herself for not taking the initiative? It's so annoying. Can the situation be the same? This jerk. Ding dong. Just then, Lin Yushi's phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Yushi's bad temper flared up. What did you say? The singer we invited for the charity performance had a car accident and was sent to the hospital. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yushi's pretty face turned white. Xiao Ming saw this and, despite having been beaten up by Lin Yushi earlier, he couldn't help but ask, concerned, what's wrong? Seeing this, everyone at the table kept quiet. They couldn't believe that Xiao Ming didn't have any interest in Lin Yushi. Something's happened at the charity performance. The most important singer we hired had a car accident and can't attend the performance. This is bad. You know, the Arts Association has put a lot of effort into this performance, and even Xiao Ming and the three of them were forced to go out and hand out flyers for 3 days. Then you can find someone to fill in at the last minute. Luo Tianyi saw that everyone in this group was very nice and came up with an idea. Find someone to fill in? It's difficult to find someone in such a short time, and even if they agree, they may not be able to arrive immediately. Lin Yushi pondered, saying that at this time she must remain calm and find a solution in the shortest possible time, otherwise the charity performance would be ruined. Yushi, I have an idea. Wang Shiqi's gaze fell on Yixian, and she pondered aloud, I remember that at the welcome party, Yixian's younger brother sang Dimple quite well, so why not let Yixian's younger brother take over? Oh, boss. Upon hearing Wang Shiqi's words, Lin Yushi's gaze fell on Yixian, as did Xiao Ming and the others, and they couldn't help but beam with joy. Yushi, this is possible. Yes, boss has never let us down. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian egged each other on, and Lin Yushi was obviously tempted as well. Boss, why don't you help out by singing a song? Ding. The host triggers a random task, participate in a public welfare performance, assist Lin Yushi, and be rewarded 10 million renminbi, plus a physical fitness bonus of +1. Task failed, physical fitness +2. Okay, I'll do it. The voice of the system rang in his ears. Lin Yushi had simply called him boss for over a year, and that was enough for him to do this favor, not to mention that in the future, he would probably be Lin Yushi's younger brother-in-law. Really? Boss, thank you so much. Lin Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even he himself didn't know why. No way, how could I like that violent maniac? It's almost time, boss, why don't we go now, or we won't make it? Lin Yushi looked at the time and said, this charity performance is really important to their literary and artistic association. The people watching the performance this time are not only classmates, but also people from outside the school. Boss, don't worry, we three will take care of San Ba. Xiao Ming hugged the eldest child, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at each other, picked up the second and third child, and looked like they were telling the eldest child not to worry about the 3 youngest children. The 3 youngest children seemed to know what their father was going to do, and waved their little arms and legs happily at Yixian, as if to say, go for it, Dad, you're the best. A few minutes later, Tianhai University Stadium. At the moment, the stadium was packed with thousands of people, all of whom were there to watch the charity performance prepared by the Literature and Art Association. The male god of Xianjia, the male god of Xianjia is finally going to appear. I love you, male god of Xianjia. Male god of Xianjia, my eternal god. The roaring crowd included both students and off-campus spectators. Yixian handed the accompaniment USB drive redeemed by the system to Lin Yushi, and then walked up the stairs towards the stage. The crowd was stunned. Holy shit, what the hell? Isn't that the school idol, Xianjia? Why is he going up on stage? The Literature and Art Association, you've got to be kidding me. Shit, I've been tricked. I told you that Xianjia would never come to a place like our school. The crowd was in uproar once again. Yixian was unfazed. The next song, Little Little, is for my brothers in the dorm and their sisters, as well as everyone else here. Memories are like a storyteller. Speaking in a rustic accent. Leaping over puddles and bypassing the small village. Waiting for the chance of a meeting. You used mud to sculpt a city. Saying that you would marry me in the future. How many times did you turn around and enter the door, wasting your youth? Xiao Ming. Boss, this is for me. Xiao Ming, with his eyes wide open, listened to the lyrics and melody that filled his ears with memories, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift, thinking of the scenes when he was very young, playing with the girl Lin Yushi. They held hands and ran around happily, playing house. Xiao Ming remembered it very clearly. He built a city with his hands and patted his small chest, promising the little sniveling Lin Yuxi that he would marry her when she grew up with long hair down to her waist. Because of those words, Lin Yuxi has since regarded herself as Xiao Ming's wife, and she will never marry anyone else in her life. Hearing this, Lin Yuxi's eyes became moist, and 2 tears fell. Big Brother, after all, understands me. Lin Yuxi had previously told Big Brother everything about herself in order to get him to help her woo Xiao Ming, which is why Yi Xian occasionally pokes Xiao Ming. As Luo Tianyi listened to the pleasant sound, images began to appear in her mind's eye. Although she did not have a childhood friend, this song was really very pleasant to listen to. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. My goodness, boss is awesome. This is too good a treatment for the second one, to be directly written a song by the boss. After this wave of divine assistance, it is estimated that the second one will not be as full of momentum as a large forest. Hey, everyone in the world knows that Lao Er and Aaron Yang are happy enemies, but Lao Er himself is blind to the situation. Lu Tong smacked his lips and said, damn, I suddenly envy Lao Er so much, to have a childhood sweetheart who was so crazy about him. Zhang Zitian glanced at the dumbfounded Lao Er and said, don't worry, in this life, Lao Er will never be able to escape from Aaron Yang's grasp. If they don't get together, I will never believe in love in this life. Someone has been living in my heart ever since. Once upon a time, we were small. That year, you moved a small bench. I was captivated by the play, and I followed along the whole way. I'm looking for the person in that story. You are an indispensable part. Puff. Lin Yuxi heard this and burst into tears. The word boss was written exactly for her. Over the years, it turned out that she liked Xiao Ming even more than she had thought. If one day Xiao Ming really did have another woman and leave her, she really didn't know how she would continue living. Xiao Ming's eyes also glistened with tears. The boss's song had awakened him like the evening drum and morning bell. It turned out that the girl did have a place in his heart. Then he glanced at Lin Yuxi, who was moved beyond words. Girl, is it really that big a deal over just a song? Although he was also very moved. None of your business. Lin Yuxi glared at Xiao Ming. Did that bastard really find it so amusing to reject him again and again? And this playful look in his eyes. This girl, I didn't expect her to be quite cute. Ha! Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought to himself, this is impossible, I actually find that violent lunatic cute? I'm crazy, I must be crazy. Chapter 21 If I don't get serious, even I am afraid. The students and audience members who had originally wanted to leave were all frozen in place at the moment, and scenes flashed through their minds, their childhood playmates, that beautiful and flawless memory. Carefree times, that might be their first memory of love. Clap, clap, clap. Even thunderous applause sounded in the arena. My goodness, the school hunk is awesome, his strength is not inferior to the god of men Xinju at all. Yes, wow, amazing. With such strength, it would be a pity if he doesn't make it in the music industry. School hunk, go home with this little beauty, my family has mines, money, and me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Looking at the boiling crowd, Luo Tianyi didn't know why her heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if someone was threatening the thing she loved most. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting Lin Yuxi in gaining 10 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 to Constitution. With the system voice ringing in her ears, Yi Xian then called up the attributes panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 14 normal person 10 charm, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability, ultimate fathering ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Yi Xian gave a small smile as he watched the attributes panel change. He flipped his hand and exchanged 10,000 renminbi from the system, took it out of his pocket, and said, to support public welfare, I will donate 10,000 on behalf of myself. He placed a stack of soft RMB coins into the donation box, a scene that shocked everyone. He was so talented and yet so generous. Although they couldn't donate 10,000, they had to do something. I'll donate 10,000 too. Lin Yuxi was moved, and directly threw in her living expenses for 2 months. I'll donate 200. I'll donate 300. Immediately, piles of money poured into the donation box. They didn't even write their names. Are you kidding? If they had written their names, it would have been a different story. This time, they wanted to be anonymous heroes. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi returned to their rented room after a busy day. Yi Xian, hurry! As soon as they returned to the rental room, Luo Tianyi started taking off her skirt as soon as they arrived. Yi Xian was taken aback and said, "Wife, what are you doing? What are you thinking?" Seeing Yi Xian staring at himself confusedly, she knew that he had gone off the rails. She gave him a fierce glare and said, hurry up and bring me Debao. I haven't been able to breastfeed all day, and it's so full. I thought, you wanted to do that. Luo Tianyi. What the hell are you talking about? Stop being so flirty and hurry up and bring it over. Luo Tianyi's face was red as she could not help but blush, because her actions at the moment were indeed indecent, especially the abundance and ambition exposed in the air. If this scene were seen by Tianhai University students, it would definitely cause blood to flow for 3,000 feet. Oh. Apparently hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian's mood fell a little, which made Luo Tianyi's face even redder. What was that guy thinking about all day? It was so annoying. However, although she was a little disappointed, she could still get her eyes satisfied. Luo Tianyi was not surprised by this at all. After all, it wouldn't hurt to take a peek, and it wasn't like that guy hadn't seen it before. Belch. After Debao finished eating, Yi Xian let Debao lean against him, patted his belch, and sniffed the milk fragrance that overflowed. Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the scene when he was breastfed, and he couldn't help but feel a little dry in his mouth. The gesture obviously wanted to taste the deliciousness. Wife, let me tell you something. Looking at Luo Tianyi feeding air Bao, Yi Xian asked expectantly. What is it? Luo Tianyi let out a small sigh of relief and looked at Yi Xian. I want a sip too. Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian, you. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi's face turned red up to the back of her ears. This bastard really has more and more nerve. Rogue. Luo Tianyi held back for a long time before he managed to say a sentence. How come that guy didn't notice before? He's so bad, so shameless. Cough, rogue? Yi Xian was unhappy when he heard this. Is it called being a rogue for a husband to treat his wife that way? That's called a hobby. Cut it out. That's a load of nonsense. No one would believe you. Luo Tianyi gave someone a severe look of contempt. Yi Xian saw his wife's contempt and sighed with emotion. No wonder she's a woman I've slept with, she's even beautiful when she looks down on people. Virtue. Luo Tianyi was amused by Yi Xian. Can you please speak seriously? Are you ashamed of yourself? I'm ashamed for you. Seriously? Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian expressed his innocence, coughing, Wife, I'm being very serious, okay? If I'm not serious, even I myself am afraid. Luo Tianyi. Fine, your shamelessness has exceeded my understanding, forget it. Obviously, Luo Tianyi gave up on speaking to Yi Xian. After burping San Bao, Yi Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the sound of the drizzling rain, Luo Tianyi uncontrollably thought of certain images, but quickly dismissed them from her mind. Ding dong. After a while of feeding San Bao, the doorbell rang. She clicked to open the door, and there was a Yuantong courier delivering a package. Excuse me, is your name Luo Tianyi? The young courier saw that she was a beautiful woman, and his eyes lit up. After signing for the package, Luo Tianyi took the package in her hands and closed the door behind her. The package for me, could it be, that guy bought a gift for himself? Thinking about this, Luo Tianyi's mouth curved up into an arc that she didn't even notice herself. With a hint of curiosity, she picked up a knife and opened the package. It was for herself anyway, so it didn't matter if she opened it early or late. In no time at all, Luo Tianyi had become an expert at opening packages. She quickly removed the packaging, and inside was a beautifully packaged brocade box. She then opened the box, and inside was a large bouquet of roses exuding a rose fragrance. This is... When Luo Tianyi lifted the two small black pieces of cloth, her face turned red. Sexy lingerie? That's right, that was Luo Tianyi's first reaction, because she had seen this kind of product online more than once, but it was lingerie that she couldn't even look at, so how could she possibly buy it? That guy. How could he like this? He's a rascal, that guy is a wolf. He glared fiercely in the direction of the bathroom, as if he wanted to pierce the bathroom and turn it into nothingness, then withdrew his gaze, mumbling to himself, but this size. It's the same as what I'm wearing. That guy, he must have peeked at my size. What kind of person is he? Chapter 22. Aren't towels for wiping your face? Why else would they be so fragrant? In the bedroom, Luo Tianyi saw that the bathroom was still dripping. She looked at the sexy lingerie on the bed. She gritted her teeth and wondered what the guy liked about it. Then she replaced the 2 pieces of cloth and looked in the full-length mirror, especially pasting the black sticker on her chest. Then she looked at herself in the mirror, and her face turned red. Spit. Sex embryo, rascal. Who would dare wear these for you to see? Hurry up and take off the 2 small pieces of cloth, and then change into the clothes you just wore. Shocked, she put the 2 small pieces of cloth in a hidden corner of the closet to hide them. A heart throbbed violently, unable to stop, and the image of explaining just wearing sexy lingerie flashed through her head. No wonder that guy bought this for her. He really did have bad intentions. Luo Tianyi muttered to herself, but in order not to arouse suspicion, she glanced in the direction of the bathroom and returned to the living room to continue taking care of the 3 treasures. Everything seemed to have never happened, except that there was an extra memory in Luo Tianyi's mind. Thinking about San Bao and the guy taking a shower, although they didn't have any contact, knowing that the guy was right next to her felt very warm and quiet. The sound of dripping water spread out, and Luo Tianyi was stunned and a little lost in thought. If only time could stay at this moment forever. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? When Luo Tianyi's mind wandered and the corners of her mouth curved up, a unique smell of a man assaulted her nose. Luo Tianyi's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't think anything. Hurry up and look at San Bao, I'll go. Luo Tianyi's voice trailed off as she stared at Yi Xian, wrapped in a bath towel, with wide, beautiful eyes. Yi Xian, why are you using my bath towel again? And do you know what you're doing with the towel you're using to wipe your face? Yi Xian. What's the big deal? This bath towel smells super good, so of course I'm using it. After saying that, he sniffed between his fingers, and it smelled just like his wife's body, very pleasant and relaxing. While Luo Tianyi was in a daze, he continued, the smell is different from the bath towel, but it's also very nice. Isn't this towel for wiping your face? I've always used this one, the others don't smell good. When Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words, her brain felt like it was going to explode. That guy using his own bath towel was bad enough, but he had been using the towel he used to wipe his bottom and there to wipe his face. Was this an indirect kiss? Wow, what should she do? What the hell, that's disgusting. She glared at Yi Xian fiercely, and with little feet, she marched towards the bedroom to get a new towel. As for bath towels, there were only 2 in total, and that bastard used his own, so it seemed that she could only use that bastard's smelly bath towel. Air. As she watched Luo Tianyi sneak into the bathroom, Yi Xian was a little confused. She stared at the towel in her hands, dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't this towel for wiping your face? Otherwise, why would it smell so good? This girl is really making a fuss. He looked into the bathroom, then used the towel to dry his hair, and then sniffed it at the tip of his nose. It really did smell good, and he wondered what brand of perfume the girl used. He went into the bedroom and opened the closet to get ready to change. But then he suddenly saw something in a hidden corner of the closet. He picked it up and looked at it. This. Could it be the birthday present he gave the girl? Unfolding the 2 small pieces of cloth, he was shocked to see that they were exactly the same as the ones he bought. Could the knocking on the door just now have been the delivery person? However, the smell, apart from the rose fragrance, also. He stopped mid-sentence, and Yi Xian was stunned. My goodness, this smell, there is no mistake, it is the smell of that girl's body. When I think of that girl Luo Tianyi wearing the birthday present I bought her, a scene comes to mind, and the size should not be wrong. Feeling the size when draining the milk and eliminating the lumps, it would be strange if he was mistaken with his eyesight, although I don't rule out the possibility of a slight discrepancy caused by a malfunction of the underwear machine. Gee, I can't tell, that girl is quite open-minded, and I was worried before that she wouldn't like this. If Luo Tianyi knew Yi Xian's thoughts at the moment, she wondered if she would immediately rush out of the bathroom and have a 300-round battle with him. What's open-minded and what's like, she doesn't like this, she's just a little curious. Of course, Luo Tianyi will never know how Yi Xian thinks of her at this moment, at least not now. When he takes that girl down, he will definitely make her wear this birthday present and show it to him. That scene, gee, just thinking about it makes people excited. Yi Xian was so mesmerized by his thoughts that his saliva was about to drip. He would be willing to do anything for that kind of scene. As he thought about this, Yi Xian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. After all, was he going to have another son with that girl? After hiding Luo Tianyi's birthday gift, he put it back in place, changed his clothes, looked at the three sleeping Mengbao, carefully opened the door, and went out to buy dinner. As Yi Xian just left the Yudu Xingqing community, a black van that had been waiting for a long time. Zhang Xiao, the fish is on the bus, you can close the net. After the walkie-talkie finished speaking, it started the car and followed the extended Lincoln that was leaving the Yudu Xingqing community. As for Yi Xian, he glanced at the following car through the rearview mirror, and a playful curve rose at the corner of his mouth. It seems that he is quite popular. Yi Xian, who had wanted to go home to his wife after dinner, was in a good mood. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards an unfrequented street. You little brat, you're asking for it. In the car following behind, a tattooed young man raised the corner of his mouth into a devilish arc, offending Zhang Xiao. No matter who you are, you're finished today. Obviously, they didn't know that the person they had acted against was the new owner of the Qianjun Hotel. Squeak. After 7 or 8 minutes, in the middle of the road by a bastard street lamp, the buildings on both sides were pitch black at the moment. 5 or 6 black business vans blocked the ends of the road, and the person who was blocked in the middle was Yi Xian. Obviously, just as he had guessed, these people were here for him. Clatter. The business van doors opened, and then more than 50 people came out from the business van and into the middle of the road. With a flick of the right hand, they took up their sticks directly, and each and every one of them was a good fighter. Then, a young man got out of a business car. This person was none other than Zhang Zhe, who was originally beaten into a dog by Yi Xian at the Qianjun Hotel. Seeing Yi Xian surrounded in the yard, Zhang Zhe's face was full of sarcasm and ferocity. Yi Xian, the humiliation suffered by Qianjun Laozu that day, today I will make you pay 10 times over. Attack! Kill him! Chapter 23. Yi Xian, you want to die? Kill him! Upon Zhang Zhe's order, the 50 or so subordinates, who took other people's money to eliminate their troubles, charged up with murderous intent, like an ocean that was about to engulf Yi Xian in an instant. Since he was young, Zhang Zhe had never been subjected to such humiliation. With his father's connections, even if he killed this arrogant brat, no one could do anything about it. I'll see how tough you are. Zhang Zhe's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and just then, one of his subordinates already swung his club down towards Yi Xian's head. Facing the incoming attack, Yi Xian did not make a single move. It was a critical moment. A figure appeared in front of Yi Xian, catching the swinging club in a vice-like grip with one hand, and kicking directly with the other. The terrifying force directly kicked the subordinate flying, knocking over 5 or 6 people along the way, with the sound of bone cracking. The person who appeared was like a steel tower, with a strength far beyond that of ordinary people. You want to die? Fight together. Zhang Zhe saw a thorn in his side, and directly waved his hand to let people swarm again. Then, in Zhang Zhe's dumbfounded expression, the scene of unilateral crushing appeared. The sound of bone cracking was incessant. In an instant, all the subordinates were defeated by Wang Tiezu alone and fell to the ground. These people really seemed too weak in his eyes. What? Zhang Zhe looked at the scene and his expression changed drastically. Who are you? Boom! Before Zhang Zhe could finish his sentence, he was directly kicked by Wang Tai 7 or 8 meters away, and he crashed hard against the street wall and slid down. The glass on the ground was shattered by the impact, and he fainted on the spot. If it weren't for Wang Tai's fear that killing Zhang Zhe would cause trouble for Yi Xiao, this kick would definitely have killed him. Tai, you're pretty good. Yi Xian didn't even look at Zhang Zhe. How about we spar? Okay. Wang Tai didn't refuse because his intuition told him that Yi Xiao was very skilled. Swish! Wang Tai didn't hold back and threw his full strength into a straight punch at Yi Xian. It was so fast that it was much faster than when he had just abused Zhang Zhe and his entourage. Yi Xian saw Wang Tai's attack coming and said, "Good," and smashed his fist up with the same punch. The two fists collided with a bang, and Yi Xian took a step back, while Wang Tai took 4 or 5 steps back. Yi Xian is skilled, and Tai is impressed. Wang Tai felt the pain from his fist, and his heart trembled. Yi Xian is so skilled, and his full-strength blow could only force him to take a step back, and he took 4 or 5 steps back. Of course, if he knew that this was less than 1/10 of Yi Xian's strength, I wonder how he would feel. How is your mother's condition? Seeing Wang Tieyu appear here, Yi Xian asked out loud. Thank you for your concern, Yi Xiao. The operation was a success. After another half-month of rest, she should be able to leave the hospital. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's money, I'm afraid my mother would. You deserve it. After a few words, Wang Taizhu thought of something. Yes, Yi Xiao, I plan to gather my former comrades together to form a security company. What do you think of the company named Tianquan? Oh. Upon hearing Wang Taizhu's words, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Of course, there is no problem gathering your comrades. I welcome them to join. As for the name of the company, you can decide on your own. However, that Zhang Zhe and the Zhang family, you handle it. Yi Xian frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Zhe, who had been kicked unconscious. I don't care, but Tanny and Sanbao absolutely cannot be exposed to the slightest potential threat. Understood, Yi Xiao. Wang Taizhu of course knew that Yi Xiao was talking about his woman and child, but he was a little surprised that Yi Xiao, who was only a sophomore, already had a 3-month-old child. After buying dinner, they returned to the rental house. San Mengbao was still sucking her little finger and sleeping soundly, and Luo Tianyi was blowing her hair in the bedroom. Although the door was closed, some sounds could still be heard. He closed the door and pushed open the bedroom door. Just then, he saw Luo Tianyi finish blow-drying her hair, take off the towel and try to get dressed. What's more, she was facing the door. Ugh! No surprise, all the beautiful scenery was presented in front of Yi Xian, and Luo Tianyi looked over, blushing. Yi Xian, you are going to die, close the door. While talking, Luo Tianyi hurriedly covered herself with her clothes. She had no idea that Yi Xian would return so soon, and she clearly didn't hear the door open. If she had known, she would have closed the door. Now, she had let that guy see her naked again. Then, she quickly got dressed, glanced at the lingerie that was still lying quietly in a corner somewhere. She hoped that guy hadn't seen it. She said, I don't think that place is particularly safe either, so I'll tuck it under the wardrobe again. After completing a series of actions, she let out a sigh of relief, patted her small hands, and if she knew that Yi Xian had discovered it long ago, and had even deeply inhaled the scent she had worn, she wondered if she would pick up a cleaver and fight with him. After dressing, he calmed down and came out of the room. Seeing his wife's slender figure under her pajamas, Yi Xian said seriously, by the way, did you receive a delivery today? Delivery. Luo Tianyi blushed for a moment, then pretended to be ignorant. What delivery? I didn't receive anything. As Yi Xian had guessed, the girl was afraid of hiding the object. However, this was not important, after all, there was no need for it now. It seemed to be a proof that she had indeed not received it. The drama queen blinked her big, curious eyes. My delivery? I don't seem to have bought anything, did you buy it for me? Right. Seeing Luo Tianyi's stubborn expression, this girl is quite funny. So what did you buy for me? Luo Tianyi said with a pounding heart, thinking about this guy's sexy underwear, it's downright bad. The school flower wants to see what you can say. Of course it's a good thing. Yi Xian played along with his wife seriously, that kind of thing is said to enhance the relationship between lovers. Luo Tianyi's face flushed a little, this bastard. Enhance the relationship between lovers, is that true? Of course it's true. Yi Xian laughed wickedly, acting like he didn't know the slightest bit that Luo Tianyi had hidden a birthday present. Wife, if you can wear it, I bet it will definitely increase your charm by at least 10 times. Luo Tianyi. Cut it out. I don't believe you. Although Luo Tianyi didn't know that Yi Xian had discovered her hiding her sexy lingerie, she was still a little embarrassed. Although it could indeed enhance her charm very much, how could she possibly wear it in front of that bastard? However, Luo Tianyi did not notice that Yi Xian's smile at the corner of his mouth had become even more intense. Chapter 24, As long as that delivery guy comes, I dare to wear it in front of you. In the room, the two people eating dinner. A little exciting performance, full of dog food, Luo Tianyi was directly aroused. What, you don't believe me, wife? Yi Xian was also in the mood. Such a good opportunity to tease his wife, how could he let it go? Or, when the delivery guy arrives, you try it on in front of me. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened, and the image of just changing into sexy lingerie in the bedroom flashed through her head, so she couldn't help but give the unscrupulous guy a hidden glare. What an abominable guy, he actually wants her to wear 2 little black pieces of cloth in front of him. Great. Luo Tianyi gritted her teeth, she couldn't show any weakness, anyway, that delivery guy would never come again, haha. Yi Xian. Honey, are you sure? Sure enough, Luo Tianyi saw the excited look on the guy she expected. Men are really big pig's feet. Of course. That sexy lingerie has long been hidden by her securely, and it will definitely not be found unless the house is torn down. I'm not bragging, but as soon as that delivery guy comes, I'll dare to wear it in front of you. Speaking of which, Luo Tianyi continued arrogantly, whoever doesn't wear it is a puppy. Yi Xian listened to his wife's arrogant words. This girl is really determined. She even said that anyone who doesn't wear it is a puppy. Yi Xian almost believed her. He just didn't expect that this girl had such a cute side. Really? Yi Xian, who was acting along with his wife, let out a green glow from his eyes. Don't forget what you said then. If you forget, your husband will spank you. The voice was full of magnetism, and it made Luo Tianyi feel both shy and sweet. To be honest, she really didn't have much resistance to this guy's voice at the moment. Not to mention her, if she were any other woman, she would feel the same way when she heard such a voice. After a while of teasing, "Honey, let's move tomorrow." Yi Xian thought about the task from the system, which he had not forgotten. Besides, there was another advantage to moving, getting away from the landlord's nagging. That woman was definitely no good. If one day he were to be beaten by that shrew, he would be sorry for his wife. Move? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Xian to say that. But where would they move to? Yi Xian, who had long since thought of a response, gave a slight smile. Your husband is now a shareholder of Qianjun, and it so happens that Qianjun Hotel has a fixed asset in Kowloon Villa, which I have temporarily taken over. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi's eyes suddenly widened. Kowloon Villa? The newly opened villa complex. Yes, you probably don't know yet, but your husband and I got a great bargain. That villa is worth a lot of money. While talking, Yi Xian teased his wife's smooth, white chin, making people want to peck it. How about it? Do you want to kiss your husband to celebrate? Luo Tianyi. Pfft, kiss your ghost. He glared fiercely at a certain guy, then looked at the various pieces of furniture in the rental room. It would be a shame to throw these things away, so why not move them over tomorrow together? They might be useful. That's good, I'll call the moving company later. Half an hour later, the school dormitory. Ding dong. Just finished showering, Lu Tong comes out of the bathroom. A group of part-time workers send a message, the moving company is hiring temporary workers, with good pay and easy work. Damn it! Lu Tong saw the message on his phone and his eyes lit up. Second and fourth, temporary workers for a moving company. Tomorrow is the weekend, why don't we go work for a day? 400 yuan a day, that's enough to buy 5 or 6 packs of huazi. Really? Zhang Zitian heard this and immediately sat up. 400 yuan is a lot of money for him too. This is a good thing, count me in. What about you, second brother? Lu Tong looked at Xiao Ming, who was in a daze at the moment, and didn't know what the guy was thinking. Ever since he heard the boss sing that song, he had become like this. I'll pass, I don't need that kind of money. Xiao Ming said listlessly, while Zhang Zitian rolled his eyes at Xiao Ming. Third brother, second brother can forget it, now he is struggling between a big forest and his second sister-in-law, hee. Besides, the second brother's family is much better off than ours, and they don't care about that little money. That's true. After hearing this, Lu Tong nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Zhang Zitian. Fourth brother, are you sure you want to go tomorrow? The one giving the task is my best friend, and the work tomorrow is definitely a piece of cake. Okay. After confirming Zhang Zitian's reply, Lu Tong nodded and then sent a message back to his best friend who had given the task. Soon, the other person sent an OK sign, and then sent the time and place. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian arrived early at the meeting place. As expected, they were accompanied by several other students from their school. Holy shit, Bin Zi, are these all temporary workers from your moving company? The one named Bin Zi is a sophomore, a fellow villager of Lu Tong and his high school friend for 3 years. If there is anything good, he will think of Lu Tong. Hey, Lao Lu, this employer is a gold mine. If we do a good job, we can probably get a lot of tips. As Bin Zi said this, the students around him all had greenish eyes. Bin Zi, are you serious? Hey, do I look like I'm lying to you? You've worked with me more than once. The client has a requirement, they want someone with a high degree and high quality. If everyone does a good job this time, I can even treat everyone to dinner tonight. Thank you, Boss Bin. 3 or 5 students around them started to argue, and together with Bin, there were 8 people in total, which happened to be the quota required by the employer. After all, lying down and earning 400 yuan, Bin would not lose out. They got into a car and headed for Yudu Xingfu. Because the place where their employer was moving to was Yudu Xingfu. Holy shit, Binzi, are you serious? The employer is moving from Yudu Xingfu to Kowloon Villa. When Luton learned of the other destination of the move, he froze. No wonder the kid was so serious. Yes, I heard that Kowloon Villas were sold out as soon as they were launched. And the people who can afford Kowloon Villas are either rich or powerful. Holy cow, I didn't realize we'd run into a big local tyrant this time. In the meantime, the group arrived at Yudu Xingfu in the moving company's car. This is still one of the few high-end residential areas in the sky, and it then squeaked to a stop in front of a building. Ding dong. When they arrived at the front door of the room, Binzi pressed the doorbell. The 7 people, including Luton, stood straight, as if they were about to be inspected, and looked quite solemn. The door opened, and Binzi was about to speak, but Luton and Zhang Zitian's eyes widened, and they looked at the hostess who opened the door, the school flower of Arua University, and the senior sister Tianni, in disbelief. Chapter 25 Yixian, your family's eldest son, second son, and third son have all pooped. Heir, Luo University's most beautiful girl, Tianni's sister, holy shit. Luton and Zhang Zitian's eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they see? The person who hired them this time was Tianhai's #1 goddess and school beauty in history. Oh my god. What is this concept? Today, they have to serve the Luo University's most beautiful girl? No matter how hard they work, they are willing to do it. Binzi and the others were also stunned. Obviously, they did not expect the employer to be the most beautiful girl of Luo University. However, Luo Tianni secretly thought to herself, this is bad. The 8 people from Luton were shocked, while Luo Tianni secretly felt that things were not going to be good. She knew that she could no longer hide her secret from Yixian. Just as Luo Tianni was feeling very bad, a familiar voice entered the ears of Luton, Zhang Zitian, and the others. Honey, it's been a long time since you opened the door, why don't you let the deliveryman in? As he spoke, Yixian's figure appeared in the field, and he suddenly saw Luton, Zhang Zitian, and the others. The air stopped at that moment, and the pupils of Luton and Zhang Zitian's eyes widened even more. The 6 Benzis also had a sudden realization. Holy cow, what the hell? What did they see? Schoolflower Yixian, this son of a bitch, is living with the Luo University schoolflower in the same room? No way. Yixian, didn't he go to school with a baby carriage yesterday, and now he's with the Luo University schoolflower this morning? Could it be? That baby carriage, cough cough, is Yixian's with the Luo University schoolflower's baby. Compared to the shock of the 6, Lutong and Zhang Zitian thought of the scene at the welcome party. The boss said that Sanbao's mother was Luo Tianni. They didn't believe it at the time, and it turns out that the boss wasn't lying. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. No wonder yesterday. No wonder the Luo University's most beautiful girl didn't go back to school on any other day, but on the same day as the 2 of them took the 3 cute babies to school. I'm afraid they went to school together, but they didn't want anyone at that school to know about their relationship, so they didn't announce it. Grandma, the boss actually had a child with the Luo University's most beautiful girl, and it's even a triplet. If that's the case, didn't the boss have sex with the Luo University's most beautiful girl a year ago? Thinking about it here. Lutong and Zhang Zitian's eyelids kept twitching. If the second one knew what happened here, I wonder if he would rebel and fight with the boss. Seeing Lutong and Zhang Zitian, Yixian was taken aback. Why are you guys here? Lutong and the others arrived at the rented house and suddenly saw 3 cute babies in the living room flashing 3 pairs of eyes at them, as if they recognized Lutong and Zhang Zitian, happily waving their little arms and legs. Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao. Long time no see. Lutong immediately gave a leap and ran to Sanbao's side, as did Zhang Zitian. Binzi and the others were still reeling from the shock. What the hell did they see? Yixian and Luo Da's schoolflower are actually in a relationship. What did they see? They won't be coughing to kill them, will they? After a while of being disgusted, Lutong Zhang Zitian put down the 3 treasures and laughed. Boss, you've hidden it well enough. Binzi, what are you still doing? Haven't you met your sister-in-law yet? Oh, cough cough, boss, big sister-in-law. Binzi is not stupid, and knows that Lutong is giving them a way out. Hurriedly, they all shouted in unison, quite a bit of the flavor of calling the woman of the eldest brother. You. Luo Tianni was also flustered for a moment, and finally managed to stammer out a greeting. Things had developed to such a state that no matter how she explained, they would not believe her. She knew that they already knew the secret between her and that guy. Bin Z, right? Yi Shen, on the other hand, was not too worried. He took out 2 wads of money from Luo Tianyi's bag. The 20,000 yuan was to thank the students for their trouble. With 20,000 in his hands, Bin Zi's heart sank. Of course he knew what it meant. It was to silence them. Don't worry, boss. Your relationship with your sister-in-law will never be spread. Bin Zi immediately made his position clear. When Lutong Zhang Zitian saw the hush money, he exclaimed, My, is the boss so generous now, offering 20,000 soft in first aid? With this kind of money, they can buy so many huazi. Unintentionally, Lutong Zhang Zishan thought of the scene that day when they were told to go shopping at the store like crazy. The operation was exactly the same as that time, and the boss gave a pretty good hush money. However, the effect is also extremely obvious. On that day, they perfectly sealed the mouths of the 3 brothers, and now the mouths of Bin Zi and the others have also been perfectly sealed. Gee, money is really a good thing. So, Lu Zhang, you talk to the boss and his wife, and just give us the furniture without anything too heavy. Lu Tong, Bin Zi, this. Cough, that's not a good idea. Hey, Lu Tong, don't be shy. Exactly, this time we're in your debt, and it's worth more than a week's work. Several other classmates chimed in with their voices, not waiting for Lutong and Zhang Zitian to speak before they started to get busy. Their eyes looked at Yi Xian, and their gazes were full of envy. Damn it, the school flower and the school beauty, this couple, needless to say, they are quite compatible. You guys chat here, I'll go take care of the babies. Luo Tianyi blushed. She never would have imagined the scene in front of her eyes, and if she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would really have to find a crack to crawl into. Seeing Luo, the school beauty, fleeing in a little disarray to go look after the 3 babies, Lutong Zhang Zitian's admiration for the boss soared to the extreme. My goodness, boss, you're amazing. If the second brother knew, he would definitely fight with you to the death, hee. The 2 guys said with a laugh, feeling sympathy for the second half of a second, and then thinking about the sad look on the second's face. They couldn't stop the anticipation and excitement, and couldn't wait to see the second's reaction when he found out. I told you last time that Sanbao's mother is Luo Tianyi. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The 2 of them? However, the relationship between your sister-in-law and I must not be announced. After all, your sister-in-law gave birth to Sanbao, and not even her parents know. As for that Bin Zi, let's inform him again. Yi Xian instructed the 2 of them, thinking that it was not appropriate to publicize their relationship just yet. Hey, that goes without saying. Don't worry, boss, we know what we're doing. Besides, Bin Zi is a good friend of mine and he keeps his mouth shut. I'll talk to him myself later. Lu Tong assured him with a pat on his chest. Bin Zi and he have known each other since high school, and he knows the guy too well. Ah. Yi Xian, come quickly, your eldest, second and third children have all pooped. At that moment, the anxious voice of the university's most beautiful girl came from the living room. She didn't want to say anything, but the 3 babies had all pooped at the same time, and she couldn't control the situation. Yi Xian, third and fourth child, go to the bathroom and get 3 basins of warm water. Yi Xian instructed Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, then quickly walked over to the 3 babies. Honey, get 3 packs of wet wipes ready. For a while, a battle to wipe the stink broke out in the living room, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, the 2 uncles, were even busier than ever. Chapter 26 Nizi, this is your reward for being a good wife. In the living room, Yi Xian skillfully and smoothly wiped the stink off the 3 babies, a scene that made Luo Tianyi blush because she should have been the one doing it. Besides, if it was just Yi Xian, it would be fine, but there were also Yi Xian's 2 roommates in front of her. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at us with disbelief in their eyes. The boss still has this ability. The 3 babies pooped at the same time, and there was no mess at all. If it were them, I'm afraid that the stink would be all over the place. Soon, the stink from the 3 babies was dealt with. Boss, you're amazing at this. You're right, this parenting level is much better than a nanny's. Hee, it seems that the boss is getting further and further down the path of being a dad. The 2 of them chattered away, while Lu Tong looked at his stunning sister-in-law. Hey, not to mention being a dad, if my wife is half as pretty as my sister-in-law in the future, I would be willing to work like a horse for the rest of my life. About half an hour later. Tianhai, in front of Villa 1 in Kowloon. Creak. The extended length Lincoln stopped in front of the villa, and the door was pushed open and someone emerged from the car. Wow! Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian's mouths were wide open, and they could have easily stuffed an egg in them. they were truly shocked by the villa in front of them. Number 1 villa in Kowloon turned out to be the king of Kowloon villas. Lu Tong was overwhelmed, and Zhang Zitian also opened his mouth wide in amazement. But it's not bad, I heard that number 1 villa in Kowloon covers an area of 3,000 square meters. Holy shit, just one whiff and I feel like I can live for many more days. The 6 Bin Z members were all dumbfounded as they looked at the dreamlike villa in front of them. Their looks towards Yi Xian had all changed. Didn't they say that Yi Xian came from a normal family? That Wang Monli is blind as a bat, to actually break up with such a super second generation, what a bitch. If that bitch knew Yi Xian's strength, I'm afraid she would definitely cry herself to death in the toilet. Enter the villa. The decorations are luxurious without losing their substance. The large, fashionable floor-to-ceiling windows let in excellent lighting, and the various designs are just right, giving an incredibly comfortable and pleasant feeling. At the back of the villa is an open-air swimming pool of more than 200 square meters, with a few artistic deck chairs next to it, which happen to be bathed in the golden morning sun at the moment. Awesome, boss, you. We've struggled all our lives, and I'm afraid we can't even afford a toilet. Lu Tong sighed with emotion, and Zhang Zitian's eyelids kept jumping as he watched. His boss had become the rich man he envied the most. After a short visit, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian glanced at each other. Boss, we'll leave first, and not disturb you and your wife alone. Today's information is really overwhelming. After a few words, they excused themselves and left the villa. Soon, only Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi, and the 3 cute pets were left behind. This is over, they saw everything? Seeing Lu Tong and the others leave, Luo Tianyi's pretty face was full of worry, while Yi Xian's mind was ringing with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi to the villa and obtaining the ultimate culinary ability. In view of the perfect level of completion of the task by the host, a special additional reward of +2 physical fitness is given. Then, Yi Xian brought up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physical fitness, 16 normal person 10 charisma, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate cooking ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Yi Xian gave a small smile as he looked at the attribute panel, which had gained an additional skill. He was in a good mood, especially since his physical fitness had increased by 2 points, and he felt that his physical fitness could bring down an adult elephant. Okay, I can still trust Lao San to do things. Yi Xian fondly pinched Luo Tianyi's rosy, breakable face, smiling and saying, "You must be tired after a long day. Look after San Bao, I'll go get some chilled watermelon juice and give you a good massage later." After saying that, Yi Xian walked towards the kitchen. Luo Tianyi was taken aback when she heard that, and then a smile curved the corner of her mouth. However, soon after, Luo Tianyi thought of something and began to specially look for that piece of sexy lingerie. She hid it in the corner of a closet with a red face, and absolutely could not let that guy find it. Ding! Congratulations, you have redeemed the refreshing watermelon X1, which cost you 100 renminbi. With a flip of his right hand, Yi Xian had an extra watermelon in his hand. Then, under the effect of his ultimate culinary ability, he skillfully started squeezing the chilled watermelon juice. Although it is worth 100 renminbi, which is more expensive than watermelons sold outside, this refreshing watermelon has miraculous effects. As you can tell from the name, it has a refreshing effect, and the effect is quite good. According to the system's assessment, it is at least 20 times more effective than high-concentration coffee. A total of 8 cups of chilled watermelon juice were made from 1 watermelon. 2 were placed outside and 6 were put in the refrigerator. When you want some, just put in a few ice cubes. Here you go, honey. Yi Xian placed a glass of chilled watermelon juice on the table. After finishing the glass of chilled watermelon juice, your husband will give you a massage, and you'll feel refreshed. Really? Luo Tianyi glanced at the sleeping San Bao and said that to be honest, she was quite tired after tidying up for so long yesterday and tossing and turning all morning today. After finishing the chilled watermelon juice, Luo Tianyi leaned back on the sofa and enjoyed her husband's massage. As for the massage technique, she had no doubts at all. After all, she had experienced it firsthand when she sprained her ankle and to get rid of the swelling. Time passed quietly and beautifully, and Luo Tianyi felt the strength in the guy's hands, feeling a little giddy with comfort. I don't know, at a certain moment, I fell asleep. With a mesmerizing curve on his lips, he saw the sleeping appearance of his wife and couldn't help but kiss her soft and plump lips. After kissing his wife, Yi Xian drank the other glass of chilled watermelon juice on the table. He was full of energy in an instant, and the effect was excellent. Damn, it's no wonder it's a system product, it doesn't lie to me. However, the moment Yi Xian turned to leave, Luo Tiany's beautiful eyes opened a slit, her face slightly flushed, and then curved with an arc. That guy really took advantage of her while she was asleep, kissing her on the lips. That bad guy has a lot of nerve, humph. Chapter 27, You want to kill me and take the 3 treasures for yourself? What a vicious woman. Ugh. In the villa, Luo Tiany didn't know how long she had slept for. She only knew that she had woken up in the bedroom, and that her clothes had been taken off, leaving only her undershirt on. That scoundrel must have taken advantage of her again. Luo Tiany grunted, only regretting that she had fallen asleep and couldn't feel it. After getting dressed, she opened the door and was greeted by the smell of food. The smell. Gurgle. Before Luo Tiany could finish speaking, the sound of a flat stomach without a single ounce of excess flesh made a hungry protest, as if it were saying, I protest, I want to eat. Following the smell of food, Luo Tiany walked up the stairs and saw a figure busily working in the living room. That figure was none other than Yi Xian. However, upon seeing this scene, Luo Tiany was slightly startled. Yi Xian, he can also cook, and his cooking seems to be even more delicious than her own. With eyes that seemed to have discovered a new world, she stared straight at Yi Xian, who was busy in the kitchen, especially at his rapid hand movements, which looked like those of a ghost. When did his hand speed become so fast? It wasn't like this a year ago. Husband, you can also cook? When she arrived at the kitchen door, Luo Tiany's small face was full of curiosity. Hearing Luo Tiany's sweet and crisp voice, Yi Xian, who was busy, paused and looked at Luo Tiany. Wife, what did you just call me? Husband. He definitely didn't hear it wrong. Luo Tiany, it's husband. Before he could finish the sentence, Luo Tiany blushed profusely, her face turning red even behind her ears. Nothing, I'll go wait for dinner. With her little feet tapping, she fled the kitchen in a flustered state. Her heart was pounding, and her conscience screamed at her, how could you call that guy your husband? Luo Tiany, you have to stay true to yourself. But, her husband really does make delicious food. Ugh, how could I have called that guy my husband again? Luo Tiany stared blankly with her beautiful eyes wide open, completely unaware of what had happened to her. Yi Xian in the kitchen saw Luo Tiany's troubled expression and smiled without saying a word. It seemed that this girl had fallen for him without realizing it. I believe it won't be long before this girl takes the initiative to fall in love with me. It really is something to look forward to. In no time at all, a table full of delicious smelling dishes was set in front of Luo Tiany. What are you thinking about, wife? Smiling at Luo Tiany, he said teasingly. I wasn't thinking about anything. Luo Tiany let out a sigh of relief, her heart tightened. How could she say that she was thinking about why she called that guy her husband? If she did, that bastard would definitely be overjoyed. Luo Tiany, who was pretending to be serious, picked up the lipstick-flavored braised pork, put it in her mouth, and was then surprised by the taste buds. Although Luo Tiany rarely eats outside of school, she has also dined with her parents at a 7-star hotel before. It is no exaggeration to say that this braised pork is even more delicious than what the chefs at that 7-star hotel cook. However, this level of cooking skill cannot be achieved without decades of experience. But how did her husband, Yi Xian, manage to do it? He is obviously 2 years younger than her, but his culinary skills are even better than those of a 5-star chef. That's right. Yi Xian knows his own cooking very well, and with an aggressive gaze fixed on Luo Tiany's delicate angel-kissed face, he says, your husband is omnipotent. Hey, they say that the first step to capturing someone's heart is to capture their stomach, and now your husband is capturing yours, isn't he? Yi Xian teases his wife, and this state of being close to his wife is, to be honest, really quite good, quite enjoyable. Listening to Yi Xian's explicit words, Luo Tiany's face turned red, he is such a jerk. Luo Tiany wanted to praise the guy a little, but who would have thought that the jerk was so narcissistic, and what did he say? To capture her heart, you capture her stomach, phooey, it's just a few delicious dishes, a little bit of good cooking, what's so great about it? Really? Seeing Luo Tiany's cute appearance, Yi Xian laughed, so you're the woman of the big jerk. Luo Tiany. Yi Xian, you. I'll bite you to death if I don't believe it. Luo Tiany's silver teeth made a crunching sound, and her grinding teeth looked like she was ready to bite at any moment. You, still biting me? Oh my, wife, you're crazy. Yi Xian, who had not finished speaking, saw Luo Tianyi's fangs bite directly into his shoulder. The pain made Yi Xian grit his teeth, and he slapped Luo Tianyi's bottom. Quickly let go. Yi Xian really didn't expect that girl to really dare to ask him. It seems that this silly girl has gone a bit too far in her blackmailing. Poof. After Luo Tianyi got her revenge, she glared at Yi Xian fiercely and said, "I'm telling you, behave yourself in the future, or else the flower of our school will bite you to death and eat you up." She looked so fierce that Yi Xian felt an urge to slap her again. This girl really deserved a spanking. Prying open the t-shirt, he saw 2 rows of small teeth marks on the shoulders. "Girl, you want to murder your husband? You want to kill me and then take over the 3 treasures by yourself? What a vicious woman." Oof, why not? Seeing Yi Xian's miserable appearance, Luo Tianyi gave him a menacing glare. If an outsider saw her, they would definitely jump for joy. Mamma mia, have they ever enjoyed this kind of treatment from a goddess school flower? Luo Tianyi, who was grinding her teeth, was eating Yi Xian's delicious lunch while happily enjoying the thrill of just biting down. Tianhai University, dormitory. Puff cough cough. What did you say? Xiaoming's eyes bulged when she heard Lu Tong's words. The mother of the 3 cute babies is really Luo Tianyi. This is impossible. Obviously, Xiaoming, who heard what the 3rd and 4th oldest son said, didn't believe a word they said and thought they were just teasing her. "Hey, I knew you wouldn't believe me." At this time, Zhang Zitian took out the evidence and directly recorded a video of the situation at the time. Although he could not tell outsiders, Xiaoming was obviously not considered an outsider as the 2nd oldest in the dormitory. Looking at the video, Yi Xian wiping the stink for the 3 treasures, and Luo Tianyi helping, Xiaoming exploded, No. Impossible. Boss, you motherfucker, give me back my goddess school flower." Chapter 28, Mom, I have good news for you. You're going to be a grandmother. Burp. After Mei finished lunch, Luo Tianyi knew that this was probably the best meal she had ever eaten. Every dish was delicious. Looking at the table full of empty plates, Luo Tianyi's face flushed slightly. She felt like she had eaten more than she normally ate in a day. "How was it? Your husband's cooking is pretty good, isn't it? Do you want to kiss your husband to show your appreciation?" Seeing Luo Tianyi's unsatisfied appearance, Yi Xian laughed teasingly. This meal also gave Yi Xian a new understanding of his wife's appetite. Goodness, no wonder she can barely keep up with Sanbao's drinking. This appetite is nothing to brag about. With a stiff upper lip, she said, "You want a kiss after just one meal? Ha, what are you thinking? No, I won't kiss that guy for anything he does." "Yes, that's it. How could I kiss him? Later, you can look at Sanbao, I'll go to the nearby mall to buy some groceries." Luo Tianyi, who was afraid that if she continued, the guy would take advantage of her, changed the subject and said that she had just moved into the villa and was sure that she needed to buy some small items. "Honey, are you sure you don't want your husband to go with you?" Luo Tianyi. "Go to hell, who? Who are you? Honey, I can't talk to you anymore, I'll go first." She rolled her eyes, changed her jacket, grabbed the car keys, and walked towards the villa. She was going to buy a lot of intimate things for girls today, and it was inappropriate for that guy to follow her. "Honey, drive slowly, and remember to call your husband if anything happens." "Got it." Before the voice of Luo Tianyi had finished, the person had already left the villa. Within a few seconds, the sound of the car starting up was heard, and it was clear that his wife had left the villa. An hour later, Luo Tianyi came from a large supermarket, pushing a full cart to the checkout counter. "This auntie, there is not enough money in your WeChat account, you are still 20 yuan short, do you have any other ways to pay?" The cashier scanned the money of a customer across the counter and found that there was a 20 yuan shortfall, so she asked. Chen Xiaowan heard this and slapped her forehead. She had almost forgotten. "All of my money is in fixed deposits, and I don't usually carry a wallet with me. If that's the case, I won't take this carton of milk, which I was going to give to my son to help him recover. I'll pay for the difference." A sweet voice came from behind Chen Xiaowan. Looking around, Chen Xiaowan's eyes sparkled. This girl, so pretty, would be a good daughter-in-law. And she paid for me, must be very caring, must be a good person. No, although Xiao Yuan is only a sophomore now, I must seize the day. Guys Xiao Yuan's age, their kids are already in soy sauce. "Oh, girl, how old are you this year?" Chen Xiaowan laughed and waited for Luo Tianyi to finish paying, and then asked with a laugh. Auntie, I am 22 years old." Stared at by Chen Xiaowan, who felt a little embarrassed. Chen Xiaowan heard, 22, 2 years older than my son, at your age, you should be in college, right? Cough cough, I am in my 4th year. But I am married. She looked up and down at Luo Tianyi's figure, with a protruding belly and a curvy butt. If she could marry her son, she would be able to give birth to a big, fat baby within a year, and fulfill her wish of holding a grandchild. No. Luo Tianyi's face flushed slightly. Having said that, she vaguely sensed what this auntie wanted to do. Unable to resist Chen Xiaowan, Luo Tianyi added WeChat and then hurriedly found an excuse to leave. As she watched the bashful Luo Tianyi, Chen Xiaowan's face was full of a smile. What a good girl, and she's also going to Shanghai University, just like her own son. Unfortunately, she forgot to ask her name, and who else is in her family. Ha! Luo Tianyi, who had returned to the Lincoln, let out a small sigh of relief. Thinking about the scene just now, she wondered if all parents were so anxious these days. She was still in her 2nd year of university, and her parents were already looking for a wife for her son. I'd better hurry back, or I'll run into another aunt like that one. Upon thinking this, Luo Tianyi did not dare to hesitate, and with his foot on the accelerator, he drove towards Villa Kowloon No. 1. On the other side, in the villa. Ding dong. Yi Xian, who was leisurely lying on an outdoor deck chair in the back of the villa basking in the sun, received a call at the moment while wearing his underwear. It was his mother calling. He answered the call without any fuss. Hello, Mom. You brat, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Are you tired of living? As soon as he answered, Yi Xian heard his mother's voice on the other end. Yi Xian was taken aback. It couldn't have been more than 5 seconds. What took so long? Mom, just get to the point. Chen Xiaowan, you brat, you've got some nerve. But I won't hold it against you, let me tell you, today I saw a really pretty girl. Chen Xiaowan's mind flashed with the appearance of Luo Tianyi, and she urged her son, kid, isn't there a really pretty girl at your school, tall and curvy, the kind that looks like she can give birth to a son just by looking at her? Yi Xian, Mom, what are you talking about? Of course he's obviously her type, but soon Yi Xian sat up from the recliner. Mom, you're in Tianhai City Center. Yi Xian was not nervous about his mother coming to the city center, but every time his mother came to the city center, she would come to see him. But right now, what does he look like? Ding! The host has triggered a choice task. Arrange for Luo Tianyi to meet with the future mother-in-law. Task choice 1, allow the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to meet, and the reward rebate will be 10 times, capped at 1 billion. Task choice 2, refuse the task, and the little ding-ding will be shortened by 20 centimeters. Yi Xian. Whoa, damn it, the damn system is trying to screw me again. But arranging a meeting will get a full rebate of 1 billion, I'm a good boy, Yi Xian admits he is tempted. Of course, the cost of failure is not something he can afford, otherwise if he really gets a negative value from the system, that would be tragic. Nonsense, if I don't come to the city center, I can see my future daughter-in-law, you brat, you better pay attention. Yi Xian. Cough cough, Mom, don't say anything stupid. After a pause, thinking about the task of the system, which is to return 1 billion in fees, Mom, actually. Cough cough, I have something I want to confess to you. Confess? What the hell? Chen Xiaowan heard this and looked suspiciously at him. You brat. What kind of shameful deeds have you done again? Mom, speak nicely. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his mother on the other end of the phone. Mom, you actually have a daughter-in-law. Poof. Chen Xiaowan on the other end of the line heard this and sputtered. Mom, you have a daughter-in-law? You little brat, are you sure? Is she a boy or a girl? Yi Xian, Cough, no, I mean, is it for real or not? Chen Xiaowan's eyes widened, and she felt a little resentful. You little brat, is that girl pretty? Of course she is. Your son's taste is impeccable. After a pause, she continued, and that's not all. I have some good news. You're going to be a grandmother. Boom. Chen Xiaowan's mind went blank. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. You little brat, explain yourself clearly. You've got a baby. Well, 3 of them. I've already sent you the photos, it's hard to explain in a few words. Where are you? I'll come pick you up later. After a few polite words, she hung up. On the other end, Chen Xiaowan clicked on the photos she received on her phone. As soon as she saw them, she hung up. On the other end, Chen Xiaowan clicked on the photos she received on her phone. As soon as she saw them, she hung up. Chapter 29. It's not me bragging, but your daughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Villa Kowloon 1. What did you say? After Luo Tianyi returned to the villa, she learned that Yi Xian's mother was coming. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she said, "You want me to meet with Auntie?" "No, this is too fast." Luo Tianyi's heart soared to her throat, and she felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Besides, their firstborn triplets were already 3 months old. "Don't worry, my mother loves me the most." After saying that, her gaze fell on Luo Tianyi, and, with such a beautiful wife, my mother would be overjoyed to have a daughter-in-law like you. In addition, I'll let you in on a secret. My mother has been urging me to live with a girl and have a baby for a year or two. Although my mother is an elementary school teacher, she is not at all pedantic. Thinking about how my mother is longing for a grandson, he knows that she is overjoyed and would never blame him. As for my father, it's hard to say. Really, Auntie, you don't think I'm frivolous, do you? Luo Tianyi was obviously still a little unsure, even though he was the only heir to the Luo group. Silly girl, you're thinking too much. Yi Xian scratched Luo Tianyi's small nose bridge and continued, "Besides, seeing my mother first is also a precaution for my mother. After all, my father has been strict with me since I was young. If he finds out that we have given birth to triplets before we are married, the consequences will be quite serious." Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said, "Yi Xian, is my uncle that fierce?" "Of course. That's why we have to do a good job convincing my mom. After all, although my dad is fierce, his biggest weakness is that he is henpecked and afraid of my mom." Yi Xian said half-truths and half-lies, partly to further their relationship and partly, of course, to get a rebate of 1 billion renminbi. It would be a bastard not to take advantage of the opportunity. Then I have to prepare well and make a good impression on Auntie. Under Yi Xian's half-flirtatious, half-truthful words, Luo Tianyi agreed, but her heart was quite relieved after Yi Xian's enlightenment. While Luo Tianyi was getting dressed, Yi Xian drove the extended Lincoln to the hotel near Tianhai University. Squeak. With a brake sound, Yi Xian arrived at the hotel. No, to be precise, it should be considered a small hotel, the kind that costs 40 or 50 yuan. Seeing this, Yi Xian secretly blamed himself. "Mom, our family is not poor, why didn't you choose a better hotel?" Hearing someone calling her name, Chen Xiaowan looked into the extended Lincoln. "Xiao Xian, you. Whose car is this?" Although Chen Xiaowan is a primary school teacher, she is well informed and can tell at a glance that this car is extraordinary. "It belongs to your daughter-in-law, but it is also considered mine. Hurry up and get in the car. Mom, your daughter-in-law and Sanbao are waiting for you at home." Chen Xiaowan, you brat. Chen Xiaowan got into the passenger seat, and as she buckled her seatbelt, she said, "You brat, it's real. This car is not simple at all. My daughter-in-law can't be a little rich girl, can she?" "A rich girl?" "Sort of." Yi Xian thought about his appearance. Although he didn't know how rich Luo Tianyi's family was, he was definitely very rich, and it wasn't just a matter of billions or tens of billions. "She must be very pretty." Chen Xiaowan knew her son's tastes and standards very well. She had previously, intentionally or unintentionally, given him photos of the daughters of some of his colleagues or of some of her relatives. Each and every one of them was tall and had a perfect face, but he had rejected them all. Now he was the one eagerly asking to meet his future daughter-in-law, and he had even given her a baby boy and a baby girl. This was definitely the result of a lot of hard work. If the girl wasn't pretty, would this brat be so? As a person who has been there, Ye's mother knows this all too well. Men are all pigs' feet. Ye's father was no different back then, and he was enchanted by her. That's right. Thinking of his daughter-in-law, Yi Xian is arrogant. Not to brag, but your daughter-in-law, my wife, is the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, except for my mother. She was the most beautiful goddess and school flower in the history of Tianhai University. The line of people pursuing her definitely stretched from Tianhai University to the suburbs, no, to the imperial capital. Chen Xiaowan. Behave yourself and speak properly. She rolled her eyes at her son, who was talking nonsense in a serious manner. She knew her son's personality too well. Since he was young, he would lie without blushing, and now that he has grown up, he is even more unrestrained. Anyway, you will know when you meet her. Then Yi Xian thought of something and said to Chen Xiaowan, "Mom, there's something I want to confess to you. I'm the boss now." You know Qianjun Hotel, right? I'm the boss now. Chen Xiaowan? Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan used her small hand to pat her son's forehead. You little brat, you don't have a fever, do you? Yi Xian. What fever? I'm telling the truth. The contract is in the passenger seat storage compartment. Take it and read it yourself. With some doubt, Chen Xiaowan opened the storage compartment in the car, and what immediately caught her eye was the contract for the transfer of 51% of the equity in Qianjun Hotel. Yi Xian then began to tell his mother a story about the situation at Qianjun Hotel, half true and half false, as if he were fooling Luo Tianyi. Chen Xiaowan listened to her son's narration and looked at the contract in her hands, especially the authenticated seals, which were all real. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Xiaowan looked at her son with disbelief, saying, You little brat, so you must be a multi-millionaire by now, right? What do you think? Isn't my son awesome? Yi Xian said with a smile, while Chen Xiaowan stared at him. Awesome my ass, I'm the one who's awesome, for giving birth to such a talented son. Ahem, okay, you're awesome. Yi Xian gave his mother a thumbs up. To be honest, if an outsider saw this, they would never believe that Chen Xiaowan was a primary school teacher. Her personality and words were completely unlike those of a teacher. My son is a multi-millionaire? Chen Xiaowan felt like she was dreaming, it was so surreal. But she also knew that her son had never lied to her, at least not about important matters, and that he would never lie to her. So, when you come to Tianhai City Center in the future, just go directly to the Qianjun Hotel, tell them who you are, and they will naturally let you stay for free, in the best room they have. You little brat. Chen Xiaowan was very pleased to see her son's arrogance. She was of course very happy that her son had become so successful, and she could definitely brag about this for a year, or even 3 or 5 years. Finally, while Chen Xiaowan was in a daze, the car stopped in front of Villa 1 in Kowloon. Looking at the luxurious villa, which could only be seen on TV, Chen Xiaowan took a deep breath and her eyes widened. This is her son's new home. Chapter 30. You and Xiaoxian are both 3 months pregnant with triplets, so you can call me mom from now on. You little brat, what have you done to deserve such a big villa? Chen Xiaowan looked at her son and said, You're not going to become a son-in-law, are you? Yi Xian, a son-in-law? I'm going, Mom, you're probably just watching too many TV dramas. Your son is a righteous young man with a positive outlook on life. He's not going to be a visiting son-in-law, not in this lifetime. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his mother and said impatiently, Do you have no confidence in yourself? After all, we are now considered billionaires. But if your daughter-in-law is pretty and has 3 adorable babies, it's not a problem if you become a visiting son-in-law. After a pause, Chen Xiaowan continued, and I will take care of your father's side. Yi Xian, cough, Mom, what are you talking about? Okay, go in, your daughter-in-law and 3 adorable grandchildren are waiting impatiently. Speechless, she looked at her mother, and indeed, her daughter-in-law was the most important person in the world. Sure enough, her guess was right. Click. The villa door opened, and Yi Xian and Chen Xiaowan arrived at the villa. Looking at the design and decoration that exuded a sense of luxury everywhere she looked, Chen Xiaowan's heart once again trembled. Damn, if her son hadn't said that the villa was his, Chen Xiaowan really would have thought that her son was being supported by his daughter-in-law. When they arrived in the living room, Luo Tianyi was already dressed up and looking beautiful. Although she wasn't wearing heavy makeup, she still couldn't hide her stunning appearance. Ha? This is your daughter-in-law? You? Auntie. Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi looked at each other, both stunned. It had only been a couple of hours since they had parted ways at the mall. That beautiful girl is my daughter-in-law? And that auntie is my future mother-in-law. The two of them stared at each other, while Yi Xian was dumbfounded by the scene before him. What the hell? It seems like my mom and wife know each other? Ha, you're my son's daughter-in-law, that's great. Luo Tianyi was also a little incredulous. This is too much of a coincidence. Auntie, you're Yi Xian's mother. That's right, no kidding. I've raised this brat for 20 years. Mom, wife, you two, you know each other? Yi Xian was even more confused. What was going on? How could his wife know his mother? It didn't make sense. They had never had the chance to meet, but what was going on in front of him? Hey, brat. Chen Xiaowan looked at her son and said with a smile, You know I called you before I came here, right? The girl I told you to woo is her. When I was at the mall, I was short 20 yuan on a purchase, and she paid it for me. Who would have thought that she would become my daughter-in-law? At this point, Chen Xiaowan could not help but feel that it was really not an ordinary coincidence. The most beautiful school flower in the history of Tianhai University has become the daughter-in-law of my Yi family. You brats, your Yi family is really on fire. Yi Xian, cough cough, Mom, what are you talking about? You must remember that you are a teacher who teaches and nurtures people, so pay attention to your glorious image. Yi Xian glared at his mother. This mother of his really dares to say anything, and who would believe that this is a teacher who nurtures the flowers of the motherland? I wonder how many flowers have been led astray by her various manipulations. Oh, yes, this remark does not befit my identity. Chen Xiaowan looked at Luo Tianyi with a smile, very satisfied. Here, the daughter-in-law, as soon as she saw Luo Tianyi, she was satisfied. Her appearance and character were both excellent, so how could someone like that be full of bad intentions? Auntie, you don't object to me being with Yi Xian, do you? Chen Xiaowan heard this and looked at the stunningly beautiful Luo Tianyi. To be honest, if she were a man, she would probably marry such a beautiful woman home too, but now it's a bargain for her son. What do you want me to call you? Auntie is so formal. You and Xiaowan are both 3 months pregnant with triplets. From now on, you can call me Mom. Mom. Luo Tianyi was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. Auntie told her to call her Mom, which meant she was admitting it in a different way. Auntie has such a good personality, no wonder that guy wasn't worried at all. But if my parents could care about me half as much as Yi Xian's mother, I wouldn't have kept such an important matter from them. Hey! It was so comfortable to hear such a beautiful, kind-hearted young wife call her mother. Chen Xiaowan thought to herself that it was hard to find such an outstanding daughter-in-law, and that her son was a lucky guy. Hey, Mom, honey, you guys talk, I'll go prepare dinner. Chen Xiaowan looked at her son and thought, you're a smart boy. Come on, let me see, daughter-in-law, I still don't know your name, and I have to thank you at the supermarket today. Chen Xiaowan thought about what happened today, and it all seemed like a dream. The young woman who paid for her own food was her daughter-in-law. Auntie, oh no, Mom. My name is Luo Tianyi, I'm a senior at Tianhai University. I should have done what I did at the supermarket today. Luo Tianyi also let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Yi Xian's mother is so sensible, and this is the best news for her. Luo, you are a good boy. Chen Xiaowan fondly stroked Luo Tianyi's pretty face, which made Luo Tianyi clearly feel the love from Chen Xiaowan, which seemed to be the motherly love that she had never experienced since she was a child. So, this is the feeling of motherly love, it's so wonderful, so warm, so comfortable, I love this feeling so much. That brat didn't bully you, did he? Chen Xiaowan looked at her son, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked Luo Tianyi, if that brat dares to bully you, just tell me and I'll beat him up so badly he won't even recognize himself. Puff. Mom, Yi Xian is very good to me. Hearing Chen Xiaowan's words, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. But thinking about the feeling she just had, she bit her red lips and said, Mom, can I hug you? The feeling of maternal love is very fascinating and enjoyable to her, and she can't help but say it. Oh? Of course you can. It's a mother's honor to be able to hug her daughter-in-law. Chen Xiaowan has been a teacher for more than 20 years, and she has seen all kinds of students. From Luo Tianyi's eyes, she obviously sensed something, because the eyes of her own daughter-in-law are no different from the eyes of those left-behind children yearning for maternal love. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaowan gently embraced Luo Tianyi in her arms, and her gentle palm patted the back of Luo Tianyi's head. Silly girl, you must have suffered a lot over the past year. From now on, you will be my daughter. Whoever dares to bully you, I will be the first to not forgive him. Well, thank you, Mom. Enjoying the embrace of her mother's love, Luo Tianyi's eyes became moist. The feeling of her mother's love here was even stronger, so warm, and she felt so happy. Chapter 31, she had a good chat with her daughter-in-law and forgot about her 3 granddaughters. Silly girl, what are you crying for? Chen Xiaowan saw Luo Tianyi in tears and sighed. She wondered how her daughter-in-law had gotten through all these years, and how she had lacked such a serious lack of parental love. It seems that the relationship between her daughter-in-law and her parents was not as harmonious as between herself and her son. Come, tell me how you've been spending the past year. Tell me if you've been feeling aggrieved or if there's anything you've been keeping inside. Look at how aggrieved my daughter-in-law has been. Under the influence of the gentle and caring motherly love, for the first time, Luo Tianyi's heart was impacted by the wonderful motherly love. In this way, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law told their stories while the living room was filled with a harmonious and beautiful scene. After 10 minutes or so, Chen Xiaowan felt even more affection for Luo Tianyi, gently holding her fair, delicate hand. Everything will be fine. Oh, I haven't seen my 3 granddaughters yet. Chen Xiaowan was taken aback when she thought of something. She had been so happy talking to her daughter-in-law that she had forgotten about her 3 granddaughters. Mom, I'll take you there. Haha, okay. Luo Tianyi and her husband, followed by the 3 sleeping treasures not far away. The first treasure, De Bao Meng Meng, was placed on both sides of the crib with her little pink fists clenched, while the second treasure, Nu Nu, was sucking her little hand. The third treasure, Han Han, was holding her hair with one hand and sleeping with her head facing the other way. Chen Xiaowan was captivated by the adorable sleeping posture of the third baby. What cute babies! Are these really my 3 granddaughters? Chen Xiaowan looked at the 3 babies with emotion. The Yi family really has had a lot of bad luck. To have 3 babies in one birth, it is estimated that the family grave is about to burn down. Day. Just then, the sound of intensive chopping came from the kitchen. It was very quiet, but she could still hear it clearly. Chen Xiaowan looked over suspiciously and couldn't help but be attracted when she saw her son operating in the kitchen. That brat, when did he become such a good cook? A true expert is instantly recognizable. Chen Xiaowan had been cooking for more than 20 years and knew this all too well. Mom, you didn't know that Yi Xian cooks really well? Luo Tianyi was taken aback by her words and looked at Yi Xian, who was busy in the kitchen, a little stunned. Chen Xiaowan shook her head bitterly. That brat really hid it well. It made me cook for 20 years more. If I had known, I would have had 20 years of leisure. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Luo Tianyi smiled slightly. 20 years of leisure? Could it be that the guy was going to cook for his mother-in-law as soon as he was born? The image was unbearable to look at. Rotten kid, what kind of dish is this? There are so many dishes. Chen Xiaowan looked at the kitchen and saw sea cucumbers, abalones, shark fins, ribs, ham, lamb elbows, etc., with a total of at least dozens of different kinds. However, under Yi Xian's control, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Luo Tianyi also looked over curiously, but then seemed to realize something, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Xian, you're not making Buddha jumps over the wall, are you? Oh, it seems like your wife has eaten it before. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, not surprised by this at all. After all, his wife's family background is there for everyone to see. Although Buddha jumps over the wall is hard to eat, it doesn't mean it's impossible to eat. It's not a hassle for the rich. Buddha jumps over the wall? Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Chen Xiaowan was taken aback. Obviously, this was the first time she had heard that name. Seeing this, Luo Tianyi patiently explained, Mom, this Buddha jumps over the wall, also known as full altar incense, longevity and happiness, is a local specialty of Fuzhou, belonging to the Fujian cuisine. There are dozens of ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Most importantly, the method of cooking Buddha jumps over the wall is different for every chef, and there are almost harsh requirements for the chef's knife skills and control of the heat. In some 7-star hotels, this dish alone is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars for a dish. Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. That's more than half a year's salary. As Luo Tianyi explained in a flowing narrative, Yi Xian began to prepare another dish, which, unsurprisingly, once again drew a scream from Luo Tianyi. Braised tofu with black moss. This is braised tofu with black moss. Luo, what kind of dish is braised tofu with black moss? Chen Xiaowan had obviously never come across this dish before, and she asked her daughter-in-law suspiciously, knowing at the same time that her daughter-in-law's family background was probably far more impressive than she could ever imagine. Mom, this wensa tofu is a top-notch knife-work dish in the culinary world. Luo Tianyi looked incredulously at the guy in the kitchen who was juggling the ingredients. The reason wensa tofu is famous is because it is delicious and has amazing knife skills. Usually tofu is cut on a cutting board, but wensa tofu is cut in water because this will prevent it from sticking to the knife. A small piece of tofu, cut horizontally and vertically, has to be cut into thousands of tofu shreds. Hearing her daughter-in-law's explanation, Chen Xiaowan's look at her son changed. Could this be the culinary skill of at least a 5-star chef? When did that brat learn this skill? She never knew. As Luo Tianyi said, in no time, the tofu was visible in the water, even in thickness, and it was very ornamental. Half an hour later, a wave of appetizing aromas came from the kitchen, and Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi's stomachs protested. Okay, the last dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, is finished. After cooking a dinner, Yi Xian gave a slight smile, and of course he took in the looks on his mother's and wife's faces. Oh, yes, there's also chilled watermelon juice. After saying this, Yi Xian took out all the remaining 6 bottles of chilled watermelon juice from the refrigerator. In this way, it complemented these dishes and was delicious. In addition, Mom, wife, this chilled watermelon juice I made has the miraculous effect of refreshing the mind and beautifying the skin when drunk in large quantities, and is of great benefit to the human body. Are you serious? You brat are full of it. Chen Xiaowan glanced at the table full of food, but she couldn't listen to her son's words. No matter if it was true or not, she took a sip first and then spoke. Luo Tianyi, who had pursed her lips, also started eating. Impressive, brat. Eating the food her son had made, Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but admire it. This level of cooking was much better than hers. Yi Xian said in a flattering manner, but it attracted a glare from his mother. Is this brat insulting himself? If I could teach such a disciple, I would still be here. The watermelon juice is also very good, sweet and refreshing, with a very good aftertaste. It's completely different from the usual watermelon juice. How did you make it? And I'll teach you some time. Ha, no problem with that. Yi Xian said with a slight smile. Of course, in order to make this chilled watermelon juice, you must use a system-specific watermelon, otherwise the technique is useless. The lights of Wanjia are on, and it is dark as pitch outside the villa. From time to time, there are joyous laughter, which adds a touch of warmth to the cold night. Luo Tianyi will never forget this day in her life, because it was on this day that she felt the strong maternal love, which completely changed her life. Chapter 32, Another Breakthrough, the relationship heats up. Dinner is over. Chen Xiaowan, at her insistence, took the 3 mengbao into her room. It was hard for her to come by herself, but she also wanted to give her son and daughter-in-law a few days off. Moreover, Chen Xiaowan immediately called the school and took some time off, the exact time to be determined. As for Yi Xian's father, in Chen Xiaowan's words, as long as he doesn't starve while she's not at home for a few days, it's fine. If Yi Xian's father heard Chen Xiaowan's words, he would probably fight with her. In another place, in the bedroom. The sound of dripping water came from the bathroom in the room. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little restless. After all, before, there were the 3 little treasures, but now that the 3 little ones were gone, there was always something wrong with the atmosphere. He shook his head slightly, and then the voice of the system came out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of meeting the mother-in-law. Reward, 10x rebate, capped at 1 billion renminbi. Sure enough, the reward came. 1 billion renminbi. That's a bit much. Next, the attributes panel was displayed. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 16 normal 10 charisma, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate cooking ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, x3, powerful orange, x2. Wealth, 217 million. In addition to the refreshing watermelon, Yi Xian also exchanged it for the powerful orange, which is obviously related to enhancing one's strength. He saw it in the system mall by accident and felt a bit interesting, so he exchanged it. Wow! Just then, the bathroom door in the room opened, and Luo Tianyi, who was also excited, somehow put on the sexy lingerie that Yi Xian had bought for her. She was wearing pajamas outside, but her proud body still couldn't be hidden at all. A heart, pounding violently, beating like a war drum, even the blood became hot with the beating of the heart. Yi Xian, you sleep on the bed today. Luo Tianyi blushed and said with a pretty face, but then quickly explained, I'm afraid that if mom comes in and sees you sleeping on the floor, it won't look good. Oh, that's fine. Seeing the appearance of his wife, he saw through it without saying anything. How could he refuse such a good thing? Don't cross the line, we'll each take half. Luo Tianyi placed a pillow between the two of them, obviously trying to cover up the obvious. My dear, you smell so good today. Obviously, Yi Xian didn't pay any mind to the pillow, and embraced his wife's fragrant shoulders, sniffing the hair of the 3,000 waterfalls. Yi Xian, you. It's okay, my dear, I'll just hold you like this. Luo Tianyi, who had been struggling, gave up struggling after hearing Yi Xian's words, but this action caused an imperceptible arc to form at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Obviously, the next step would be to take advantage of the situation. At some point, Yi Xian's hands became restless, feeling the object on his ample chest. This is sexy lingerie? My goodness. This girl is going crazy. Luo Tianyi obviously felt the guy's hands touch a small piece of cloth, and her face turned red. Yi Xian, you. Luo Tianyi had not finished speaking when she was blocked from speaking. Thunder and lightning, everything, came together in the silence. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully redeemed and used the soundproof card X1, costing the host 1000 RMB. Duration 8 hours. This night was a night to remember, because it was the first time the two had come into contact with each other after a year, and it was destined to be a sleepless night. At some point, it started drizzling outside the villa, while the area in the room surrounded by the soundproofing card was filled with the wonderful music of spring in every corner. The next morning, the two, who had been fighting for a long time, fell asleep in each other's arms. As for the sexy lingerie, Yi Xian had thrown it somewhere long ago, and at the moment, Yi Xian's two big hands were placed where the sexy lingerie had been. After a night of fierce fighting, Luo Tianyi slept very soundly, super soundly. Since a year ago, this was the most secure, most comfortable, and most beautiful night she had ever slept through, and she even had a beautiful dream, dreaming of her and Yi Xian getting married in a white wedding dress. At a certain moment, Luo Tianyi woke up from her sleep, feeling the fullness in her breasts. Many blushing images flooded her mind. She, after all, was unable to restrain that guy? But seriously, this feeling is quite good. Unknowingly, I have already fallen for him. Luo Tianyi muttered, thinking about the scenes she experienced yesterday. If not for this, how could she not be angry at all, but instead feel sweet? No matter how silly she is, she knows that her attitude towards that guy is completely different from when they first met. Baby, did you sleep well last night? Feeling the full Yi Xian in her hands, she couldn't help but subconsciously increase the pressure a little, and said with a wicked smile. Put. I knew you were bullying me. She glared fiercely at a certain guy. Although she didn't dislike it, how could you say something like that? You're a big bully. Bullying? Yi Xian sniffed the nice fragrance on Luo Tianyi's body. Little fool, how could that be called bullying? That's called love. Oof. Luo Tianyi snorted. Although she said so, a small, sweet smile of happiness blossomed on her face, a very sweet smile. You can't bully me, I'm telling you. Mom said that if you bully me, Mom will beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize yourself. Luo Tianyi thought about what her mother-in-law had said yesterday, and said with a backer. Hey, really? Yi Xian listened to what his wife had said, and how was his wife going to tell her mother? After that, his large hand moved downward. Yi Xian, you are going to die, Coco. Then a pleasant and melodious voice came from the room. Chen Xiaowan, who had just wanted to wake the two up for breakfast, heard the noisy sound, her mouth curved up in an arc, and she let go of the hand that was knocking on the door. These two, it's good to be young. Looking at the situation, they must have been busy yesterday, and it's a good thing I didn't bother them. Chen Xiaowan thought to herself, it seems that I will have to stay for a few more days, let the young couple warm up their relationship, and I can also spend a few days with the three super cute granddaughters, but judging from the situation, could it be that this year the Yi family will be able to have a grandchild again? Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but smile. No, I have to make some chicken soup again, to give them a good supplement, even if it's for her unborn grandchild. Chapter 33 The Boss's Woman is Cough, Luo's University Flower. A quarter of an hour later. The door opened and Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out after washing up in their room. You're awake. Chen Xiaowan, who has been there, saw that her daughter-in-law's complexion was rosy and she was in good health. She already knew everything and was afraid that her own brat had worked hard. Mom. Luo Tianyi called shyly, this name is much more fluent than yesterday. Eh? Chen Xiaowan glared at Yi Xian, you brat, look at Luo, how sweet she is, and then look at you. Then, she took Luo Tianyi's small hand and ignored her son. Let's go, Luo, let's go have breakfast. Feeling Chen Xiaowan's love, Luo Tianyi's heart was sweeter than if it had been filled with honey. This feeling of being loved by her mother was completely different from the feeling of being in love, although she was also trying to feel the latter. In short, Luo Tianyi had never been so happy, or never experienced this kind of family atmosphere surrounded by happiness. Come on, Luo, have a fried egg to replenish your energy. Chen Xiaowan looked at her pretty daughter-in-law in front of her and said, this girl is even prettier than I was when I was young. No wonder she was named the most beautiful campus girl in the history of Tianhai University. Thanks, Mom. Although she didn't know if her future mother-in-law had heard the sound from yesterday, Luo Tianyi felt like she was being seen through by her in-law's eyes. Here, have another cup of hot milk. Chen Xiaowan brought another cup of hot milk and then brought over 2 sausages, a sandwich, and a steamed bun. It was the first time she had made breakfast for you, and she didn't know what you liked, so she made a little bit of everything. Oh, yes, there are also steamed buns over here. In the extended Lincoln. The two of them rarely didn't bring san bao, because Chen Xiaowan took it all, and she couldn't wait to do so. As usual, Luo Tianyi went to school first. Tianyi had just arrived at the school gate when a sweet and familiar voice came over. The person who came was none other than Wang Shiqi. However, when she saw Luo Tianyi's very good temperament, Wang Shiqi was surprised. Tianyi, you are so beautiful today, even more charming than before. Luo Tianyi heard this and her face flushed slightly. She had also heard from books that when a man and a woman are in a relationship, that would be of great help to one's complexion, but was it really that obvious? Of course, what Luo Tianyi doesn't know is that this is not only the result of the hard work of a certain guy, but also the effect of chilled watermelon juice. It's not just talk when it comes to the system's products. Where? You must have read it wrong. Wang Shiqi doesn't know what happened to her yesterday, but she knows exactly what happened. And when she thinks about it now, she blushes a little. That guy was really bad. How could that be? Wang Shiqi looked suspiciously at her best friend, Tianyi, and said, "You're so red, are you okay?" Cough, cough, no, I'm fine. Luo Tianyi let out a sigh of relief and then changed the subject, asking, "How's your job search going?" Nowadays, in their 4th year, apart from their graduation defenses, they are looking for internships, so no one was surprised that Luo Tianyi hadn't been here for so long. Oh, a job. I've applied to a lot of jobs. As you know, I studied hotel management, but I've been rejected from a few of them. Although I'm good looking, they all want someone with experience. Wang Shiqi said, dejected, and then added, by the way, I applied for the assistant to the lobby manager position at Xianjun Hotel. I don't know if I'll get the job. I heard that many of the candidates for this position have had outstanding management achievements in other hotels. Xianjun Hotel. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi was taken aback. Isn't that a hotel owned by Yixian Holdings? In other words, she is now considered the proprietress of Qianjun Hotel, even though she and Yixian are not yet married. Well, I may be able to help. Luo Tianyi thought for a moment and said, my cousin seems to be a shareholder of Qianjun Hotel. I'll give him a call later. Really? Wang Shiqi heard this and her eyes sparkled. It's true that it's good to be from a wealthy family. One cousin is a shareholder of Qianjun Hotel. Tianyi, you don't know, the assistant to the lobby manager of Qianjun Hotel, although it is an assistant, the salary is 7,000 or 8,000 a month, and the work is easy, and you can learn a lot. Luo Tianyi seems to have been corrupted by Yi Xian a lot. She doesn't blush when she lies. If this happened before, Luo Tianyi wouldn't have been able to do it without feeling guilty. By the way, Tianyi, you still haven't told me what method you used to get such a good complexion. Share it with me so I can try it. Luo Tianyi. Share, how do you share? Do you want that guy to do that with CG? What are you thinking, Luo Tianyi? How could you have such thoughts? That guy belongs to you, and you actually. Oh my god, you've been led astray by that guy. I still have to defend my thesis, let's hurry up and go. Luo Tianyi did not continue this topic. The reason for taking a leave of absence was not so that Luo Tianyi could study for an extra year, but because the school's senior management knew that Luo Tianyi was the only heir to the Luo group in the future, and they did not dare let the Luo family's only daughter study for an extra year. On the other side. Hey! Boss, why didn't you bring the 3 cute treasures to school? Lin Yushi looked around Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Xiaoming hung his head and gave Yi Xian a reproachful look, while Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian grinned, saying, second sister, you still don't know, do you? No what? Lin Yushi glanced at Xiaoming. Ever since she had met these 3 people in the morning, she had sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Xiaoming seemed to have been hit by something, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian were constantly teasing him. Hey, second sister, do you know who the girl is who gave the boss 3 cute babies? Zhang Zitian swallowed and said, you may not believe it, but those 3 cute babies are actually the boss's triplets with our school beauty Luo Tianyi. Puff cough cough. Feeling a little dry in the mouth, Lin Yushi, who had just drunk some saliva, sprayed a mouthful of water directly in Xiaoming's face. Fourth brother, what did you say? The boss's woman is. Cough cough, Luo University school beauty, Tiany's senior sister? Lu Tong gave Xiaoming a disgusted look. But yes, why do you think the second brother is so listless? And, the boss is also an incredible second generation. You know about the Kowloon Villa, right? The boss lives there now. Boss, damn it, you've hidden it so well. Lin Yushi, ah. Ho ho, big brother, you. This is true. Without a doubt, Lin Yushi was shocked. How could Big Brother's woman be Luo Tianyi? By the way, a year of suspension from school, could it be that? The suspension of the big school flower of Luo was caused by Big Brother's one-shot entry into her soul, giving birth to a child for Big Brother? Chapter 34, The feeling of becoming rich in an instant is wonderful. Boss, you're amazing. Lin Yushi is even more impressed with Yi Xian. They have the first ever beautiful female school flower in Tianhai, and the boss has taken her down. This operation, wow. No wonder that time Luo Tianyi always felt a little strange when she looked at the boss, and it turned out to be like this. Then she glanced at Xiaoming, and she said, I'll see if you'll give in to me this time. Ding dong. Yi Xian, who had wanted to leave the school after a lap, heard his phone ring in this room. Hello, wife, you miss me already? It was obviously Luo Tianyi calling, and Luo Tianyi was taken aback. Seeing the students coming and going on the playground, her face turned slightly red. Who misses you? Yi Xian heard this and smiled slightly. This is a trivial matter, and your wife can make her own decisions. After all, you are the proprietress of Qianjun Hotel, aren't you? You're the proprietress. Luo Tianyi's flushed face made the surrounding students swallow repeatedly. One of the students was so engrossed in watching her that he ran his head directly into a tree. After talking for a while, Luo Tianyi thought of something. Don't leave school yet, I'll go home with you after my graduation defense. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. In a moment, he arrived under the weeping willow tree at school, feeling the light breeze that caressed him, and his mood was very pleasant. Yi Xiao. It wasn't long before a figure appeared in the field, lagging behind Yi Xian by half a step as a sign of respect. Oh? Taizhu, why are you here? Seeing that it was Wang Taizhu, Yi Xian was slightly suspicious. At this time, he should be at home with his mother or preparing for the establishment of Tianquan security. Yi Xiao, after teaching the young master of the Zheng family a lesson last time, I was afraid of retaliation from the Zheng family, so I asked my comrade Luo Tian to investigate various pieces of incriminating evidence against the Zheng family and directly sent Zheng Xiaotian to prison. Without any accidents, he will never get out of there in this life. However, it left the Zheng family's vast Zheng real estate, and this is definitely the perfect time to make a move. After pausing for a moment, Wang Taizhu continued, but the acquisition of Zheng real estate will cost at least 80 million to pull off. I would like to ask Yi Xiao for his opinion. Oh. Upon hearing Wang Tiezhu's words, Yi Xian obviously did not expect him to directly send Zhang Zai's father to prison, leaving behind a real estate company that is operating normally, and can even be said to be thriving. Then acquire the Zhangs. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. It just so happened that his wife also needed to find a job, so why not let her take care of Zhang real estate to practice her skills? After all, Luo Tianyi was a top student in finance, and she couldn't waste her talents. Ding! Wang Taizhu nodded in response, and then his phone received a message. Seeing that 100 million yuan had been credited to his account, he was shocked. Yi Xiao, what is this? There is 100 million here, 80 million of which will be used to acquire Sang's company. I will have someone manage it then. The other 20 million, now that Tianquan security should be on the right track, will be used for the operation of Tianquan security. Who? Good. Wang Taishu nodded emphatically. He wasn't surprised by the 100 million, but Yi Xian's reaction was very calm, as if he had transferred not 100 million but just 1 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 100 million renminbi, and received a 10-fold rebate, gaining 1 billion renminbi. The reason Yi Xian is so calm is because the more he spends, the more he gets. 1 billion renminbi has been credited to his account. He brings up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Body type, 16 normal person 10 charm, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate cooking ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, x3, powerful oranges, x2. Wealth, 1.117 billion. Seeing his wealth skyrocket by 1 billion, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of becoming instantly rich was indescribably wonderful. However, he did not let Wang Tai leave, but took 2 mandarins out of his pocket with his right hand. They were not ordinary mandarins, but the powerful mandarin. Tai, these are mandarins that I had developed to help people develop their potential. Try eating one and see what happens. Okay. Without thinking twice, Wang Tai peeled the 2 mandarins open and ate them. He had long been accustomed to Yi Xian's mystery and was not surprised by this. However, after eating the 2 tangerines, Wang Tai clearly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, a very comfortable one. With a bang, he smashed out a punch that directly shattered the air. This is... Wang Tai couldn't believe his own strength in his fists. Yi Xiao, my strength has at least doubled. Oh, really? Yi Xian pretended to squint, this matter must be kept secret. Next, I will have people continue to develop more of these tangerines. Remember, this special effect tangerine can only be used by 100% of the core people in the Tianquan Security Center. Are there many more? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Tieju's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Yi Xiao, I know. Feeling the surging sense of power in his fists, Wang Taizhu was even more in awe of Yi Xian. If he had had such strength during that tragic mercenary mission, he would definitely not have lost so many comrades to death in a foreign country. Go, develop Tianquan security as soon as possible for future use. Yes. Wang Taishu turned around and quickly left the field. In an instant, it was as if he had never appeared. Wang Taishu thought about the scene of just eating 2 oranges, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Yi Xiao, what a strange person. At the same time, at the Zhang family villa. Clatter. A blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to pieces by a young man. Bastard. No way. How could my father suddenly be investigated and directly arrested and thrown into prison? This is impossible. This young man was no one else but Zhang Zhe, the son of Zhang Xiaotian, and also the rich second generation that Wang Manli had hooked up with. However, at the moment, his face was full of ferocity and panic. He understood very well that if his father was gone, he Zhang Zhe would be nothing. Ding dong. Just then, a phone rang. Zhang Zhe answered the phone immediately, and after listening to the message on the other end, Zhang Zhe went completely dumb. He couldn't believe that his father Zhang Xiaotian was sent to prison because he offended someone he shouldn't have? How could that be? My father was investigated because of me? Zhang Zhe's mind exploded, and a flash of images flashed before his eyes like a movie. In the end, it was fixed on a certain figure, and it was none other than Yi Xian. That time, he had wanted to take action against Yi Xian, but suddenly someone appeared and killed 50 people in a flash. And when he was unconscious, he heard something about Yi Xiao. Could it be that Yi Xian was the one who put my father in jail? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The first thing Zhang Zhe did was to take the car keys and leave the villa with a gloomy face. No matter what the cost, he had to save his father, otherwise he would be completely finished. Therefore, all he had to do was beg Yi Xian to spare the Zhang family and him, even if the possibility was very, very small. Chapter 35 Yi Xian, you're not going to talk to that little beauty, are you? Tianhai University, the playground. At the moment, a freshman school beauty is live streaming. This little beauty is named Mu Yuyan, and her major is broadcasting and hosting. She is an excellent choice in terms of appearance, figure, and voice. She started live streaming in high school, and she is now also quite famous. Each time she goes live, she has 1,000 or 2,000 active followers. Although she is not as popular as the number 1 beauty, she can still cover her daily expenses. Today, I'll take you to the playground of Tianhai University to see how big it is. Mu Yuxian is holding a mobile phone holder and broadcasting live outdoors. Today, in order to gain more fans, she deliberately sent a sexy V-neck shirt, which even the students at the school repeatedly looked at, staring straight at it, wanting to catch a glimpse of the beauty of this school flower. Unfortunately, the spring scenery was locked in the courtyard. Wow, Goddess Yuyan is so beautiful today. Especially those long legs, they'll last at least 10 years. Goddess Yuyan, I love you. When I take the college entrance exam, I'm going to Tianhai University too. Such a beautiful host, I wonder who the lucky guy will be in the future. The chatter and excitement of the barrage of comments flooded the live broadcast room. Although there were not 1,000 or 2,000 people, there were also 100 or 2 people who had just started watching. Ding! The host triggered a random task: sing a song for Luo Tianyi on the live broadcast, and be rewarded with ultimate driving skills and +3 physical fitness. Task failed, +1 physical fitness. Ooh. The voice of the system rang in his ears, and Yi Xian's eyes shone with a glimmer of brilliance. He knew exactly how strong he was from last night's battle. With a physical strength of 16, he was already invincible. His wife had no idea how many high grounds he had conquered. If his physical strength was increased by 3, the scene would be simply mind-blowing. He arrived at the playground and happened to see a beautiful freshman girl streaming live. Indeed, the system had intentionally or unintentionally assisted him in showing off. If I don't do it now, when will I do it? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian lifted his foot and walked over, and at that moment Luo Tianyi had just returned from her graduation defense, and the bell rang for the end of class. Tianyi, how did it go? Did you pass? Wang Shiqi saw Luo Tianyi and jumped out from the side, startling Luo Tianyi. She was looking for Yi Xian's figure and thought that the person who greeted her was Yi Xian. It's over. Luo Tianyi nodded. Her thoughts at the moment were on her family's 3 treasures, thinking about going home with Yi Xian as soon as possible to see their baby. Wang Shiqi had no idea what Luo Tianyi was thinking, so she congratulated her. Oh, right, Tianyi, just now, the personnel department of Tianjun Hotel called me and said that I was accepted. You must have spoken to them for me. Wang Shiqi said excitedly, why don't I treat you later? Tianyi, look, isn't that Yi Xian, the father of triplets? Wang Shiqi, who hadn't finished speaking, saw Yi Xian walking over to the little beautiful anchor. Tianyi, is it possible that Yi Xian is going to hit on that little beauty? After hearing Wang Shiqi's words, Luo Tianyi gave her a dirty look and said, don't be ridiculous. Although that little beauty is not bad looking, she is still quite a bit better than him. She has some self-confidence after all. Besides, she knows that Guy is not like that. Also witnessing this scene were Xiao Ming, Lin Yushi, and the other 2 students who were about to go to gym class. What the hell is the boss doing? Lin Yushi looked at Yi Xian walking towards Mu Yuyan, the new freshman beauty queen, and said suspiciously. Humph. What else could he be doing? He must be going to flirt with girls. He's not satisfied with having Luo Tianyi as a classmate, and the boss is a scumbag. Xiao Ming grunted, but it attracted the white eyes of the 3rd and 4th seniors. This guy only dared to say it behind closed doors, how dare he not say it in front of the boss? What, I'm not wrong. It seems that he felt the stares of Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, and Xiao Ming grunted. Obviously Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi having a child together was not an ordinary thing to him. Many of the students around were also attracted by Yi Xian's actions. After all, Yi Xian had a child with 3 treasures before graduating, and it was impossible not to attract attention. Mu Yuyan obviously also noticed Yi Xian, and her heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. She was a fan of Yi Xian's, and she demanded of herself that her future husband be at least half as good as Yi Xian. This schoolmate, can I borrow your live broadcast to sing a song? When she came closer, she saw the little beautiful girl, who had a 92-point appearance, smiling gently. Mu Yuanyan was a little stunned when she saw her. Mom, yeah, it would be nice if this was my husband. If I had a husband like this, why would I go to school? I would just stay at home and show my affection for him. Wouldn't he be happy? Of course, Yi Xian, you can. Mu Yuyan was a little overwhelmed. Yi Xian glanced at the stereo on the ground and asked the schoolgirl if she would be willing to put the USB drive in to play the accompaniment. Yes. Mu Yuyan was obedient and dutiful, helping out her idol like a dedicated assistant. Ding! Congratulations, you have redeemed and used the weather control card X1, which cost you 1,000 renminbi. The system voice fell, and under Yi Xian's control, it began to rain over Tianhai University. Just as the first drizzle fell to the ground, a voice came from Yi Xian holding Mu Yuxian's microphone. This song is called Deeply in Love, and it represents my pure love for that girl. Without saying too much, he sang directly, and after the operation, he was still waiting for a +3 physical fitness point. Deeply in love, drizzling rain. How many pavilions in the rain? I remember when we first met, you and I. The car is like a flowing river, the horse is like a dragon. Despite the raging wind rising from the ground. A beauty is like jade, a sword is like a rainbow. The deep voice, coupled with the drizzle between heaven and earth at the moment, completely made everyone's thoughts drift to a certain scene. The drizzle, the deep love of lovers, bathing in the smoke and rain of the building, looking at the bustling traffic in the streets in the distance, quiet and beautiful. Mu Yuyan put his hands together, and the little fangirl looked at her idol beside her, infatuated. It was so romantic. Her idol was so romantic. Beautiful as jade, sword-like in her bearing, the expression was perfect. Xiao Ming, who had originally mocked the old man as a scumbag, widened his eyes. Damn, boss. The reason for this is that Xiao Ming also saw the figure of the goddess of his dreams, in the crowd. Bastard, the boss is showing off in front of the goddess again. Has he really considered her feelings by showing off like this? My goodness. Boss, you're awesome. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian looked at each other. Holy cow, they can show off their love like this. The boss's realm is really high. When his wife sees this, she won't be moved to death. It's unbelievable. What kind of talent does the boss have to write such lyrics? Lin Yushi pursed her lips, feeling the boss's actions in the scene. To be honest, if the boss treated her like that, she might just kick Xiao Ming out of the way and throw herself into the boss's arms. Humph, now you know the difference between you and the boss, kid. There's no way you'll get Luo Tianyi, so marrying me is your only option. Xiao Ming. Tianyi, this Yi Xuanxue Jr., he's amazing. I really envy the girl Yi Xuanxue is dating. She's so enviable. Wang Shiqi listened to the song that was lingering in her ears. To be honest, she didn't have the slightest idea about Yi Xian. That was impossible. Luo Tianyi couldn't hear that it was sung to her, and her heart was moved beyond words. She looked at a certain man with rippling eyes, that guy. He spoiled her so much, was he really not afraid of spoiling her to the sky? Hoof. Chapter 36 Anyone who offends Yi Xiao will be killed without mercy. School playground. The drizzle poured from the sky, interpreting the artistic conception of the lyrics of this song, deeply in love, to the fullest, as if every trace of drizzle represented a love story. The whole audience fell silent, but the studio, where Mu Yuanin was broadcasting, was boiling over because of the song. The number of fans increased directly by hundreds and hundreds, and in an instant it broke the 1,000 mark. The emotions were brewing, and at a certain moment, they finally reached a climax, and at this moment, the drizzle also intensified. Deep feelings, drizzling rain. The world is only in your eyes. It's not too late to meet. Why hurry? Mountains and rivers are tens of thousands of times. A song of joy, 1,000 tears. Love is in the air. Wow! Lin Yushi's eyes were wide with surprise. Boss, is this song under some kind of spell? Holy cow, I feel like the boss definitely planned this. Look at the sky, it's just drizzling. Damn, the boss is going to make so many people jealous. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian smacked their lips. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Damn, the boss is going to strangle him to death with dog food and then whip his corpse to death. Does he have to be so ruthless? I don't want to spend money on Luo Daxiao. More than that. Lin Yushi gulped and swallowed some saliva. Guys, if they knew that the boss sang this song for senior Luo Tianyi, I wonder how they would react? Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian glanced at each other, and well, the boss will probably be fucked to death by all the boys in the school. The two of them could already imagine that kind of insane scene in their minds, and today next year, I'm afraid they'll have to burn paper money for the boss. It's a pity that Yi Xian has already chosen a girlfriend. It would be great if he didn't have a 3-in-1 baby. Wang Shiqi looked at Yi Xian in the middle of the crowd and felt deeply moved. Such a guy could be said to meet all her requirements for a Prince Charming. Luo Tianyi looked at Wang Shiqi strangely. Could it be that this girl has fallen for that guy? Thanks, little sister. She glanced at Mu Yuyan's already over 10,000 followers and gave a faint smile. This is her reward, so to speak. After the matter is settled, she brushes herself off and hides her achievements and fame. As she watched Yi Xian leave with style, his back disappearing into the drizzle, a thunderous scream sounded from behind her. Whoa, the male god, don't go. I feel like I've fallen for Yi Xian, what should I do? Yi Xian, come home with me, I'll be cute and warm in bed, and I'll coo. I'll do whatever you want, Yi Xian, you're mine. I want to have your babies, god of men, 10, 8, 100, or even 180, it's up to you. Shiqi, I have an interview later, so I'll be going now. Under Yi Xian's blackmail, Luo Tianyi lied as easily as eating and drinking, and after he finished speaking, he casually kicked off his little legs and left the field, leaving Wang Shiqi, who was in a daze, and the boiling crowd. Mu Yuyan came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes falling on her phone. Then her big, beautiful eyes widened. The number of fans had broken 10,000. How was that possible? Mu Yuyan was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. In just a few minutes, her idol song had directly increased her number of followers from 1 or 200 to over 10,000, a hundredfold increase. The drizzle continued in the stadium. Looking in the direction of her idol's departure, not only Mu Yuyan, but also all the spectators in the stadium and the broadcast room were in a daze, still immersed in the melody that was still reverberating in their ears. Yi Xiao. A hoarse voice came from somewhere near the school gate. Looking around, he saw a familiar figure, and it was none other than Zhang Zhe. Thinking that Zhang Xiaotian had been imprisoned here, Yi Xian guessed Zhang Zhe's purpose for this trip. In the alley next to the school. You need me for something. A flat voice came from Yi Xian's mouth, and it was this voice that made Zhang Zhe even more convinced of his guess, clenching his teeth. Plop. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhe let go of all his dignity and pride, and directly knelt before Yi Xian. Yi Xiao, please. I beg you to let my father go and give me a break. I shouldn't have offended you. Dong. As the words fell, Zhang Zhe directly slammed his head onto the ground, making a dull sound. Yi Xian did not react in the slightest, looked at Zhang Zhe, and said, I don't understand what you're saying. Young Yi, I've been so humble, don't be so extreme. Zhang Zhe clenched his fists tightly, humiliated. He, Zhang Zhe, had never been so humiliated before. He vowed that one day in the future, when he was absolutely certain to grind Yi Xian to death, he would make him pay 100, no, 1,000 times for the humiliation he had suffered today. Young Master Zhang, you need to understand one thing. Your father, Zhang Xiaotian, was imprisoned because he deserved it. I won't save him, and even if I could, I wouldn't. Do you understand? Yi Xian looked at the despondent Zhang Zhe and said, From the moment you offended me, you were doomed to a bad end. It's your fault for offending the wrong person. Yes, your father Zhang Xiaotian was sent to prison because of me. If you want revenge, I welcome it at any time. After saying this, in Zhang Zhe's dumbfounded expression, Yi Xian left the alley. A moment later, a cold wind blew, and the desperate Zhang Zhe shivered. The despair on his face then became incredibly hideous and terrifying. Yi Xian. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Sharp fingernails dug into his palms, his lips were bitten by his gnashing teeth, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's hatred for Yi Xian soared to the extreme. Oh? Really? At a certain moment, a figure like a ghost appeared in the field. A few meters behind Zhang Zhe, the cold wind blew, and Zhang Zhe's hair stood on end, although it was daytime. Who are you? Anxious Zhang Zhe retreated on the balls of his feet, but the man on the other side ignored him. Brother Wang said, anyone who offends Yi Xiao will be killed without mercy. It's just that you shouldn't have offended Yi Xiao, because it was Yi Xiao who kindled Brother Wang's hopes, and kindled our hopes too. Remember, the one who kills you will be Tianquan Wolfong. Snigger. The blade flashed, and the next moment, Zhang Zhe's neck was already spraying blood. However, before the blood could fall, Wolf Tooth wrapped Zhang Zhe's corpse in a black cloth bag and then carried the bag over the wall and left. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and it was so fast that it was chilling. Wolf Tooth, carrying Zhang Zhe's corpse, glanced at the cloth bag and said, honestly, if this matter did not involve Yi Xiao, I would not bother to do it myself. But Yi Xiao is really as powerful as Brother Wang said, even Brother Wang is no match for him. In the alley, it then fell into silence, not a sound, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that a murder had just taken place here, and Zhang Tianhai had evaporated from the world. Chapter 37, the future mother-in-law is extremely fond of herself, and it feels like she has fallen into a honeypot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of singing live for Luo Tianyi and obtaining the ultimate car skills ability. Congratulations, you have gained +3 physical fitness. 2 system messages sounded in a row, and Yi Xian gave a small smile as he brought up the attributes panel. Rewards had come again. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physical fitness, 19 normal, 10 charisma, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate dad ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate cooking ability, ultimate driving ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3, soundproof card, X2. Wealth, 1.117 billion. I just came back to my senses and saw it. In the extended Lincoln, Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian walking slowly towards him, and she was about to rush up and bite him to death. This guy. Their relationship cannot be known to others. Don't they have any sense? Hurry up, do you want to die? Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian and urged him, what were you doing? If someone finds out, what are we going to do? Yi Xian got a blank look from Luo Tianyi, who was extremely scared. If the people at school find out about their relationship, it will be chaos. By that time, it's not like my parents won't find out. With his ultimate driving skills, he stepped on the accelerator and the extended Lincoln 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 Lincoln. Feeling the speed of the near racing car just now, it really feels different to have ultimate car skills. Luo Tianyi. Wife, hold on tight, I'll take you for a ride. After saying that, the speed increased again and they sped off in a black blur towards Kowloon Villa. Ah! As Luo Tianyi's scream spread, the extended Lincoln disappeared from view. Kowloon Villa number 1. Squeak! A screeching sound stopped in front of the villa, and a perfectly arched drift through a trajectory, stopping precisely on the roadside. Luo Tianyi's pretty face turned pale, and her heart was about to jump out. You bastard, I'll bite you to death. Luo Tianyi pounced on Yi Xian with bared teeth and claws. She was really scared just now. The speed was too fast, directly braking 170 kilometers per hour. That guy is crazy. Ugh. You. Luo Tianyi wanted to bite him, but the shameless guy blocked her mouth, and then took advantage of the situation, and a long French kiss soared in front of the villa. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Yi Xian, who had plundered an unknown amount of fragrant saliva, finally let go. Luo Tianyi did not resist, but under Yi Xian's control, how could she resist? Honey, that's so sweet. Savoring the lingering fragrance, he savored the aftertaste, and when he heard Luo Tianyi blush until the back of her ears, he spat, sweet my ass, you're an asshole. He pushed open the car door and ran towards the villa in a small mess, not daring to stay with that guy. If that asshole did that in the car, it would be mortifying. Gee, did I save the world in my past life that I get such a stunningly beautiful wife in this life? He paused for a moment, but the girl's fragrance was really good. Click. The villa door opened, and Chen Xiaowan, who was tidying up the villa, heard the sound and saw the person coming. Her face was full of a smile. Luo is back. Mom, let me clean up. Seeing her future mother-in-law cleaning up the villa, Luo Tianyi switched identities and said, and the sound of mom really called out to Chen Xiaowan's heart. No, Sanbao is asleep. Chen Xiaowan smiled, and by the way, there is some diced fruit that I cut up in the kitchen, go and eat. Chen Xiaowan knew that Luo Tianyi lacked maternal love, and now that she had become their daughter-in-law, she had to treat this virtuous daughter-in-law well. This was a great contribution to the Yi family, and there was also a very important point: she had always wanted a daughter, and now she had such a beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law, so she would cherish her to death. Then, Chen Xiaowan's gaze fell on Yi Xian, who had just entered from outside the villa. Her face changed, and she said to her son, rotten kid, hurry up and take out the trash, and then hurry up and cook dinner, Luo must be starving. Yi Xian was taken aback, and said, Mom, you. Mom what mom, she said, and went on her way. Luo Tianyi saw the unfair treatment of her future mother-in-law and the scene of a certain guy taking out the trash. She burst out laughing. Her future mother-in-law really spoils her, and Yi Xian also spoils her a lot. She felt like she had fallen into a honeypot. Holding the fruit cubes, Luo Tianyi felt a little sweet and moved. Mom, thank you. Luo Tianyi carried the fruit plate and went to the living room. After she finished speaking, she kissed Chen Xiaowan's face with a loud smooch. Chen Xiaowan's smile grew even wider when she saw this. Ah, silly girl, why are you thanking me? To be honest, I always wanted a daughter. Now that our daughter-in-law is so virtuous and sensible, and also so pretty, of course I have to treat you well. Mom, you eat the fruit too. With her delicate, jade-like hands, Luo Tianyi picked up a piece of dragon fruit with a toothpick and handed it to her future mother-in-law. Thank you, Xiao Luo. Chen Xiaowan liked this daughter-in-law very much, and since she had always wanted a daughter, she also picked up a small piece of fruit and offered it to Luo Tianyi. Xiao Luo, you eat it too. Thank you, Mom. Luo Tianyi opened her mouth and bit the diced jackfruit into her mouth. It was sweet, and Luo Tianyi had never eaten such a delicious, sweet diced jackfruit before. Mom, I want some too. At this time, Yi Xian, who had returned from taking out the trash, saw his mother feeding his wife diced jackfruits and sulked, acting cute. Get out of here. Okay, I'll go cook. Yi Xian skillfully responded to his mother's golden words. Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi exchanged glances, both bursting out laughing. Chen Xiaowan even laughed and scolded, "That brat." But even though that brat is out of line, he has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. That brat has been blessed for 3 lifetimes. Luo Tianyi's face flushed slightly as she was praised. Mom, no, actually Yi Xian is also very good. Of course, there is a second half to this sentence, which is that apart from sometimes bullying her. Really? What's so good about that brat? Chen Xiaowan complained, but despite her words, her face was full of pride and pride. Obviously, it is of course the most gratifying and happy thing for her that her son can be so outstanding. Hey, what's the point of talking about him? Luo, you eat the fruit first, and I'll see if Sanba has woken up. Chen Xiaowan glanced at her son, who was busy in the kitchen. If the old man in the family was half as diligent as her son, she would be very happy. Seeing that her future mother-in-law was spoiling her so much, Luo Tianyi ate the fruit cubes in the fruit plate. Her eyes once again fell on the person busy in the kitchen. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve into an enchanting little happy arc. Every bite of the fruit cubes was so sweet. Chapter 38 Yi Xian, I realized without knowing it that I have fallen in love with you. After lunch, Luo Tianyi finished feeding San Bao. The 3 little ones' satisfied little mouths were smacking, obviously enjoying it much more than eating formula milk. Watching her son staring at his daughter-in-law feeding the baby, Chen Xiaowan gave her son a glare. Okay, Luo. You and Xian take a break, I'll take San Bao out for a walk. Seeing Luo Tianyi cover Daji well, she smiled and gave her son a helping hand. 3 little princesses in one birth could not satisfy her, and she was still waiting to hold a grandchild. Without waiting for Luo Tianyi to speak, Chen Xiaowan pushed San Bao away from the villa in a stroller, leaving Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi alone in the villa and leaving the space here for the young couple. This divine assistance, and such a sensible mother-in-law, is absolutely one in a million. Honey, I want a bite too. Thinking about San Bao's just enjoyed appearance, Yi Xian looked at his wife pitifully and said the same thing. Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian. Luo Tianyi's pretty face turned pale. This jerk, is he going to die? He even snatched his own daughter's ration, and it seems like he bullied me again. Just one bite, okay? Luo Tianyi, you can't argue with a certain bastard. Luo Tianyi, who was blushing, hated to think of Yi Xian being torn to pieces, so, you can only have one bite. Yi Xian seriously agreed, of course, one bite was not enough for him. Then, he bit his wife's big ambition and ate the sweet ration. Luo Tianyi's face turned redder. You've had enough, Yi Xian, you're still eating. In this way, soon Luo Tianyi was stripped naked and held in Yi Xian's arms. Thinking about the scene just now, when he was eating the ration, it was truly endless. Luo Tianyi leaned against Yi Xian's chest, thinking about the scene just now, and she hated to find a crack to dive into, feeling that San Bao's ration was about to be sucked dry by that shameless guy. Wife, you must be tired, go to sleep. Luo Tianyi's face turned red. She was weak from the guy eating up all her supplies, but her heart was full of sweet happiness. If that bastard didn't like her, she wouldn't feel this way. Thinking about this, she wrapped her 2 slender hands around the man next to her, rested her head on his arm, and fell asleep. It was very sweet, very warm, and very safe. In the afternoon, Luo Tianyi, who had slept for 2 hours hugging her man, once again regained her energy. As agreed during dinner, Chen Xiaowan had long since prepared food and supplies, as well as San Bao's milk powder and a thermos. It was obvious that they were going to go sightseeing in the afternoon, and the destination was the largest amusement park in Tianhai. The purpose was, firstly, to let San Bao see the outside world, and secondly, to let Luo Tianyi relax. Yi Xian and his mother's thoughts coincided. Under his ultimate driving skills, Yi Xian's driving level was much better than before. Xiao Xian, your driving level has improved a lot. Chen Xiaowan knew that her son could drive, and that he had only obtained his license after the college entrance exam, so he had only been driving for a little over a year. His driving skills seemed to be even better than Ye's. It was clear that the car was going fast, but it was very stable inside. When Luo Tianyi heard her future mother-in-law's words, she thought of something, and her face flushed slightly. But she quickly covered it up. Although it was fleeting, Chen Xiaowan, who had keen insight, noticed it. Could it be that is it possible that the son and daughter-in-law are trying to make a baby in the car? Indeed, the young people's ideas are different from hers. If Luo Tianyi knew what her future mother-in-law was thinking at the moment, she would probably crawl under the seat of the car. What baby-making plan in the car? At most, they would just kiss in the car, and it was that bastard who forced them to do it. Right, Mom. Yi Xian thought of something. Your son and I are considered rich people now, so you and Dad don't need to go to work anymore, and just start enjoying your retirement early. Chen Xiaowan heard this and pondered for a moment. Starting to enjoy your retirement early is still too early. Your dad and I are both under 45, so it's still early. But if we wait until after you marry Luo, then your dad and I can consider retiring early and stay at home to raise your 2 children. When Luo Tianyi heard the word marriage, her heart started pounding. However, just the thought of her parents not even knowing about the fact that she was pregnant with triplets made her feel insecure. She understood that her parents' plan for her future was for her to marry into a wealthy family, so as to protect the reputation of the Luo family and uphold the family values. In a sense, it was a so-called business marriage. While they were chatting, the car arrived at Tianhai Amusement Park. Okay, I'll take care of Sanbao, you guys go have fun. Chen Xiaowan looked at the wide range of entertainment options with a smile, and instructed her son, Xiao Xian, you have to accompany Xiao Luo and have fun. Don't worry, Mom. With that, he took hold of Luo Tianyi's small hands, which felt great to the touch, and walked towards the Ferris wheel, despite her being a little nervous. Luo Tianyi had never been here more than a handful of times since she was a child, let alone played. However, soon, driven by Yi Xian, the two got on the Ferris wheel. Looking at the Ferris wheel slowly rising, they had a panoramic view of the beautiful Tianhai scenery. This sense of impact from the view was something she had never experienced before. Yi Xian. The inexplicably moved Luo Tianyi bit her bottom lip. Yi Xian had just turned his head when he was moved by Luo Tianyi and kissed him. Thank you. Silly girl, a kiss from your husband is not enough. With that, a French kiss was recreated inside the Ferris wheel, and Luo Tianyi responded awkwardly, but it was much better than the last time in the car. After a while, Luo Tianyi leaned in Yi Xian's arms, her face flushed with a slight hint of drunkenness, and a smile of happiness curving her lips. Yi Xian, I realized without knowing it that I have fallen in love with you. Wife, I feel that you should remove the word like to be more appropriate. Remove the word like? Luo Tianyi was slightly startled, and immediately thought of something. Her face flushed red. Yi Xian, you. That big jerk is the atmosphere terminator. So bad, so annoying. How can you do this to her? But why aren't you angry? It's so strange. You're so recklessly provoking yourself, shouldn't you be angry and mad? It's so strange. Could it be because I like him? Seeing the cute appearance of the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian smiled. Wife, do you smell anything? Smell? Luo Tianyi sniffed her pretty nose, but she didn't. How come? As soon as you appeared, the air became sweeter. Didn't you notice? Yi Xian's serious flirting, when heard in Luo Tianyi's ear, caused her face to flush red once again, and the dog food instantly filled every corner of the Ferris wheel. Oh my god, that bastard is so brazen and uninhibited in his flirting, is that really okay? Chapter 39. You don't know your husband's abilities yet, and once he's inside you, it's not a problem. I don't believe you. Luo Tianyi grunted, saying so with her mouth, but her face was full of enjoyment. Not just Luo Tianyi, but I'm afraid that no girl would have much of a fight back when faced with these words. As soon as you appeared, the air turned sweet. This confession can definitely be called a classic quote. Hey, isn't your wife especially moved? She feels the urge to knock your husband down and reinstate the wife's authority. The shy beauty is pregnant again. At one time, this kind of life was something Yi Xian didn't even dare to think about. Spit. Shameless, who wants to knock you down and reinstate the wife's authority? What a thick face. Luo Tianyi gave a light pout. She really didn't have much resistance to what that guy said. It was as if that bastard was bullying her, but she didn't feel bullied at all, and she even quite enjoyed the feeling. Thinking about the shamelessness of this guy, Luo Tianyi was prepared to teach him a good lesson, and directly asked a difficult problem of death and termination that had stumped countless people. She said with a snort, "Let me ask you a question. If one day your mother and I fell into the river at the same time, who would you save first? Luo Tianyi said with a dark smile, this question is quite sharp. No matter who you save first, you will offend the other party. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stumped countless people. Whenever a guy is asked such a question by his wife or girlfriend, it feels like an explosion in the same place. No one needs to be saved. Yi Shen looked at his little arrogant wife with a serious and affectionate expression, because I already love you to the end of the sea and the rocks. Luo Tianyi. You're done for. It seems like I've been seduced again. I'm so angry. How could this be? Is this the deathly final question that has stumped countless people? Not only did that guy answer perfectly, he also flirted with her on the side. Should I do this? Sure enough, the comments online are all lies. Next, Luo Tianyi happily played on the pirate ship, roller coaster, bumper cars, etc., under Yi Xian's guidance. Watching her son and daughter-in-law have fun, Chen Xiaowan's face beamed with a smile. After this outing, her son and daughter-in-law's relationship will definitely improve. Chen Xiaowan was releasing pressure for her daughter-in-law, yes, but at the same time, she was giving her son a helping hand, killing two birds with one stone. San Bao was overjoyed at his first visit to an amusement park, and was dancing and jumping with joy. In particular, having triplets in one berth drew the envy of many visitors to the amusement park. Big sister, you are so lucky to have triplets. Your son is amazing. Yes, twins are usually enough to make people envious, but your triplets are just too much to envy. Hey, big sister, can you give me your son's contact information? I'll let my brat learn from his experience. Big sister, you are so lucky. If I had a granddaughter with triplets like this, I would smile in my sleep. When Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi arrived at Chen Xiaowan's side, several ants had already been gathered here for a while, and envy was evident in their eyes. Oh. This must be your son and daughter-in-law, no wonder the triplets are so beautiful and cute, and their parents are so good-looking. When the ants saw Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, especially their good looks and extraordinary temperament, it was obvious that their son or daughter was not even slightly inferior to the pair in front of them. They're okay. Chen Xiaowan was beaming with joy. Of course she was happy to hear others praise her grandchildren and her son and daughter-in-law so much. After a while of chatting, the ants reluctantly left, as if the triplets were their own grandchildren. Meng Meng, Nano and Arhanin, do you miss your father? Yi Xian saw the happy San Bao and fondly stroked his little hand. San Bao was also beaming with joy when he saw his father, and waved his two little hands as if to ask for a hug. They spent a few minutes like this. Yi Xian pushed the stroller towards the exit of the amusement park. Don't miss it when you walk by, come and have a look. For $10 you can't lose, and for $10 you can't win, but for $10 you can get a prize, no matter if the challenge is successful or not. After walking for about a few hundred meters, they saw that near the exit of the amusement park, there were quite a few families and couples gathered around, and Luo Tianyi and Chen Xiaowan also went over to them. When they got closer, Luo Tianyi's gaze was immediately locked on the yellow Pikachu placed in a prominent position. What, you like that Pikachu? Seeing Luo Tianyi's gaze, Yi Xian smiled and said, honey, I'll help you win it. Forget it, you have to hit 20 times to get it. Luo Tianyi saw the rules of the game, you have to use 20 darts to pierce 20 balloons without missing a single one to get Pikachu, which is also the highest level reward at the booth. Don't worry, you know your husband's abilities, he can hit the target with one dart. Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan gave Yi Xian a disgusted look. This brat, is he bragging about having triplets in one go? Obviously, Luo Tianyi also heard the unspoken meaning in someone's words. Her face immediately turned red. This bastard actually say such ambiguous things. Does he not know that his mother-in-law is still here? Really, how can he do that? I really want to bite him to death. How about this handsome guy? The stall owner, whose ears were so sharp, vaguely heard Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi discussing how to win a big prize and give it to his wife. The stall owner, who had wanted to give it to Yi Xian's girlfriend, saw the three treasures born at once next to the two of them and smiled. In order to strike a deal, the stall owner quickly came up with an idea. How about this, the beautiful lady wants that Pikachu, right? And you have a family of 3, a happy family. I rarely encounter such customers. Handsome guy, if you can use 20 darts to hit 20 balloons, I will not only give you that Pikachu, but also give you 3 more Pikachu for the 3 cute babies. While talking, the stall owner picked up 3 mini Pikachus the size of table tennis balls from the consolation prize area, just right for the 3 cute babies, and laughed. Okay. Win one get three free. He hasn't bought a gift for the three cute babies yet, and these three mini Pikachus are undoubtedly a good choice. Give me one. Okay, handsome. The stall owner took 10 yuan and gave Yi Xian 20 darts. Good luck, handsome. The stall owner said with a slight smile. 3 or 5 of these balloons of theirs are specially made thick balloons, and the force of the dart throw simply cannot puncture those thick balloons. Of course, there's more to it than that. The darts are also heavily weighted, so after the dart leaves the hand, its trajectory will deviate from the original path. When the two are combined, to be honest, 20 balloons is completely impossible in normal circumstances. Even if it happens to be all hits, it is estimated that it will not happen once in tens of thousands of times. However, what the stall owner didn't know was that these difficulties were relative to the average person. As for Yi Xian, he was no ordinary person, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was not human. Yi Xian could see the trick at a glance, and the corner of his mouth curved up. A dart turned into a black light and flew out of his hand. Chapter 40. Why are all the good men married to other people? What have I done wrong? Boom! The dart flew out of his hand, and the next moment, a balloon burst. The boss's expression remained unchanged, because this was just the beginning. The tourists around them all looked over, and there were quite a few pretty girls among them, of course not to see the dart piercing the balloon, but to see the handsome Yi Xian holding the dart. This handsome guy is so handsome and his smile is so warm, but why is he already married, and even has triplets? That pretty girl must be really happy. Girls like this kind of guy with super fighting power, and they would also want one. Although I don't know if this handsome guy will succeed, his cool moves and good looks have already attracted them. Boom! Boom boom boom! As the sound of one balloon being punctured after another spread, the smile on the face of the stall owner faded, and the tourists around him looked at Yi Xian, the charming guy throwing darts, in amazement. He has already hit 10 balloons in a row. This handsome guy is amazing. Yes, this is the first time I have seen someone hit 10 balloons in a row with a dart. He is a master. Do you think this guy can hit 20 in a row? Well, it's hard to say, but even if he doesn't hit 20, he should hit 17 or 18. While the tourists around him were chatting away, the stall owner's heart sank. What the hell? No way. I clearly blew up several thick balloons, so how did they get punctured too? Is this a coincidence? To be honest, the stall owner is a little dazed now. He has tried those thick balloons before, and even if he stomps on them hard, he probably can't break them, let alone a dart that misses the target. 11th. 12th. 13th. Soon, the darts reached the 18th, and without exception, they all hit the target. There were only 2 balloons left on the opposite side. The boss was completely dumbfounded. The tourists around him were beaming with excitement. This was going to be a success. In particular, some cute girls, seeing Yi Xian's actions, would have fallen over him if they weren't next to Luo Tianyi. Such a cool guy, they wouldn't forgive themselves if they didn't try to get his attention. Boom! Boom! 2 sounds in quick succession. No surprise, in the face of such overwhelming strength, the little game was crushed with devastating ease. 20 darts, 20 balloons hit, not a single dart missed, just as Yi Xian said, 1 hit and you're in the spirit world, no big deal. This operation looks so easy. However, both the stall owner and the tourists knew that it was not that easy, because this handsome guy was no ordinary person. Gulob. The stall owner's face turned green. He didn't expect that the balloons were thicker and the darts had gone off course, but the young man still managed to pass the level. At first, the stall owner gave a forced smile and took down the large Pikachu, holding back the pain in his heart. Hey, handsome, this is, the Pikachu you wanted, and 3 mini Pikachu to go with it. What the stall owner could do now was very simple, just give the prize to Yi Xian and tell him to leave and go to other stalls. If this happened a few more times, he would probably lose so much money that he would have nothing left. Yi Xian smiled without saying a word at the stall owner's intentions, and took the large Pikachu, handing it over to the confused Luo Tianyi. What do you think? My husband was right when he said it was soul-stirring, wasn't he? The beautiful young women around them heard the words of the super handsome guy, their eyes glowing, and they were greatly impressed. Oh my, soul-stirring, they love it. Unfortunately, such a powerful young man has a wife. Why can't it be me? You're the only one capable of it. Luo Tianyi's stunningly beautiful eyes glared at Yi Xian, and she tightly embraced the 2 Pikachus, which were at least 2 or 3 times thicker than her waist, as if someone was trying to snatch them from her. Dad's 3 little treasures, this is your mini Pikachu. While talking, Yi Xian hung the 3 mini Pikachus on top of the stroller, just in time for the 3 babies Meng Meng Nano and Han In to see them. The 3 Mengbao babies were full of joy on their little faces after seeing Pikachu, especially their eyes, which were wide open, as if they were saying, "Daddy gave us a present, I love it so much." Chen Xiaowan saw the cute and happy looks on the faces of the 3 little ones, and felt the surrounding stares, full of pride, because this was earned by her son. "Let's go, if we stay any longer, we won't be able to leave." The gazes of those young girls, without exception, all fell on their own sons. It's just that now she has a beautiful daughter-in-law like Xiao Luo, no other girl can enter her eyes. "No, handsome, don't go, let's fight another 300 rounds. It's over, I've fallen out of love before I've even fallen in love, my heart hurts, it's so hard, oh. Why? Why, all the good men are someone else's husband, what have I done wrong? I really like that handsome guy, and with 3 children in one go, they will definitely be super happy in that respect, wah wah wah. If the future boyfriend of this little beauty is also like that, that would be great. Not to mention losing 3 years of life, even if it were 30 years or 300 years, I would still be willing." The sound of chatter came from all around the stall. The stall owner saw Yi Xian finally push the stroller away, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, that scourge is finally gone, it was a complete nightmare. Unfortunately, he is afraid that he will have to set up the stall for nothing again for half a day. The stall owner was devastated. This was the first time he had ever failed, and not only had he lost a large Pikachu, he had also got 3 mini Pikachus. "Do you like it?" Yi Xian asked Luo Tianyi with a laugh, seeing how his wife couldn't put it down. Luo Tianyi nodded emphatically. She had had a Pikachu like this before, but her parents had given it to her cousin, and she had cried for days. "Thank you, husband." Lu Tianyi, who was acting like a ghost, blurted out. "Ah, you're welcome, wife. This is what a husband should do." After a pause, he laughed, "But wife, now you're calling me husband more and more often." Lu Tianyi's face flushed as she heard this, and she also realized that her own address just now, "you, Mom," was still here. "Ha, you guys, don't worry about me, just pretend I'm not here." Shen Xiaowan watched her son and daughter-in-law show their affection for each other and talk sweet nothings to each other. She would happily eat all the sweet nothings in the world. Looking at her son, Shen Xiaowan thought about the old man at home who only knows how to analyze data. She felt deeply moved. That emotionless old thing, I never thought he would be able to give birth to such a son who knows how to spoil people. It seems that this is all due to my mother's genes, these damn powerful genes that have no place to be put.